Hawah. Hey, peace everybody in the chat. Thank you for being here. I want to thank the Great Spirit again, the Most High, for letting us be gathered here today and get this information out there, and have us here building together and learning. All right, so I appreciate everybody out there. Let me get a one. Make sure you hear me. Make sure you can pick up the mic. All right, so got some really good information here. I've been wanting to basically take out, but we needed a little bit more of a discernment and understanding right before I brought this information out. With my last videos, you guys saw, basically, how swarthy Europe was, right? How copper color, how aboriginal, how indigenous, how melanated, how dark skinned it was, right? And so let's not forget that. Let's keep that idea in our heads. When we're talking about these Europeans, these swarthy Europeans, because during my research, when I was studying the indentured servitude and all that, I kept coming across, these different types of people like Protestants, Presbyterians, Quakers, and all that. And what I was finding was very interesting, especially with the Huguenots and all these people and how they were related to the Huguenots and stuff. So we're gonna get into some information. I'm gonna read a lot today. Hopefully, you guys don't mind. All right, we're gonna get this information out. Um, so we're gonna go, raw with it. We're doing this live. All right. So first, we're gonna start out with some basic info about the Huguenots. I know a lot of people say Huguenot. What's a Huguenot? When I first heard of them, I was like, "What's a Huguenot?" Like I don't even know what a Huguenot is. All right. So let me just go ahead and get started with the presentation. All right. So let me know whenever if you guys hear like a long period with no with silence or dead air. Just let me know, just in case my mic goes off. All right. So again, who's the Huguenots, right? What is a Huguenot? I know people. A lot of you probably already heard of them. You say, "Oh, yeah, I've heard that they're French people, right? They're French Protestants, right?" Well, just like everything else they tell us, there's more to it, right? There's more to it to these people and their influence in colonial America and actually modern world and ancient times and who they're connected to anciently and what they've been doing, right? Basically behind closed doors, right? So I wanted to get started right away, and I'm gonna go ahead and start with this image here. This is from a History Channel, right? Basic info. The Huguenots, right? Huguenots were French Protestants in the 16th and 17th century who followed the teachings of the Theo. Oh, I'm getting kicked off here. Sorry about that. All right, don't hate on us, YouTube. Let's go. All right, so it says that the Huguenots again, at 16th, 17th century, French Protestants, right, who followed the teachings of theologian John Calvin, supposedly, right, persecuted by the French Catholic government during a violent period. Huguenots fled the country in the 17th century, creating Huguenot settlements all over Europe, in the United States, and Africa. All right, so United States, right? They came here. So Calvinism, what's Calvinism, right? This is from Britannica Online. Calvin's theology. It says at age 27, Calvin published Institutes of Christian Religion, which in successive editions became a manual of Protestant theology. Calvin agreed with Martin Luther on justification by faith in the sole authority of Scripture. On the sacrament of the Lord's Supper, he took a position between the radical Swiss and the Lutheran view. Thus, he believed that the body of Christ was not present everywhere, but that his spirit was universal and that there was a genuine common communion with the risen Lord. Calvin likewise took a middle view on music and art. He favored congregational singing of the Psalms, which became a characteristic practice of the Huguenots, all right, in France. So the Huguenots sang the Psalms, which is the Torah, right, the Old Testament, Hebrew stuff, right, Huguenots. It says in France, and the Presbyterians in Scotland. So the Presbyterians did the same, and in the New World, all right. Calvin rejected the images of saints and the crucifixes, that is, the image of the body of Christ upon the cross, but allowed the plain cross. All right, these modifications do not, however, refute the generalization that Calvinism was largely opposed to art and music in the service of religion, but not in the secular sphere, right? So you see how they're like kind of like against the whole the whole Catholic thing, right? Like they're not really fully Catholic, but they're a type of Christian, supposedly, right? But they're like, going with these psalms, right? They're singing psalms. So etymology online of Huguenot, just before we get started, right? Huguenot says French Puritan, 1562. From Middle French Huguenot, which according to French sources originally was a political, not a religious term, all right? Because now they want you to think it's a religious thing, all right? They want you to think it's a religious thing, all right? But it's really not. So it says, which according to French sources originally was a political, not a religious term. The name was applied in 1520s to Genevan partisans opposed to Duke of Savoy, who joined Geneva to the Swiss Confederation. And on the most likely guess, probably it is an alteration of Swiss German Eidgenoss, Huguenots, Confederate. All right, Confederate. All right, for everybody who knows Psalms 83, what we know about Confederate, Confederation, a Confederate. From Middle High German, etigenos, all right, an oath, all right. It says comrade, comrades, Cognate with Old English genete, comrade, companion, he with whom one shares possessions, thus comrade, thing of value, possession, to make use of, enjoy, a Huguenot. All right. So what does all this mean? All right, we're gonna get into it. What do they mean by confederate? All right, by the end of this video, you're gonna understand this. All right. So what's a reform? Because they say that these Huguenots are basically reformed Christians or reformed Protestants or reformed this, whatever. You know. So it says in 1300 to convert into another and better form. To convert into another and better form. They were already something, right? They're converting, they're turning, they're changing into something else. From old French reformer, rebuild, reconstruct, recreate. From Latin reformer, to form, again, change, transform, alter. From again, form to form. All right, and traceive stands for 1580s. Says meaning to bring a person away from evil course of life, or well, down here it says reform, any proceeding which brings back to a better order of things. Oh, so now it's a little different, right? Any proceeding which brings back a better order of things. Let's bring order back. From reform, and in some uses from French reformement, a branch of Judaism. A branch of what? A branch of what? Judaism. As a branch of Judaism in 1843, but it goes before 1843. We're going to see that. All right, it says Huguenot Church. French Calvinists adopted the Huguenot name around 1560, but the first Huguenot church was created 5 years earlier in a private home in Paris, it says here. The origin of the name Huguenot is unknown, but believed to have been derived from combining phrases in German and Flemish that describe their practice of home worship, like practicing in secret, right? Practicing in secret. By 1562, there were 2 million Huguenots in France. 2 million Huguenots in France with more than 2,000 churches. Where did these Huguenots come from? All right, we're going to get to all this. I know it's going to start out slow right now. It might sound a little boring, but you're going to see all this. It's going to start making sense. Now it says here, this book, The Huguenots, Their Settlements, Churches, and Industries in England and Ireland by Samuel Smiles, LLD. All right, 6th edition. This is from 1889. And this image on the left is basically the massacre of St. Bartholomew. Those who have studied, or if you study the Huguenot history, that was one of their infamous days where they got massacred, right? Because they had to convert or leave. You know, they weren't tolerating Protestantism and where they were. So that's what happened. You're going to see that resembles somebody in history too, right? So it says the refugees thus found themselves exposed to an Anglican persecution. So they're talking about the Huguenots instead of a papal one. Rather than endure, several thousands of them left the country, abandoning their new homes, and in again risking the loss of everything, in preference to giving up their views as to religion. I also remember it wasn't so religion. About 140 families emigrated from Norwich into Holland, where the Dutch received them hospitably. All right, so they went to all the way to Holland, right? These Huguenots from France, and these Dutch people received them with no problem. We're going to see why too, why they received them with no problem, and gave them house accommodation free house accommodation. Why would they just do that? With exemption from taxes for 7 years. You don't even have to pay taxes for 7 years, Huguenots, during which they instructed the natives in the woolen manufacture of which they had begun before being ignorant. But the greater number of the exiles emigrated with their families to North America. Again, but no, they didn't end up in anywhere else. But the greater number, the majority of these Huguenots, exiles, so-called Huguenots, emigrated with their families to North America. Here, they came here to your land, your ancestors' land. They came here, America, and swelled the numbers of the little colony already formed in Massachusetts Bay, which eventually laid the foundation of the New England states. All right, so we already got one account of them being in Massachusetts, right? So they were here from the beginning, right, with the Pilgrims and all that. On arriving in Brandenburg, the immigrants proceeded to establish their colonies throughout the electorate. Nearly every large town in Prussia had its French church and one more French pastors. The celebrated Ancillon was pastor of the church at Berlin, and many of the Protestant gentry resorted thither, attracted by his reputation The Huguenot immigration into Prussia consisted of soldiers, gentlemen, men of letters, and artists, traders, manufacturers, and laborers. Numerous other bodies of the refugees settled in the smaller states of Germany and Denmark and Sweden and even Russia. All right, so far you're keeping track. They're all over the place, these Huguenots. All right, appreciate the love, everybody, and the support and the donations very much. Others crossed the ocean and founded settlements abroad in Dutch Suriname. Where? In Dutch Suriname, America, Suriname. Dutch, they call it Dutch Suriname, that's South America. At the Cape, all right, that's I believe in Cape Horn in South Africa, and in the United States of America, in the colonies. All right. The settlement formed at the Cape of Good Hope was of considerable importance. It was led by a nephew of Admiral Duquesne and included members of some of the most distinguished families of France: Duplessis, de Mornay, Roubaix, de La Fontaine, de Chavannes, de Villiers, de Pré, Leroux, and Roux. And it keeps going. These names, in everywhere they went, all these French names eventually were changed into the country they went to. Like if they went to, well, they were coming from Spain, and you know, they would change. They were going to Germany, they would change a little bit and alter the name, but it's the same people, it's the same family, right? It's just now they're all of a sudden Dutch, they're all of a sudden German, now they're Russian, now they're Swiss, right? 200-300 years later. All right, so it says other settlements were established in the state of New York, at Albany, under their patron Van Rensselaer, and at Manhattan, where they were joined by a body of persecuted Vendus from the south of France. At New Rochelle, also in Westchester County, another settlement was formed, which long continued to flourish among the descendants of these emigrants, where the celebrated families of J and De Lancey, well known in the political history of the United States. All right, these people are well-known people. They're Huguenots. In Massachusetts, they formed several settlements in the celebrated Faneuil Hall at Boston. All right, if anybody's from New England or Boston, even I grew up in Boston, I know what Faneuil Hall is. There's this historic building right in the middle of downtown Boston. It's supposed to be really old from those colonial times. Like if you don't really study, you don't really pay attention to it, but it's historic. All right, it's one of those revolution plays, and where all these people met, and a very famous landmark. But they're letting us know that this was a Huguenot place, where the plea for national independence was so early heard was the gift of the son of a refugee. Worcester in the same state was originally a Huguenot colony. All right, Worcester, Massachusetts. That's a Huguenot colony. Who's these Huguenots? We're going to get to that. In Maryland and Virginia, other settlements were formed. And from the Mauries and Fontainis of the latter states, some of the best blood of America has come. What do you mean, some of the best blood of America? So, like what I was saying earlier about the names changing. So, Fontainis in Spain, it would be like something like de la Fuente of the Fontainis, of the Fontaine family, de la Fuente, de la Fontaines. All right. South Carolina was even styled the home of the Huguenots. Nearly 1,000 fugitives having reached it from the ports of Holland alone. There they formed 3 colonies at Charleston, at Santee, and Orange Quarter at the Cooper River. The first pastor of the Huguenot church at Charleston was Elias Prelieu, a descendant of Antoine Prelieu, Doge of Venice in 1618. From the French settlers in Carolina have come the Ravenels, Fravesans, the Peronus, the Laurens, the Nevilles, the Boudinots, the Manigaults, the Marians, the Garis, the Hugers, the Gaylors, the Benorts, the Bayers, Dupreys, Chevaliers, like Chevaliers, right? And many illustrious Americans, All right, we're going to see how many. But Holland and England constituted the principal asylums of the exiled Huguenots. Holland in the first instance and England in the next. Many of these refugees passing from the one country into the other in the course of the great political movement which followed up close upon the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. All right, we're going to hear a lot about this Edict of Nantes. If you've never heard about it, it's when these French people, Huguenot people, were kicked out of France. They didn't tolerate Protestantism anymore, and they made an edict to remove them or make them convert by force. All right, so they had to either convert by force and live horribly there, or leave. All right, so that's what the Edict of Nantes is. And again, so many of these people ended up in Holland, they're telling you right now, and England. So remember that. So 200-300 years later, when they come to the colonies, or even 50 years later when they come into the colonies, they're being labeled English or Dutch Holland, but they're really French Huguenots. All right, get what I'm saying? So we're gonna see a lot of this as we go. So there was also a large number of destitute landed gentry, professional men and pastors to whom the earnings of a livelihood was extremely difficult, and these also had to be relieved out of the fund. From the first report of the French Relief Committee, dated December 1687, that is, only 14 months after the revocation, appears that 15,500 refugees had been relieved in the course of the year. Of these, says Weiss, 13,050 were settled in London. All right, so all over the place. 600 of them, for whom it could not find employment in England, were sent at its cost to America. America. They were just sent to America. Sent how? Remember, they had to pay their way. They weren't just getting free rights, and the only way they were able to do that is through indentured servitude. They had to work their way 7 years most of the time, from 4 to 7 years, to gain their freedom again, and maybe possibly they can own land too and be wealthy, unless they were already coming with a deal that they would have land granted to them and their own indentured servants through some deals they made, depending on their status, right, where they were coming from, if they had money too. Now, we're going to read this book. It says Archives Internationals de Historia de Indies, all right? International Archives of the History of Ideas. It says the Huguenot Connection, the Edict of Nantes, is revocation and early French migration to South Carolina. All right, between 1675 and 1690, from 150,000 to 200,000 Huguenots fled their native France to escape Louis the 14th 14th final attempt to extirpate Protestantism from his lands. These refugees initially settled in the nearest Protestant sanctuaries available to them, namely Geneva, Brandenburg-Hesse, the Netherlands, and England. But as prospects dimmed for return to France, many sought new homes for a permanent exile. The second migration took Huguenots refugees far from their native France and Europe to places as remote as South Africa, Russia, and South Carolina. In these new and permanent homes, the Huguenot refugees and their descendants experienced significant cultural and religious changes. Some of these alterations proved to be relatively innocuous. French weavers, chamois dressers, and silversmiths became, for example, American or British farmers. Again, pay attention when I'm telling you right here. French weavers, right? All these people, silversmiths, they became what? American or British farmers. All of a sudden, they were different people in history. Why? We'll see why. But other changes proved more problematic. Huguenots who left France to preserve their religious tradition became Anglicans. Now remember, Huguenot is more of a political term, not a religious. We just got the etymology. All right, so dodge the hijack. Presbyterians, it says they became, so look at this, Huguenots who left France to preserve their religious tradition became Anglicans, Presbyterians, and even Baptists. All right, what you guys know about Presbyterians and Baptists and Anglicans? What do you guys know about that? These Huguenots, right? So why are these Huguenots becoming all these other religions or, denominations? Men and women who had fled religious persecution profited from a slavery that victimized others. Hear that? Men and women who had fled religious persecution profited from slavery that victimized others. These same Huguenots eventually had slaves. It is possible that the commemoration of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes will stimulate a scholarship that makes sense of these and other anomalies in the history of French Protestantism. All right, so it's an anomaly because they're switching up. They keep switching up. Why are they doing all that? Understanding the revocation and the Huguenot migration to South Carolina lifts up a remarkable coherence in the past, even amidst wrenching persecution and significant social and religious change. The revocation was more than a catalyst for Huguenot flight from France. It predicted the very character of Huguenot migration into South Carolina. In turn, the Huguenot migration and fate of its participants reflected more than European exigencies or American opportunity. They bespoke processes of change and alteration that after the revocation overtook French Protestantism everywhere. All right, so changes, processes of change. In short, the revocation, diaspora, and assimilation were not discrete, isolated events. They were consecutive scenes in a major historical drama that historians long ago named Le Refuge. That's what they named as refuge. refugees, the lead refuge, the famous lead refuge, when the Huguenots, but to which they are only now given sustained attention. All right. On the surface of the revocation appears to have been a remarkably simple event. On 17 October 1685, Louis XIV revoked the Edicts of Nantes issued by Henry IV in 1598 to grant privileges to worship to Protestants. The result was an exodus from France of about 160,000 Frenchmen, women, and children. Now, there's other scholars who have said millions, 800,000, 500, different numbers. So they don't really know the numbers. This would have been a massive exodus, even in modern times, all right? A massive exodus of Huguenots. Who's these Huguenots? All right. In fact, it was the largest population movement in early modern Europe, aside from the expulsion of the Moors from Spain. Aside from the expulsion of the Moors, so they share something. It's similar, just like the expulsion of the Moors from Spain. And it was all the more remarkable in the face of crude transportation and a social milieu that limited population mobility for most people to relatively constricted regional movement. And one love to the chat. I hope you guys, I know it gets slow, it starts so slow, but you guys are gonna be shocked later. We'll see. I got some good info right here, as long as we keep going. All right, it says changes already embedded in the exodus from France quickly extended into the diaspora and directly touched the Huguenot emigration to South Carolina. With the help of demography, we can now see what contemporaries may not have noticed, that the Huguenots who came to South Carolina and probably Russia, South Africa, and other British colonies in North America, all right, other British colonies in North America, were not representative of the Huguenot population that fled France. This is most obviously demonstrated in immigrants' ages. Extrapolations based on the well-known 1697 list of adult applicants for South Carolina subjectship revealed that two-thirds of the refugees' children were born in South Carolina. Less than a fifth were born in France, and fewer than a twelfth were born in the European exile centers. The same pattern held true at the refugee community at New Rochelle, New York, where a 1698 census allows us to document the refugees' actual ages, and probably also at the Narragansett settlement in Rhode Island. All right, so Huguenots all over these places, right? There's also indigenous people in these places, right? Okay. They point out major differences between Huguenot immigrants in America and refugees remaining in Europe. In short, the Huguenots who came to South Carolina composed a self-selected subgroup within the larger Exodus population, something historians now call a cohort, distinguished chiefly by its relative youth. The Exodus. It says, yet the South Carolina refugees also were pursuing another occupation, farming. While they used traditional trade and merchant terms to describe themselves in their 1697 naturalization petition, many of the same refugees also were obtaining land in utterly astonishing quantities. All right, so these Huguenot refugees were getting land. We're going to see how much land and what influence they had and who these people were. All right, it's going to mean something. This is very important. All right, they were getting what? Astonishing quantities of land. Whose land? Whose land are they getting? The South Carolina land records only describe property dispensed through direct government sale or distributed as inducements to importing servants and slaves. They ignore the burgeoning market of private sales. Still, the colony's land records alone reveal that by 1700, Huguenots had acquired at least 36,000 acres of land from the government, most of this necessarily given to first-generation refugees. In the next decade alone, they and their descendants acquired yet another 68,000 acres from the government. By 1710, then scarcely 30 years after their first arrival in the colony, Huguenot immigrants. Hold on, let me just copy this. Okay, get somebody in here. Had acquired more than 104 acres through government sale and distribution. So you see all the land that these people are getting, right? And how did they get all this land all of a sudden? Remember, so we know the indenture servitude system, it was through land grants. So these people were being helped, right, to just settle here, just like that. All right, just bear with me. All right, so it says this astonishing Huguenot record makes the better known New England and Pennsylvania land acquisitions patterns pale by comparison. Historians often explain settlement in both these more northerly areas by the lure of land. In fact, South Carolina easily outstrips, sorry, its northern counterparts in its distribution of land to European immigrants. The English settlers who acquired land in 17th century New England or Pennsylvania before 1720 averaged less than an eighth of the 710 acres obtained by Huguenot immigrants in South Carolina. Even the largest New England and early Pennsylvania farmers usually acquired only 300 or so acres of, and it says, in addition, and somewhat surprisingly, Huguenot refugees themselves seem to have pursued land holdings more aggressively than did their Puritan and Quaker contemporaries. Certainly, some refugees acquired very little land. Isaac Vary and Isaac Remouth each received only 100 acres of land in 1694 and 1696, and obtained no more land from the government in the next decade. Sorry, I'm trying to get somebody in here. Just bear with me. All right. But others acquired enormous amounts of land. Powerful entrepreneurs like John Gaylord and Philip Gendron obtained between 3,700 and 4,300 acres, respectively, and appeared to have possessed sufficient capital to make much of it productive. All right. So these guys were coming here and getting land. They were being, very successful. They don't seem like they were going through the whole hardship like as other and Europeans were going through as in their indentured servitude and all that. It was breadth rather than the all too typical inequality of landholding that made the Huguenot record so remarkable in South Carolina. Virtually every Huguenot male known to be in Carolina in the 1690s received at least some land, 5,100 acres. So all these Huguenots were getting land. By 1710, a judgment made only on government land grant records. In contrast, New England Puritans often accepted increasingly restrictive land distribution policies. Well into the early 18th century, as the historian Philip Graven has demonstrated, men in Andover, Massachusetts, in their 50s and 60s obtained land only through inheritance from fathers who proved notoriously long-lived. They did not force town authorities to sell land to them or buy it elsewhere. Moreover, neither English, Welsh, Scottish, nor German immigrants in Pennsylvania ever matched the landholding record found among Huguenots in South Carolina, however appealing William Penn's promotional rhetoric. All right, so these Huguenots, are you starting to see? We just got one more in this book. It says widespread Huguenot ownership of land in South Carolina soon produced dramatic changes in the refugees' economic and cultural life. One of the less traumatic changes involved the disappearance of traditional Huguenot trades after 1700. All right, these traditional Huguenot trades, right? They're talking about how they used to be the merchants of silk. They used to sell this because there are specific people in Europe in their history who was selling silk, who was the ones in the merchants and the commerce. All right, remember we did our Sumerian videos and our Sephardi videos and how they were involved somehow through commerce or even from way back. All right, so I'm just telling you that so you can understand these same people had these kind of occupations in Europe. They were even considered gypsies at some time. They were migrants all the time, right? They were being kicked out of specific places for a lot of times, so they would have to do other things, right? So they became here's here, let me see. The rich, complex occupational identifications that appeared on the 1697 naturalization petition soon gave way to a ubiquitous designation typical of all European settlers in the colony: planter. All right, so they let go of what they used to be or do, and they just became what? Plantation masters, planters. All right, they were basically getting their own plantations. By the 1720s and even as early as 1710, Huguenots, after Huguenots called, let me see, sorry, somebody's coming in, no longer used the traditional French occupational classifications to identify themselves. All right. Little evidence suggests that they eschewed their old occupations deliberately, although evidence on these matters is extremely thin. It does suggest that Huguenots used their old skills when it was desirable. All right. So what they're letting us know there is that they all of a sudden was changing their whole way when they came to America, right? They kept telling you assimilation, right? Now this article is called the establishment of the Huguenots in Virginia. All right, I'm just gonna keep reading a little bit more of this history real quick. This is by Mary Wilson Bonahan Land, College of William and Mary, Arts and Sciences. All right. Now it says here, before giving an account of the chief events relative to Huguenot history through the period leading up to the revocation of Edict of Nantes, it may be well to offer here some explanation concerning the origin of the term Huguenot, which was first used about 1560. All right. Authorities have found it impossible to determine the true origin, right? So they don't really know the origin. They can't tell you, oh, Huguenot means this or that, and it's just some Christians. They don't, they're just making stuff up right there, all right? Because they've been trying to find the origin of this appellation, and many theories have been advanced and explanation, all right? In the etymological dictionary of Cledat, we find that Huguenot is a deformation, the aligned Huygensnessen confederaries, modeled Petrur, and it goes on. It says the formation of Huguenot from Eigengenossen or Huygensgenossen seems to have first place among many explanations offered. As there was a party in Geneva at the time known by that name, it seems plausible that the French Protestants would have used the same term. Now, I was like, what does this mean? So, Eigengenossen, again, just want to make sure, Confederates. We got the etymology earlier, Confederates, right? And I actually got it in a Spanish Wikipedia, and I wanted to translate it, and it says, Eigengenossenschaft is a German word that means confederation. The term can be literally translated as an oath of camaraderie, right? And Eigenossenschaft is a confederation of equals, which can be individuals or groups like states, formed by a covenant sealed with a solemn oath, all right? Such alliances can be limited in time or eternal, all right? They can be eternal, meaning it's still going on today, ladies and gentlemen. An important characteristic is that the parties are always considered equal, unlike the feudal society's oath of fidelity with their strict hierarchies, all right? So what are these Huguenots really? What are they letting us know here? What does this mean? What does this mean? It says here, Huguenots, a name which the French Protestants are often designated. Its etymology is uncertain, they say. According to some, the word is popular corruption of the German Eidgenossen, conspirators, confederates, all right? Conspirators, confederates, which was used at Geneva to designate the champions of liberty and of union with the Swiss Confederation, as distinguished from those who were in favor of the submission of Duke of Savoy. The close connection of the Protestants with Geneva in the time of Calvin might have caused the name to be given to them a little before the year 1550 under the form Huguenot or Huguenot, which became Huguenot. All right, you see how it be changing? All right, so under the influence of Hughes, Besançon Hughes being one of their chiefs. He was one of their Hughes or conspirators, right? Others have named after Hugon, a count of Tours. All right, so they're trying to give us a whole explanation. This is from the New Advent online dictionary, the Catholic Encyclopedia. All right, so now real quick, just want to show this book. All right, let me just all right, so it's the Huguenot. It says Bartholomew, the Huguenot Bartholomew Dupuy and his descendants. All right, by Reverend B.H. Dupuy. And down here it says, they declare their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, Numbers 1:18. They're using a Bible verse here. All right. So we got Kiowa in the house. Hey, Kiowa, can you hear me? How you doing?
Good. How are you, brother? How are you?
Good. So we're just going over this Huguenot info. Make anytime you want to give any input, just let me know. We're just going through the basics right now before we get to the juicy stuff,
All right.
All right. So in this book,
Rocket.
all right, in this book, in the introduction says the rise and progress of the Huguenots, origin of the term Huguenot. The term Huguenot was originally a designation given about the middle of the 16th century to the Reformed or Calvinists of France. All right, we already got those definitions. You mean a return of the order, the old ways, the order, all right, taking over, a changing of something. The origin of the word is involved in great obscurity. It's very obscure. They don't want you to know what it means, but then they tell us what it means, right? Professor Mann, the distinguished German philologist, all right, distinguished philologist of Berlin, has given no less than 15 explanations of its supposed derivation. The three most plausible need only be mentioned. It has been derived from a faulty pronunciation of the German Eidgenossen, Confederates, Confederates who were called Huguenots, a term applied to the Patriotic Party of Geneva, who maintained themselves in the connection with French Protestants against the tyrannical attempts at Charles III, Duke of Savoy. They were trying to take over his kingdom. This was a favorite explanation of the origin of the word with those writers who represented the Huguenots as secret conspirators against the crown. Man, why were they doing that to the Huguenots? Poor Huguenots.
I
Why did they
mean,
keep? Yeah.
you know they know how to blend in and all that good stuff. So
Okay, yeah, well, we got that earlier that they were assimilated. They had to assimilate, I guess, supposedly because of their religious persecution.
yeah, they true chameleons.
Yeah. So we're gonna go back to the article we were reading earlier, basically where it was explaining the establishment of the Huguenots in Virginia. We're just basically going over the name real quick of the references. All right. So continuing with that article, it says it is from these French provinces that originated the refugees who came to Virginia. And though it is not known from what localities all of them came, some few are known to have been natives of towns and provinces as follows. It says the family of Imbert came from Nimes, lower Languedoc. And whoever knows about Languedoc, southern France, this part of France, that was Moorish from way back, like way back. It was part of the Iberian kingdom and the Moorish kingdom. So even before the Huguenots were there, that was all Moors. So these Huguenots went there, even when they got expelled. Well, we're gonna see the origin of the Huguenots, who they were. So I'm actually going ahead of here, but this place was a Moorish place from ancient times and Europe. All right. It says the history of the Huguenots written for the American Sunday School says of the family we said was a settler at Manakintown, Virginia. Manakintown, Virginia. All right. From Matouban in Guyenne came Antoine Tarbet. So from Guyenne. So see, there's a place in France called Guyenne. 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 You can say this Guyenne, Guyane, Guyane, Guinea, Guyenne. A place in France called Guinea, Guinea, Guyane, Guyenne came Antoine Trabe, a Huguenot, in 1687, also one of the settlers of the James River. He died in January 1724. Also from Guyane, Guyane, Louis Latag went to Virginia, and for over 30 years was minister of South Farmham Parish, Essex County, Virginia. He was a man of blameless life and devoted to the work of the ministry. From London and Poitou come Jacob Pierre and Matthew Amonet, chiefs de familles de London, 1634. Jacob Amonet was one of the settlers of Manakintown, all right? Manakintown. I know you guys know, I've heard about that. The birthplace of
Knocking.
Olivier, yeah, the Monacan, yeah, exactly. That was a place actually named after the Monacan Indians. All right, so it says the birthplace of Oliver de la Muse, the founder of the settlement at Manakintown, was not far from Nantes in Brittany. Here was the seat of the noble house of La Muse Pontus. David, his son Caesar, and his grandson Olivier. Soon after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, Olivier de la Muse attempted to flee from France, but was arrested on the island of Ré. He was imprisoned in La Rochelle and Nantes, where every effort was made to persuade him to abjure, but without success, so he was finally expelled from France as a dangerous heretic. He was sent to England, from where he later came to Virginia on the Mary Ann in 1700. All right, the Mary Ann is a ship. All right. Also, a native of Nantes in Brittany was Paul Micau, who came to Virginia from England. From England, all right. So it's a French coming from England. All right, he might have been listed. Remember, they became American or British, right? They were starting to name themselves American or British. They were hiding their Huguenot history and settled on the Rappahannock in Essex County. Claude Philippe de Richebourg, the first minister of the Huguenot settlement in Virginia, came not came from Saint Sever in the province of Berry. Owen To disputes in his parish, he moved in 1707 with a number of his adherents to the Carolinas and was a pastor of the French church in Charleston. He died in 1719. It says the Manakintown from Port des Barques came Jacques Bilbot to Manakintown, all right? Jean Bilbot Reconnaît Metelet sa femme, oh, that's French, 4,000 livres, fled from Port de Barges in 1681 to England. Jacques Bilot or Bilboa, right? You see that? Balboa, Bilboa, Billabut. You see what I was saying earlier about the surnames, right? So Billabut, Bilboa, or Balboa in Spain, Balboa, Bilbot, or Bilebo, all the same. These are Huguenots, right? AKA Huguenots. One of the inhabitants of Manakintown, 1700 1723, was doubtless of the same family. At South BC was born Jean Pennetier, Jacques Pennetier, fugitive de Soubise. John Pennetier, naturalized in England, March 1682. Pennetier, one of the settlers of Manakintown, Virginia, 1700. Chatelis in Saintonge was the birthplace of Jacques Fontaine, the Huguenot pastor, ancestor of the American families of Fontaine and Maury. All right, Maury, the Maury families, Huguenots. All right, plans and propaganda for the emigration of Huguenot to America. As has been said, the Huguenots fled from France in increasing numbers after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, principally to the Switzerland, Holland, and England. All right, they were in all these countries. Many of them by reason of the privileges extended to them in these countries. Why did they have privileges in these countries? Think about that and remember that. Others, however, of more adventurous spirit or desirous of obtaining even more freedom, left these countries for America. But even after the great exodus in 1685, there had been a steady stream of partisans from France, beginning with the earliest days of their persecution. Several colonies were set up in America, some ending in failure, while others were more successful. It was but natural that many should be attracted to the English colonies of America, where they knew they would find many of their own religion or political ideas, right? And of which they had heard such inviting accounts of profitable trade and of lands of rich and agricultural promise, all right? A promised land, all right? A promised land. To encourage this inclination of the Huguenots towards America, as well as that of others who were looking with longing eyes towards this promised land, like I just said, towards this promised land. So the Huguenots coming here for what? Because they know it was a promised land, right? If you
But who
travelers,
promised them this land is the question.
I'm, I'm sorry.
I said, who promised them this land?
Exactly. Who's promising this land and helping them come over here? Why are they getting all these privileges in these other countries? Who's granting them all this land? Why? If they were getting rid of them, why are they granting them land in America? That's a very good question. All right, in the promised land. A few travelers of the period wrote in glowing terms of what they had seen and gave much publicity to their works, which became intentionally or not propaganda for attracting new colonists to America. Propaganda to get colonists to come to America. William Hugh, as has been said, has tried to interest Hayward in sending French refugees to his lands, which later came to be known as Ravensworth, but he met with no success in that quarter. So he offered the lands himself in 1686, saying that for the French Protestants I have convenient and good land enough to seat 150 or 200 families upon one divided uh, what does it say, which contains 21,996 acres. All right, you hear how much acres this guy has? Is this like real? One guy has all these acres. Whose acres did he take? Whose land did he take to gain all this? And who took it? Who gave him the right? Which I will either sell them in fee of £7 sterling for every 100 acres, or else lease it to them for 3 lives, paying 20 shillings per annum for every 100 acres. The land I offer lies within a mile and a half of the Potomac River and of the two both navigable creeks. All right. You see, he's a Huguenot. He got all this land. From the vestry book of King William's Parish, Virginia, 1707 1750, we learn that as early as 1683, Baron de Sancy seated a colony on the lower James, having obtained permission from the English government to establish a colony of Huguenots in Virginia. The settlement was made in what is now Nansemond County, then known as Sutton Hundred. This was evidently not very favorable location for a colony, and no records of it have been discovered. Hmm. From the same source, we learned that in the year 1687, 600 Huguenots came to Virginia, and that it is very probable that some of those settled on the lands offered by William Fitzhugh, some in Stafford and some in Spotsylvania. So we see that all through the 17th century, Virginia was constantly receiving the refugees from France, in large numbers and small, the number reaching its peak in 1700, when about 800 came over, many of whom settled at Manakintown. It is these settlers who will now be our chief concern, it says here. And it says chapter 4, the settlement of Huguenots in Manakintown. And it says, up James River is a colony of French refugees who at Manakintown live happily under our government, enjoying their own language and customs. Their own language and customs. We're going to see what that is towards the end of the video, what it really was. I know you're thinking French and Protestant right now. The settlement of Huguenots in Manakintown says plans for emigration had long been in the minds of those Huguenots who sailed from England in the year 1700. Plans which had been in the making for about 2 years and which had been changed many times. Much had been done in London to encourage and aid in going into America, all right? They were encouraging this to go to America, those who had become interested in so doing, since many of the refugees had come to England with few or none of their possessions and constantly required financial aid until they could establish themselves profitably. They required what? Financial aid. What does that mean? It means indentured servitude. That's the only financial aid they're going to get. Indentured servitude or a land grant, depending on their status and their connections and their money. Disbursements were made to those needing money from the Protestant Relief Fund, a Protestant Relief Fund, to get people to come to America. Listen to this. And it was from this fund that many were enabled to come to Virginia. They had a fund for these Protestants to come to Virginia. Records in the Library of Goodhall in London give an account of these disbursements. As for example, in June 1700, the sum of 38 pounds was given to Benjamin de Jeux, minister appointed to go to Virginia. Later in August of the same year, a request for 20 pounds was made for M. Castaigne, one of the physicians among the refugees bound for Virginia. Later still in the same year, requests were made for money for such Vaudois and French refugees as designed to settle in Virginia. Much was done also in regard to actually finding them land in America where they could settle. Negotiations had first been made with Daniel Cox, proprietary of Carolina and Florida, for purchasing land in Florida. The second objective had been Carolina. Letters in regard to the third plan indicate that land of the Nansemond River in Norfolk County had been designated as their destination. When the plans were finally carried out and 4 ships sailed to Virginia carrying them 700 and 800 Huguenots, Manakintown on the James River was to be the final destination for many of them. All right. Although those who came over in the first ship expected to settle in Norfolk County, Manakintown, the place chosen for the Huguenot settlement, was the site of a deserted village of the Monacan Indians, 20 miles above Richmond. So really, so they went into a deserted Manakintown and took over the whole town, right? Why did the Monacan desert their town though, in the first place?
The old school history books tell us that they probably died off from disease and all that from the Huguenots and everything.
Oh, okay, so yeah, school books would probably tell us that the mannequins caught some disease and they disappeared and were extinct and blah blah blah, right? But in reality, they either got enslaved as indentured servants for these Huguenots, relocated to other lands and other states, reservations, or they again assimilated into their families, married into the indigenous people, and they became the mannequin. A slight digression. Oh, I'm saying this for a reason. All right, we're going to see that later on. So it says a slight digression will be made here in order to give some data concerning the Monacan Indians who had village on the site which later was used for the settlement of the Huguenot refugees. The Monacans, the word is possibly an Algonquin one signifying a digging stick or spade, were a tribal confederacy of Virginia in the 17th century, who lived on the land of the upper waters of the James River above the falls at Richmond. They were allies of the Manahoac and enemies of the Powhatans, and their language differed from that of both of these tribes. They were finally incorporated with other remnants under the names of Saponi and Tutelo. All right. The settlements of the Monacans proper was known to the whites as Manakintown. In 1669, they still had about 30 bowmen and 100 souls. All right.
Big
So
up to the Saponi out there.
yep, yep. Shout out to Saponi to Telu nations. And so they're letting us know that in 1669 there were still Manikin people there. So what do you mean there was a deserted town? They just contradicted themselves. Francis Louis Michael, in the report of his journey from Bern, Switzerland to Virginia, October 2, 1701, it says, makes some interesting statements regarding these Indians. He says that the soil at Manakintown is black and heavy. Is black and heavy. Black. The soil is what? Black. Black soil. When I say black soil, black land to you, black soil, what comes to your mind right now?
Oh, black and heavy almost sounds like Ta and Mary.
Tamari, exactly. There you go. So yeah, the etymology of Kemet. If you don't know Kemet, if you look at it right now, if you go look at it, Kemet, the real etymology is basically black soil, a fertile black land, fertile soil, black soil. Again, he says that the soil at Manakintown is black and heavy, and so the Indians had reason to choose this place. All right, it was fertile. That was their place. That's why they were there. Today there is a red rough stone. Now there's a red rough stone. What did these Huguenots do? Now it looks like Egypt, modern Egypt, they're saying. Red rough stone, standing 4 feet high out of the ground, where at certain times the Indians, held religious services, as they supposed about 30 years ago. They still dwelled there. But when they inflicted some injury upon the Christians, Claude Bourne, who was then living on the frontier, namely at Fallen Creek, mounted one of his company and attacked the Indians boldly. He soon overcame them and put all of them to the sword. Also destroyed their settlement and whatever they owned. So you see what happened to them, right? Indentured servants, most likely. As has been stated, 4 ships came to Virginia, bringing the refugees. The first of these 4 ships, the Marianne, and brought to Virginia July 1700, 207 men, women, and children. Many of these went to Manakintown. The pastor Claude Philip de Richburg was among these, as well as the Marquise de la Muse and de Sally. On the second ship, the Peter and Anthony, which arrived in Virginia about September 20, 1700, there were 169 refugees. On board this ship was Benjamin de Jux, who was the pastor. So de Jux, Benjamin de Jux, right? Dodge the hijack, who was their pastor, right? And was also the real founder and leader of the whole settlement of Manakintown. Oh, the founder and settler, this de Jux. In order to ensure that Huguenots would live happily in Virginia and to encourage colonization by them, they were accorded special privileges. 10,000 acres of land were donated to them. Okay? 10,000 acres of land donated to them. The best of the James River. The best on the James River, 20 miles above Richmond, being the deserted village of the Monacan Indians. A fertile, very fertile place, huh? What a coincidence. They were soon granted full citizenship. Oh, they got their citizenship. They got their nationality. Good for them, huh? Citizenship, nationality. Oh, they got a nationhood now. And were exempted from taxation for a period of 7 years. Oh, hold up. So why are they exempted from taxation and they're getting full citizenship? Why are they getting all these privileges? Man, these Huguenots. What's up with them?
Indians not taxed, huh?
Yeah. So what? Indians not taxed, right? That's or Huguenots not taxed.
There you go.
Right? Huguenots not taxed. They were granted freedom of worship under ministers of their choice. All right. All right. So we're done with that article. We're gonna keep it going. We've got a lot of info. All right. So now we're gonna read about a specific history of a specific family that you didn't even know about. It's a historic person in the history of America and the Revolution. And I'm in the Suffolk County, Massachusetts genealogy and history. All right, biographies of the Revere family of Massachusetts. Genealogical and personal memoirs relating to the families of the state of Massachusetts, Cutler and Adams, 1910. transcribed by Sue Ann McKnight. It says Jean Rivori, the immigrant ancestor of the Revere family of Massachusetts, belonged to the ancient and distinguished family of Rivoiries, or des Rivoiries, or Romagnoux of France. They were what? Huguenots. They were Huguenots, and some of the family fled from France during the Catholic Inquisition. He married Magdalene Malapergi. Children, Simon Elson's son was a refugee from France, went first to Holland and afterwards settled in the Isle of Guernsey, Great Britain. Took with him the coat of arms of the family on a silver seal, and these arms were afterwards registered in the French heraldry book in London at the herald's office of Apollos Isaac mentioned below. All right, so if you remember from my last couple videos, all those family crests we saw from Europe. All right, so what if we go look at the Revere? What are we gonna find in these old crests? So it says Isaac Rivori, son of Jean Rivori, was born about 1670 in France, married 1694, Serene Lambert. They had several children, one of whom was named Apollos. The following account of his birth was written in the family Bible by the father, and a copy of it sent to the Colonel Paul Revere, Boston, by Matthias Rivori, a second cousin of Martel near St. Foy, France. Apollos Rivori, or son, was born the 30th of November 1702, about 10 o'clock at night, and was baptized at Recon, France. Apollos Rivori, my brother, was his godfather, and Anne Malman, his sister-in-law, his godmother. He set out for Guernsey on the 21st, 1715 of November. According to the late General Joseph Warren Revere, Apollos, the father of the famous Paul Revere. Paul Revere. What do you guys know about Paul Revere? Quick. Who was Paul Revere? Who knows this? Who was Paul Revere? Anybody in the chat know who Paul Revere was? Paul Revere was one of those dudes in Massachusetts who said, hey, the redcoats are coming.
The redcoats are coming.
The redcoats are coming, right? He's one of those heroes of the revolution, right? A very historic person in American history. Well, he's a Huguenot, and his name is not Revere. It was Rivoire. And I bet you it doesn't end there. It probably goes more back, and the name probably changes a little bit too.
Yeah.
Right? And I would say to Rivera. And you guys are going to see why I say that. All right. So again, Paul Revere is a Huguenot. I remember this for later on. It's very important. Paul Revere was a Huguenot, because you're going to know who exactly what Paul Revere was then. So when we look at Paul Revere's images of today, we got to dodge the hijack. All right. We're going to see why. So he says he became the true heir and lineal representative of his brother Simon de Rivori and the American branch of the family. Consequently, is the legal heir at the present day. All the other heirs having become extinct. The American family would inherit the titles and estates, if any now remain to inherit. All right. So it keeps going about the history of Apollo. This is another one here. So it says Paul Revere, an American Huguenot. Paul Revere, an American Huguenot, right? Right, so dodge the hijack with this image. You'll see why. You'll see why. Because he shouldn't look like this according to what they're telling us a Huguenot is later on. You'll see. The 18th of April 1775 is a date familiar to Americans, thanks to Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's stirring poem, The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere. Boom, the drums, yeah. This vivid recounting of the courageous night ride that gave alert that British regulars were marching on Lexington and Concord has thrilled readers for generations. The ensuing skirmishes, which forced a retreat of the British, are considered the first battles of the American Revolution. Who was this Boston silversmith? A silversmith. Remember the Huguenots? That was one of their trades. The American patriot with the French-sounding last name. Paul Revere was the son of Apollos Rivori, who was born in 1702 and Ricard in the Gironde Valley near Bordeaux. The family was French Huguenot, and because of the persecutions following the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, many thousands of Huguenots were forced to flee to Protestant-tolerant countries. The child Apollos was first sent to safety to an uncle on the island of Guernsey, but then the uncle paid for his nephew's sea passage to Boston and New World. He probably had to be an apprentice to his uncle and pay that back. Puritan New England was a welcome destination for the Huguenots. All right, escaping why is Puritan New England again, just like Virginia, Manakintown, all that, and South Carolina, right? All this promise of land to them, the promised land. Puritans, what do the Puritans have to do with Huguenots? We'll see. Escaping persecution in 1735, most of Boston's 14 established churches were Calvinist, One was French Reformed. Apollos turned 13 on the sea voyage and was apprenticed again, and was what? Apprenticed to a master goldsmith, where he became a skilled artisan. Skills and training he eventually passed on to his son. Now, are they talking code here when they're talking about apprentice to a master? And they passed the skills and training to his son Paul Revere, this apprentice skills of a master. What are we talking here? You know what I'm talking about. Is this subliminal? All right, this website right here is the Huguenot Society of America. Just another reference that I saw here, but they didn't let me get the article. It says England Huguenots were prominent. They provided 10% of the initial capital for the Bank of England, and 6 of the original governors, including the chairman, were Huguenots. All right. Now, I didn't get too deep into what involvement they had in Europe, these Huguenots, before coming to America, but they were very prominent people in Europe, especially with money, banks, commerce, handling all this finance. All right. What does this
Hey,
sound
hold on
like?
one second.
What does this
You
sound like?
talking
Go
about
ahead.
you talking about yeah, exactly. Who does this sound like? You know, we hear this story of people that control the money, the banks, and all that. That you know that are controlling our so-called reality.
All right.
My fault.
No, yeah, yeah. Like, exactly. You got to think about it. So who are they talking about, right? It says here that Sir Isaac Newton lived among Huguenots as a very young. He was most likely a Huguenot. All right, so I wanted to add that there. So another famous Huguenot, especially for those who do, research in history and everything, Encyclopedia Britannica. We're talking about Alexander von Humboldt, very famous historian. He wrote a lot of deep stuff, a lot of jewels in his book about America. He's talking about Atlantis and all that, the old world over here. He's talking about the pyramid of Cholula looking like the Tower of Belus, the exact copy of the Tower of Belus. He knew when he came over here who the Americans were. We're going to see that. Why? Because he's a Huguenot, right? Alexander von Humboldt. And what is the Huguenot? Why would a Huguenot know why the Americans are, who the Americans are? It says he was born in Berlin, all right? So he's a Huguenot born in Germany, right? Naturalist and explorer, who was a major figure in the classical period of physical geography and biogeography, areas of science now including the earth sciences and ecology with his book Cosmos. He made a valuable contribution to the popularization of science. He made science popular, all right? The Humboldt Current of the west coast of South America was named after him, all right? Early life, Humboldt was the son of an officer in the army of Frederick the Great. His mother belonged to a family of Huguenots, French Protestants, who had left France after Louis XIV's revocation in 1685 of religious liberty for Protestants after his father's death in 1779. All right, so Alexander Humboldt, another Huguenot. All right, and now what do we read here? So again, remember the Huguenots had to go wherever they said was a Protestant-friendly area. Many of them ended up in Ireland, England, Scotland, right? A lot though, a large amount ended up in Ireland. And by the time a lot of them made it over to America, they were considered Irish. Irish. Now remember I was telling you about all these Irish coming over here as indentured servants and all that, and so-called black Irish, all right? Just giving you a hint here. So it says Irish Huguenots were originally French Calvinists. Oh, really? Who, following the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685, departed from France rather than convert to Catholicism. The Dublin writer Charles Maturin, who was said used to sit in Marsh's library with a host pasted on his forehead to indicate that he was composing and should not be disturbed, was from a Huguenot family. The practice may also have served to demonstrate his low opinion of the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation. Wow. It was a point he labored at some length in his celebrated sermons. All right, so that's a famous Huguenot in Ireland. There's in all about 40,000 Huguenots settled in England, with perhaps a quarter of that number coming to Ireland. The literary impact of the Irish Huguenots in their host country was significant in relation to their overall numbers, especially in the 19th century. The English Huguenots barely registered in the area of literary production over their first 2 centuries in England. Daphne du Maurier, who published in the 20th century, is that community's most notable literary figure. On arrival in Ireland, many if not most Huguenots conformed to the established church. They conformed, as was expected of them by the authorities. They assimilated, right? They confirmed, right? They weren't Huguenot anymore. And a good number of them prospered within the politically and economically dominant world of Irish Protestantism. All right. The name Latouche is long associated with banking in Dublin. All right. Latouche, banking. Again, Huguenots banking. Latouche, banking. Who's the bankers? Remember, Dublin. What did Dublin mean again? Do you guys remember? Dub. Dub is black. Dublin means black. The original David Latouche fought with King William at the Boyne and later laid the basis of his fortune through astute land purchases in the St. Stephen's Green and Angier Street areas of the city. De O'Lear Street is named after Jeremiah de O'Lear, a Huguenot who was High Sheriff in Dublin and a founder of the Bank of Ireland. Again, another banker and another founder of another bank, Jeremiah, Jeremiah, Jeremiah. Is that a French name? Jeremiah? Huh? He established what? The Bank of Ireland. Here we go, another bank, right? Money, commerce, merchants. Today, Lefroy, who was to become Lord Chief Justice of Ireland, was another. Lefroy is more famous today as the man who flirted with and may have even toyed with the feelings of incomparable Jane Austen. Austen was working on the Pride and Prejudice when she knew Lefroy. Some say Darcy modeled on Lefroy, while others maintain it is the character of Elizabeth Bennet that is based on the quick-witted Anglo-Irish Huguenot. All right, and we're in the
So how
Brigham
can a
Young.
Huguenot be Irish?
How can a Huguenot be Irish? Well, you already know. You see, they migrated over there. All right,
Oh,
so Brigham Young University from Provo, Utah says researching Huguenot settlers in Ireland. All right, so it says the French Protestants who came to Ireland. All right, so French Protestants that came, so-called French Protestants, is that the beginning of their history? Oh, we're gonna go back before that. Who came to Ireland after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685 were from many different regions of France. Many different regions had Huguenots, and from a wide spectrum of backgrounds. What? But I thought they were all the same. A wide spectrum of backgrounds? The Huguenots are of a wide spectrum of backgrounds. Laborers, artisans, craftsmen, tradesmen, and merchants, along with their wives and children, were joined in the period by some 1,000 disbanded military officers, many from noble backgrounds, who were pensioned in Ireland after serving in King William III's army in Ireland. All right, in Flanders in the 1600s, 1680s, 1690s, and in later campaigns under Queen Anne, mostly on the Iberian Peninsula. Both, all right, on the Iberian Peninsula. Both Robin Gwynn and Raymond Hilton have estimated the total number of refugees who arrived in the period 1685 to 1720 to have been in the region of 10,000, though some other historians argue for a lower figure. In any event, the number of immigrants declined significantly after the 1720s, with many opting to move on elsewhere, especially to England and America. And America, all right, these Irish Huguenots. It should be noted that scarcely any Huguenots traveled to Ireland directly from France. Most first fled to neighboring countries such as the Netherlands. So they became Dutch. They became what? Germans. They became what? Swiss. Finally reaching Ireland. You see all these backgrounds they're talking about, right? Who's these people? They assimilated everywhere they went, all right, via England, and they were always on the move. All right, we're gonna get back into South Carolina now, all right? We're gonna keep going back and forth with different things, all right? Because this is just a compilation of the screenshots I got of the research, but we're gonna get to a specific point, all right? I hope you guys ain't tired yet. It's about to get deep. South Carolina, a history. Walter Edgar. South Carolina had one of the more heterogeneous European populations in British North America. By the time of the American Revolution, there were 9 European ethnic groups represented in measurable numbers. Of these, in addition to the English, the French, Scots, Irish, Germans, Welsh, and Jews maintained something of a cultural identity the Dutch and Swedes did not. After the English, the French were the most significant ethnic group in the terms of colonial affairs. Colonial affairs, their hands in the colonial affairs. These French Huguenots, far out of all proportion to their numbers. South Carolina had the largest French population in terms of percentage of any of the 13 original colonies. It was a diverse group made of Huguenot refugees, French-speaking Swiss, and Acadians. The first French settlers were Huguenots who were attracted to South Carolina by the promise of religious and political freedom and the availability of land. All right, all right. So they try to say, well, they wanted religious freedom and the political freedom, right? But also availability of land. I think that was the biggest reason. Availability of land. Whose land again? So-called Negro. Whose land, my brother? Whose land are they taking to give to the Huguenots? In April 1680, a group of 45 Huguenots arrived in South Carolina aboard the Richmond. The Huguenot answer to the Carolina in the Mayflower. Over the next few years, other immigrants emigrated as families or individuals. Then in 1685, Louis XIV revoked the Edict of Nantes that had guaranteed French Protestants the right to worship freely. Huguenots were persecuted and thousands sought refuge in Switzerland, Netherlands, England, and the New World. All right, we know the story now, right? In the decade following the revocation, 1,500 fled to South Carolina, many of them escaping with only their lives. In 1685, after months of suffering from abuses by French soldiers, Judith Gayton Manigault wrote that her family resolved on quitting France by night, abandoning the house with its furniture. We contrived to hide ourselves for 10 days while a search was made for us. The Gittins, via an underground railroad of Huguenot sympathizers, escaped from France and made their way eventually to England and then to South Carolina. Some Huguenots remained in Charlestown, but most moved north and east along the eastern branch of the Copper River and on the vacant lands along the Santee River to what was then South Carolina's northern frontier. There they established themselves as planters. They became what? Planters and plantation owners. What does that mean? That means they had slaves, right? There they
Hey,
established. Go ahead.
to chime in real quick, right?
Yep.
So they all down there in South Carolina, right? During the same exact time, during in the same exact major port of what do they call them, embarking Indians that they were sending to the islands and everywhere else. Because during the same time frame, that was
Oh,
major
definitely.
port.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Yep. I've lost my place. Where was it? Let me see. All right, they were in Charlestown. Yeah. All right. So yeah, they're grabbing all this land, right? They're establishing mainly, as you guys can see, in South Carolina, and like Kyo said, it's all connected. You know, all those stories and all that history. It says there they established themselves as planters again, plantation owners, while would become one of the richest rice-grown areas of the colony. Until about 1720, they continued to speak and write in French and married within the Huguenot community. After that time, Huguenots intermarried with the English majority in the Low Country, joined the Church of England, and made little effort to perpetuate the remembrance of a distinct nationality. They didn't care about holding on to their whole French culture or Huguenot beliefs, and they didn't really care about that. Why? Did they really
Because they're
care about?
millions.
Because they're chameleons. Okay, well, why? Well, Kiowa, you must know more than most of us in the chat. But you must be saying that for a reason, and I hope people like kind of like catching on to and getting the hint as to where we're taking this. Again, they didn't really care. Few even anglicized their names, but little effort to keep their traditions, right? While they may have become anglicized in many ways, Huguenots and their English neighbors continued to recognize the former's heritage. The area along the Santee where they lived was known as the French Santee, and when parishes were established in the 18th century, one was called St. Thomas and St. Denis. The name St. Denis, with its French spelling, allegedly is derived from the site of 16th century victory by Huguenot forces led by Admiral Coligny. The French heritage was also displayed in the retention of family names Bonneau, Cordes, de Saussure, de Vaux, Dubois, or Dubois, right? Dubois, Dubose, Webb Dubois, Dubose, Fort, Gaylard, Gendron, Gerard, Horry, Huger, Lawrence, Laguerre, Manigault, Marion, Perry, Porcher or Porch, Preleu, Ravenel, Simmons, and Timothy. All right, just a
Yeah, there's
few
one
right
name
there.
that really rung a bell on there is Manago. R.I.P.
Manigault.
Goat. Yeah, Earl
Why?
the Goat. Earl the Goat, Managoat.
Okay.
That's a player that never made it big. But yeah,
Okay.
my bad.
All right. Yeah, that's good. Assimilation did not come easy for the Huguenots, who found themselves the objects of intense ethnic animosity. In the elections for the first Commons House of Assembly in 1692, 5 of the 6 delegates from Craven County were Huguenots. This led to an angry petition to Governor Philip Ludwell asking him to prevent the Huguenots from taking their seats. Shall the Frenchmen who cannot speak our language make our laws? You see what's going on? These Huguenots already making laws, right? They getting power. They're gaining land and power, right?
Mm,
They're bankers,
interesting.
remember? Before they came here, they were bankers. Commerce.
Mm, plot
Trying,
thickens.
the plot thickens. Trying to unseat the Craven delegation was not enough for some bigots. They demanded the enforcement of more extreme provisions of England's alien laws that would have denied Huguenots the right to vote, serve on juries, or even inherit property. Governor Ludwell ignored the protest. It permitted the Huguenots to take their seats. He was like, nah, I like the Huguenots. It says by 1730s, the Huguenots had begun to abandon their language and customs. Why would somebody abandon their language and customs and to merge with the English majority? Huh? They were no longer as alien as they once had been. They're not aliens anymore, Kiowa. The more they became assimilated, the more successful they became, right? Later, French immigrants settled on the frontier away from the centers of population and for a while clung to their own ways. So a lot of these French frontiermen, these woodsmen, these naturalists, these men going in the woods, these traders, they were Huguenots. All right, we're going to see one that's very famous later on. But most of those Frenchmen, French traders, fur traders, we already got the French enslavement video I did about the Indians. They were not just trading fur, they was trading Indians, right? Humans, or over to the English. Their buddies, you see, the ones they were assimilating with. All right. Then they too married their neighbors, whether or not they were French. In Charleston, no one really cared whether backwoods French or German settlers kept their alien culture and language out of sight and earshot. They were supposed to be the colony's first line of defense against the Indians. All right. All right. Hey, Dan Okam Yasharala. Oh, you already know. I already know he was family's European. Look up the Blangards, I believe, from New Hampshire. There's a whole story there, but yeah, they're most likely Huguenots. All right. So we're gonna continue with slide number 2. All right. Just so you guys can know, we're on slide number 2. I got 4 slides. All right. They're not all the same length, but we're just getting started here. So not just getting started, but we're just getting good. All right. We're in slide number 2 here. All right. So again, much love and respect to everybody in the chat. Thank you for being here. I hope you guys enjoying this. It's about to get juicy again. I know I keep saying that, but I promise you. All right. So it says here the history of the Huguenot emigration to America by Charles W. Baird. I have undertaken to narrate the coming of the persecuted Protestants of France to the New World and their establishment, particularly in the seaboard provinces now comprehended within the United States. This movement and settlement took place principally at the time of the revocation of the Edict of Nantes, but before that period, important emigrations had already occurred. Emigrations to Acadia, all right? So listen to this. Even before the 1600s, right, this Edict of Nantes, that these French Huguenots were coming to America, right? Now we're learning that they were coming even from the 1400s, 1500s. Listen to this. It says, but before that period, important emigrations had already occurred. Emigrations to Acadia, that's in Canada. The Acadians, the French Acadians, those are all Huguenots. All right, I don't get too.
Haiti, the ton, same thing.
Yep, yep. And these people ended up in Haiti, Florida, and Louisiana. All right. So yes, these are all, most of these people are Huguenots, and we're gonna see who these Huguenots are, so you can understand real history. All right, we're gonna go in. We're going in deep. All right, are we? So
One
again,
thing right before you kick off, anybody who's catching feelings over this, y'all really shouldn't be, especially if you're a Moor. This is actually helpful to help you distinguish your Moorish lineage.
yeah, like which more, which more house or which more descendants, whatever, if you want to call it more, you know. So yeah, exactly. But we didn't even get there yet. But we're gonna. What does Moors have to do with Huguenots, Kiowa? What are you talking about, man? You confusing me, man.
Dangling that carrot a little bit.
Well, all right. You must know something, man. All right. So again, these Huguenots, these French. I mean, they're already in America and Acadia and Canada up there. Again, the Acadians, the French Acadians that were relocated from there or even sent to there, or Nova Scotia, right, to Canada, to the French West Indies. Again, French West Indies, where Haiti, Haiti, these French Huguenots, these French Europeans, French Huguenots, so-called Huguenots in Haiti, and by way of Holland to the Dutch possession of New Netherland, now New York. And still earlier, the effort had been made by Coligny, unsuccessfully indeed, to plant a colony and provide a retreat for the French Calvinists, first in Brazil and afterwards in Florida. All right, so before, I see what they're doing now. So they're not calling them Huguenots, but they know it's the same people, right? Because this is a Huguenot book. They're calling them Calvinists at this time. They weren't Huguenots yet. This is 1500s. They had a colony. They tried to make a colony down in Suriname, French Guiana, and over there near Venezuela and all that, Guyana, and they were actually warring with the Indians. The local Indians didn't like them. They were warring. The Indians, they were. You know why they were unsuccessful? Because the Indians, you know, took them out
They
of it.
weren't having that,
They weren't having that. They weren't
uh,
having it with these Huguenots. All right.
aka chameleons.
aka chameleons, assimilators. All right. Says the volumes now submitted to the public treat first of this antecedent movements and then take up the narrative of the event that led to the more considerable and more effective emigration in the latter years of the 17th century. The attempt has been made in connection with a brief account of the Huguenots before an exodus, all right, an exodus from France to trace the fortunes of many who ultimately reached this country. The recital is by no means to be regarded as exhaustive. It is presented rather as illustrative of the subject. Yet the number of families whose places of, all right, so it keeps going, it says the story of the Huguenot emigration to America has remained till now unwritten. Why has it remained unwritten? Listen to what this author is saying. This has not been due to a lack of interest in the subject, nor to a failure to recognize its importance. Its importance. Many a glowing tribute has been paid to the memory of the persecuted exiles, and many a thoughtful estimate has been formed of the value of the contribution made by them to the American character and spirit. What do they mean by that? What did they contribute to the American character and spirit? No traditions have been more fondly and reverently cherished among us than those concerning the hardships and sufferings of the fugitives from France, and no names are more honored than the names of foreign castes that indicate descent from them. All right, descent from them. Who is they talking about? Yet there has scarcely been a serious attempt to set in order the facts that have been known with reference to this theme, much less to delve into the mass of documentary evidence that might be supposed to exist. All right, so this author, I wanted to throw this in this video real quick because he's letting you know, man, they're not even paying attention. They're not really, they're like, there's so much evidence, but no attention has been made to it, right? Now we're in this article, it says the effects of the Huguenot diaspora on the American Revolution. Remember Paul Revere, right? The redcoats are coming. He was a Huguenot, right? So it says this is a thesis presented to the faculty of the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College in partial fulfillment of the requirements for the degree. Master of Military Art and Science, Military History by Stephen D. Griffin, Major, U.S. Army. All right, BA in University of Alabama, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, 1993. All right. It says here, Louis XIV's 1605 revocation of the Edict of Nantes led to a diaspora of an estimated 200,000 French Protestants, Huguenot refugees throughout Europe and North America, in what is known as Les Refuges. These Huguenots often intermingled and intermarried with earlier French Protestant Walloon refugees from the Spanish Netherlands. All right, the Walloons are just basically Calvinists, so-called Calvinists that had already been in Holland. They were just called Walloons, but they're the same people, same Huguenots, same Protestant people, so-called Protestant people. And they were calling it what? The Spanish Netherlands, because Spain, what? Had control? The Spanish Netherlands, Holland? What does Spain have to do with Holland? And the Habsburgs and Charles V, huh? It's all connected. By the time of the American Revolution, many of these refugee families had achieved significant political and economic power in their host nations. So these refugees and this diaspora, right? These poor refugees, hey, they didn't do so bad. Everywhere they went, they were getting land, economic power, right? Political and economic power. Often leveraging refugee networks that crossed the Atlantic and spanned generations as part of a larger Protestant international. You hear what he's saying right there, right? You heard that, Kiowa? So they created these
Sure.
networks, right? Because these are what? All the same people. These networks that cross the Atlantic and span generations. They spanned what? Generations as part of a
Mm-hmm.
larger Protestant international. So now he's calling it Protestant because that's what they're assuming. That's the history, the only history of Huguenots, right?
So how's it Protestant?
All right. Well, what does it mean to protest? Protestant.
Oh, against the Catholic Church.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Anything that's not Catholic, so that a lot of people can fit into that Protestantism, tag. All right, so continue says the result was that a large percentage of key American, British, French, and various German-speaking participants in the American Revolution had at least partial Huguenot ancestry. Given this high level of participation, this study focuses on what actual demonstrated effects of the existing Huguenot network had on the conflict, as seen against instruments of power in the dime model of diplomacy, information, military, and economics, and to see if they were leveraged to any marked advantage. It also reviews to what extent these connections varied across different ethnic groups that the refugees accumulated into, if there are any resultant effects on non-Huguenots, and if these transatlantic connections distinguish the Huguenots from other immigrant groups in the American Revolution. All right, he's trying to get down deep. All right, obviously it's a long article. Obviously all these are just screenshots of big articles and books. So I just try to get main things, main ideas across of what they were trying to talk about in these articles, certain things. Now he's saying here that this Patriot force would include over 200 militia led by Lieutenant Colonel John Revere. Revere, that's a French last name, right? Including his brother, Captain Robert Revere. The Revere brothers were descendants of French Protestant refugees, Huguenots, who originally spelled their family name Xavier or Javier. See, that's from Spain. Javier, right?
Xavier.
Xavier, there you go. And had immigrated to the Shenandoah Valley.
So
Shenandoah, my fault, killed it. And Baltimore, Maryland, all right? So what? These Huguenots, these Xaviers, ended up in Baltimore, Maryland. Over a couple of generations, the family assimilated into the Scots. They became Scots, all right? They assimilated again. Kiowa, they assimilated again. Yeah, again.
hey,
Now,
real quick,
yeah.
you just read a little bit earlier about them making a distinction of the Huguenots, right? Remember 1740, the South Carolina Negro laws?
Yeah,
They made a distinction of the Moors, right?
exactly. In South Carolina. I'm glad you brought that up. They actually, in the statute laws, you're right. They were distinguishing between Moors, uh, whites, Negroes,
Yeah.
mulattoes, and Indians, right? So there was a distinction. Now, another key note to remember, and big ups to everybody who taught this already. I put in one of my videos. Wanagi brought a video out again on it, about the how there was more Indians exported from South Carolina than so-called Africans imported. So, and during the most heavy times of supposed slavery, there was actually more people being exported out of South Carolina, which were Indians. This is historic. You can look this up. We showed the facts. Well, Nagi showed the facts too. All right.
Mm-hmm. Big up
And
Nog.
yep, check out that video if you haven't. Check out his channel if you haven't. All right, subscribe. All right, and basically, yeah, there was more Indians being taken out, and we know why. Because who was taking the land? There was people trying to come in, take the land. They had to move people out, right? So these Huguenots, we're gonna keep reading. We read earlier how much land they were getting. We're gonna keep reading later on, or right now, actually, a little bit further.
And speaking of that import export, right?
Yeah.
You remember what they always called the islands was the breaking grounds. So if you have a large export going out to these breaking grounds, then all of a sudden it reverses and becomes a large import. What do you think? I'm just saying.
Yeah. uh, oh, well, you already know what I think. It says Irish movement southwest along the Appalachian frontier and established a reputation. All right, so Scott Irish. So they became assimilated into the Scott Irish who were moving southwest along the Appalachian frontier and established a reputation among the community as both local, political, and military leaders, right? Now, what else was going on in the Appalachian Mountains, and what known indigenous group, right? What they say are mixed people were Europeans. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kyo? In the Appalachians, there were a mixed
You talking about the Europeans?
The swarthy Europeans. You know what I'm talking about.
Hashtag Swarthy.
Yeah, so we're talking about the Melungeons. The Melungeons with their colored, light colored eyes, and they said they were mixed with Europeans and offspring of slaves. But as you you know, Huguenots were there too in the Appalachians, and they were mixing with local Indians. So a lot of those Melungeons have Huguenot ancestry. All right. The remaining over mountain men also include at least one other Huguenot descendant, frontiersman John Crockett. All right, Johnny Crockett. Right, Johnny Crockett. John's family name had originally.
Crockett.
Yep, the Crockett's.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, Crockett, right? Who else is a Crockett? Yeah. Cochrane, or what? Crockett, cockroach, what? John's family name had originally been the Crocketug. Right? So they did the same thing as the Reveres. They changed it, right? They anglicized it a little bit. Right?
Oh, you just reminded me, Ellis Island. Remember how all immigrants that came over here, they supposedly had to change their names because they were too long or too weird or something like that.
Yeah.
So they had,
So Ellis Island in New York, yeah, they did something like that. Exactly.
And Angel Island out there in Cali.
Yep. So these Crockett's anglicized their name as well. When they escaped from France to Ireland, the Crockett's came to identify themselves with their Presbyterian neighbors. So we listen to this. So these are Huguenots who became Presbyterians, participating in the mass migrations from Ulster to colonial America. So a lot of those Ulsters we already got in the Swarthy Europe video were Black Irish, that whole area, that whole colony, Ulster. And we also got the reference of Black Irish coming from Ulster. So a lot of those Black Irish included Huguenots. Right? John's son, David, would arguably become the most famous American frontiersman, even before events at the Alamo elevated him to the status of Texas legend. All right? Beyond this important strategic victory is a strategic implication, this of a handful of Huguenot descendants participating on opposing sides at a key battle of the war, perhaps representing a sort of microcosm of effects played across the American Revolution. What effects, if any, did the Huguenot diaspora have on the American War of Independence between 2,000 or 4,000 French Protestant refugees out of an estimated total 200,000 Huguenot refugees? Ultimately immigrated to the British colonies in North America prior to the American Revolution. This resulted in an estimated 20,000 Huguenot descendants living in colonial America by the period of the Revolutionary War. Yet any quick review of the list of founding fathers, patriot leaders, and Revolutionary War historical figures results in names like Elias Bodinot, John J. Henry Lawrence, Francis Marion, and Paul Revere, to say nothing of the hidden Huguenot.
Eli- Elias Boudinot? What?
Yep, Elias
Oh,
Boudinot, right? Or Bodinot.
that
I don't.
Boudinot. Yeah, exactly.
So who is he? Do you know? So people can know.
Not exactly off the top of my head, to be honest with you, but
Okay,
let me see.
but these are
Elias
all
Boudinot.
historic, like
I
just
think
like
he's
Paul
an
Revere.
Acadian
Okay,
who teamed up, who did something with the Iroquois, or and actually, no, he came up with the whole Mormon thing. Or
okay. Hmm.
I forget. Somebody in the chat knows.
So he must have been a Moor man too. Because
Mm.
if he's a Huguenot, so again, they're saying right here, they say to say nothing of the hidden Huguenot heritages of men like George Washington. Oh, George
George
Washington,
Washington. George Washington.
Alexander Hamilton. All right, Governor Morris. Right now Alexander Hamilton. Now I'm dropping this. My next video is about Alexander Hamilton. I wanted to
Oh,
bring it out like 2, 3, 4, like even a month ago, but I was like, no, I gotta talk about the Huguenots. I gotta talk about the Swarthy Europeans so people could understand. All right. Now we
yeah.
know Alexander Hamilton is a Huguenot or a descendant of a Huguenot through one of his lines, which is his mom's line. She was a Fawcett, a French of the Fawcett
Awesome.
family,
Oh,
right? And she was a Huguenot. So Alexander Hamilton, we're gonna see. I got the proof he was a swarthy fellow from the West Indies, St. Croix. All right, we got the references just like Lincoln. We're gonna get that primary sources. Alexander Hamilton, right? So future video. Make sure you tune into that one. So it says a deeper review used a far greater number of Huguenot descended participants with names like Molyneux, Izard, and Freneau. This quantifiable evidence expands even further when combined with predominantly loyalist families like the Delanceys and the aforementioned De Peystiers. These loyalists often served alongside British Huguenots named André de Montresor, or even with the numerous the Swiss Huguenots in British service that included names like Haldimand and the distinguished Prevost family. All right, so I hope you guys are seeing how these Huguenots were everywhere in Europe before they come to America. So when they came to America, now you got French Huguenots, British Huguenots, Irish Huguenots, Swiss Huguenots. You see what I'm saying?
mm-hmm. Oh,
All
you
right.
talking about them caste systems? It sounds like almost.
All right. Now the thing is, throughout history, we were just like reading, oh, we got 200 Germans settled here, 300 Frenchmen settled here, and then we got 200 British settled here, and we're thinking it's all a bunch of different people.
Nope.
All right. So about that's what I'm trying to giving you a hint right now where we're getting at. All right. It says here. Oh, did I finish this? All right. Yeah. And also says the baseline assertion given this handful of examples drawn from much larger pool is that the amount of Huguenot participation in the American Revolution far exceeded the expected from the size of the initial refugee population. But this assertion, however significant and quantifiable it is merely a measure of performance. A more important question given of disproportionately high level of participants on all sides of the American War of Independence who had some degree of French Protestant refugee ancestry is what sorts of effects did those Huguenot connections have? The Huguenots were no Protestant Illuminati plotting over generations to play both sides of the Atlantic chessboard, and if they were a strangely misogynist version. Hmm. Why is this guy saying, hey, these guys are no Protestant Illuminati plotting over generations to play both sides of the Atlantic chessboard?
Oh,
That's
oh,
how do
it
you say
sounds like
that?
Hillary Clinton and their people right now. Well, he's
All right.
telling that whole sexual pleasure thing going on. That's yeah.
All right. So Tesurija just said something right there, so he's catching on. All right. So now, not just them though, not just them, Tesurija, other people too. They got kicked out together with another group of people. All right. So again, he's saying low. It seems like these people like had some big plot because they like had this big ass network. They're in positions of power. They're all over Europe before they got here. Even when they got here, they became powerful and in both sides of the war, even in both sides of. So they're like, it's not like they're just because it's not like it's a conspiracy. He's saying, right? Well, we'll see. However, the Huguenot diaspora did result in a Huguenot international as a core part of the larger Protestant international of the 17th and 18th centuries. The refugees possessed cultural and linguistic connections across the Atlantic. Family and merchant networks established remarkably quickly and maintained over generations overlapping connections that cut across various instruments of power. All right, all right, you hear what's going on? Various over various generations. By the time the American War of Independence, these descendants were often only 2 or 3 generations removed from France, at times even less, with many descendants in concentrated settlements still demonstrating an ability to speak French. The Huguenots were a group with a shared religious heritage, and also a heritage of persecution by royal authority that had resulted in numerous wars and rebellions back in France. Yet some still supported the revolution of the potential cost of their lives and fortunes, while others were just as willing to risk the same for the British crown. A cultural factor affecting these decisions may rest not at the stream's destination but back in the French watershed. Another about Francophile, one with Huguenot connections despite his lack of proven French ancestry, was Thomas Jefferson. All right,
Repeat that.
Thomas Jefferson.
Hold on,
Ori-
who? That
originally,
that's that guy
yeah,
on the money, isn't he?
that's the guy in the $20 bill.
Oh, that's right. That's where I know him from.
Yep. Originally from Wales, the Jeffersons family settled in colonial Virginia, full of French Protestant families, scattered from Manakintown to Williamsburg. All right, we got that earlier. Manakintown. His neighbors included the descendants of both the Huguenot, Martin, and Esley families. Young Thomas was tutored in French by Scottish rector William Rector, whose parish register was filled with French names, and he later went to school taught by Irish Huguenot James Morey, along with numerous Huguenot descendants. Jefferson was a close friend of English Huguenot Francis Fauquier, Lieutenant Governor of Virginia. All
Hey,
right.
hold on 1 second. All
Yeah.
right, so he was taught to speak French by somebody who was Irish,
Because that guy, that Irish, was a French Huguenot.
and then he was messing around. He became friends with Lord Farquhar.
Lord Farquaad, you already know. We ain't talking about Shrek here. Yeah, we're not talking about Shrek here, even though Shrek is subliminal. We already know there's probably a lot of Huguenots in there. Lord Farquhar's a Huguenot, probably, you know. You know.
Right.
So it says Jefferson later employed the services of one Huguenot, poet Philip Freneau, to criticize the policies of another Huguenot, his chief rival Alexander Hamilton. But it is purely suppositional to assert what affects this interaction with all these descendants, all right, of John Adams. It says here, John Adams was aware of John Jay's Huguenot refugee ethnicity when he deplored the New Yorker's strong prejudices against the French prejudices congruent with Jay's accompanying anti-Catholic asserting during the negotiations for the Treaty of Paris that he, Jay, didn't like any Frenchman. In 1806, the exiled Dutch, so this Jay, who was a Frenchman, was pretending not to like Frenchmen. In 1806, the exiled Dutch radical Francois Adrien van der Kemp would feel comfortable enough with Adams' knowledge of the Huguenots to discuss the very origin of the word Huguenot with him. Remember the origin? He wanted him to know, hey, it means this, man, conspirators, confederacy. You want in? Years later, in his 1821 letter to Alden Bradford, Adams is confident enough to identify the Huguenot ancestry of Massachusetts Governor James Bowdoin and the marriage of Samuel Dexter to another Huguenot reflecting. All right, so if you from Boston, if you grew up in the hood in Boston, especially Dorchester, Roxbury, you know Dorchester got Bowdoin Street. Bowdoin Street, I was there a lot. My friends are from Bowdoin Street and Geneva Avenue. And yeah, Bowdoin Street is a Huguenot street. You know, we thought it was slave. It's funny because we call them slave masters. We're like, oh, we got streets on the slave masters. Oh, well, these are Huguenot.
Yo, that's funny. Oh, you said John Jay, right? Hey,
John
if
Jay.
anybody in the chat, can anybody in the chat confirm that John Jay was supposedly Benjamin Franklin?
Oh yeah, somebody's. You know, I guess that's another thing going around, right?
Yeah. Supposedly it was like his pseudonym or something like that.
Says here from the so-called Huguenots. Let me put up the music a little. Down in South Carolina, Patriot John Rutledge was he surrounded by Huguenots in Carolina Low Country. Given this background, it should be no surprise that a young Rutledge would remember Henry Lawrence in their first meeting as a swarthy, as a what? As a swarthy what? Well-knit man, below medium height, clearly a Huguenot. Why is he clearly a
So
Huguenot?
swarthy.
Hey, Kiowa, why is he clearly a Huguenot?
Because he's hashtag so swarthy.
Because he's so swarthy, hashtag so swarthy. All right. Oh, now we're getting into something. A lot of you probably thought we were talking about just pale skinned people, right? This whole time. If you're new to my channel, you probably thought that the whole time.
Like the Kembe said, no, no, no.
No, no, no. But he was clearly a Huguenot. Why? Because he was a swarthy, well knit man. That's why he was so clearly a Huguenot. All right, William Cook from Roxbury, 617, Boston. You know, he knows what I'm talking about, Bowden Street. All right, yeah, it's a Huguenot Street, Huguenot Slave Master Street. All right. So hidden Huguenots, right? The identification of Huguenots and their probable effects on the colonial and revolutionary periods of American history first begs a question. What exactly constitutes a Huguenot name? The general answer to this refers back to both the premier, petite, and second grand refuge, and also invokes making distinctions between French-speaking Walloons that fled the attentions of the Duke of Alva in the Spanish Netherlands, and later French-speaking Huguenots who fled France, particularly from the later aristocratic Catholic refugees, fled the French Revolution to Philadelphia and New York, given expatriates like Talleyrand and Noyes the chance to cement friendship with Alexander Hamilton and remark upon how he spoke French like a native.
Oh,
so Alexander Hamilton.
Spanish Netherlands?
Yes, the Spanish Netherlands. That's a whole family right there, all right? We think of Spanish and Holland.
That's
yeah,
the same place where they had that the smokehouse where they called it the what was it called? Something
they were just calling
whatever.
Yeah, they were calling like the colonies. Yeah, the colonies that Spain had under the Holland. And remember that Charles V, he was a Habsburg, and these people, you know, they go back. They're all connected. All right. So Charles V or Carlos el Quinto, right, from Spain, or supposedly Spain, king of, you know, it was basically the Holy Roman Emperor, who we already know, if you guys been following me, was also hashtag so swarthy, right? Charles V was a so-called black man. All right, so Alexander Hamilton, it says here, spoke French like a native. Why did he speak French like he was a native French? Because his mom was a French, he was a Huguenot. And the number of French Catholic refugees who fled to Charleston, South Carolina from Saint-Domingue, modern Haiti, again, and the number of French Catholic refugees who fled to Charleston, South Carolina from Saint-Domingue, modern Haiti. Why did they flee? Why were they fleeing from Haiti now? Were they being persecuted there? Or were they kicked out by the indigenous Inca army?
Oh, yeah, them people.
Were they driven out by the indigenous Inca army that Dessalines had?
Yes.
Which he wrote about in his constitution in Haiti.
Big ups to Haiti and Quisqueya.
Yes. So, again, number of these so-called Huguenots, French Catholic refugees, fled from Charleston from Haiti, right? And actually greater than the French partisans that preceded them. Finally, some family names like Martin transcend multiple nationalities. Martin.
Man.
Martin. All right, that's a Huguenot name. And it can extend from documented Huguenots like Virginia settler Jean Martin to non-Huguenots like North Carolina Governor Joshua Martin.
Pause one real quick.
All right.
Funny you just brought up Martin, you know, the TV show. What was that movie? The Black Knight or something like that he played in? They called him the Moor in that movie.
Yeah,
it all comes full circle again.
Yep, he was the Moor in that movie, exactly. He went back in time. And he was like, yo, why y'all keep calling me this Moor thing? He's like, he didn't like it. He's like, yo, stop that. And then he kind of embraced it. He's like, he heard it so much. He's like, damn, I must be a Moor. Fuck it. You know? So it says here, Huguenot names are often hidden by combination of three factors. Why are they hiding their names? Masculine adjustment and conversion. Huguenots displayed a remarkable ability to integrate. They had a remarkable ability, Kiowa, to integrate and assimilate into other
Oh, you talking about
people's,
that chameleon thing again?
that chameleon thing again, right? And often prosper in the communities within they were chameleons in, which they sought refuge, aka refuge. Exogamy, in this case, exemplified by intermarriage with non-Huguenots, means that many French Protestant lineages are maxim on maternal lines that often narrow to a single paternal family name. Washington hides Marty Au, and Hamilton is better known as the bastard son of a Scotch peddler than for learning French at the knee of his mother, Rachel Fawcett. Rachel Fawcett, who has a very important sister. We're going to talk about Rachel's sister, Alexander Hamilton's aunt. Don't say it yet, Kiowa. It's going to be a good big one. All right.
I don't
You
know.
guys know her. You guys know her every morning when you had breakfast growing up. You guys
I
know
don't
who I'm
know.
talking about. All right. But don't tell him yet, Kiowa. All right. It says Rachel Fawcett, right? That's his mom. She was the Huguenot. Finding an accompanying first name like that of Governor Morris is a rare clue. And even this helpful road sign does not prevent the U.S. Army Center for Military History from describing him simply as descended from Welsh soldiers. All right, so this Huguenot supposedly descended from Welsh soldiers. All right, so cultural biases and narrative agendas. What? Agenda? No. Yet often the existence of Huguenot lineage or relationship is not highlighted, not because it is unknown, but because it does not serve the existing narrative or agenda of the author.
Uh-oh.
All right? That's a big one right there. And that goes in both ways, both for white authors, so-called white authors, and so-called black authors. They're leaving this part out. Why are they leaving the Huguenot part out? This
Hmm.
bias, this bias is understandable if the focus is, for example, on the Scots, Irish, or German migrations to colonial America. But the omission often seems flagrant. It seems flagrant, Kiowa, like they're doing it on purpose.
Oh, of
No?
course. Everything's always on purpose with them.
Hmm. James Webb, Born Fighting, does make a handful of mentions of the Huguenots among the other ethnic groups that the Scots Irish accepted into their ranks. However, the individual's French Protestant ancestry may prove interesting, but not relevant. It's not relevant now. Don't worry about it. It's in the past. Not far from the Victory Monument in Yorktown, Virginia, memorializing the British capitulation in 1781, there stands another smaller monument marking the homestead of Huguenot Nicholas Martel. He is the earliest American ancestor of what? Of George Washington, a Huguenot, all right? Along with other patriots like Virginia Governor Thomas Nelson Henry, Light Horse Harry, Lee, and many other members of the first families of Virginia. Again, many other members of the first families of Virginia who what ended up settling in Manakintown and mixing in with Indians and assimilating with them probably, right? That's all they do. They have a remarkably talent for that, as the guy said earlier.
Hey, who else was over there in that area like real early, like years before Manakintown?
Who was there? No, really nobody.
Ah, well, you remember John Smith and his people?
Oh, well, yeah, you mean in colonial times. They didn't really have large settlements there, yeah, but they were around the
Yeah,
areas. Yeah, they visited these tribes.
that might explain why Manakintown became possibly deserted, or
Yeah.
if not.
Oh, of course. They were there supposedly before, right before they got there. Still living, 100 souls, as they said earlier. It says Washington also he knew and conducted business and corresponded with numerous Huguenot descendants, from the eccentric Peter La Billiere to the that sounds like almost like billionaire. That's where the word billionaire comes from. La Billionaire. All right,
Uh,
to the
uh,
thoroughly well connected Alice de Lancey Izzard, as commander in chief of the Continental Army. His personal
oh,
staff included Huguenots, Alexander Hamilton and John Lawrence, who, along with the Marquis de Lafayette, made up the French corner of his mess tent.
mhm.
That's when Hamilton was a soldier under that
Yeah,
Huguenot. So again, it says George
Mama,
Washington.
look,
What happened?
Hamilton's mama was the plug.
Yeah. And says here, George Washington was the very first president of the United States, and one of his founding fathers. He helped to write the United States Constitution. Blah 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 blah. All right. So now let's get to the good part. It says George Washington was the great 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 grandson of a Huguenot named Nicholas Martel. Martel was born near the Huguenot stronghold of La Chorelle in France. He left France to come to England. All right. And he was mentioned in the register of the famous Huguenot Church of Threadneedle Street, London, 1615. In 1619, Nicholas was naturalized English. All right, so he became an English. You hear that? A year later, he left England on a ship called the Francis Bonaventure and arrived in Virginia. He built a fence around Jamestown Fort, and this helped the settlers to survive a Native American uprising in 1622. Well, thanks, Nicholas the Huguenot.
1622. That sounds familiar. You
Mm-hmm.
know, that reminds me of something I came across. Well, MBK. They made a post about Elizabeth Key being
Okay.
supposedly like the first freed African American or whatever in court.
Mm.
Proved that she was an Englishman, but her parents. She was born in 1630, right
Oh,
around that same year in that same exact area.
oh, you mean Elizabeth Key, who they were calling mulatto, the mulatto girl?
Yes.
Okay, the Swarthy girl. Yeah, I know. We're gonna get her. We're gonna talk about her in future video. Okay, and it says, so George Washington. Well, this guy, his ancestor, they helped the what? The settlers survive the Native American uprising. Why? Why did you help them, man? Maybe we could have had a chance. When George Washington married, his wife wore a dress of yellow brocade, silver bodice, and silver petticoat. The dress was made in Spitalfields by the Huguenot silk weavers. The silk weavers,
Ooh.
they traded in
Yeah, they,
silk. That was their commerce in Europe. Silks.
where were they getting that silk from?
Well, we'll learn where they're getting the silk from. There
Hmm.
have been 43 U.S. presidents, and 20 of them have Huguenot ancestors. All right.
43.
David Crockett. Yep, 43 and 21. Yep. David Crockett. That's almost like half, right? David Crockett, right? I know this is a little bit small. It says David Crockett. Davy Crockett, right? Was an American folk hero, soldier, frontiersman, and politician. Davy was the fifth of the 9 children born into the rough world of the American frontier. Many European immigrants changed or altered their surnames. All right, why did they alter their surnames? And this is also true for the Crockett family. The name was originally Crocketagne, and the family were descendants of Huguenots that fled to England, Ireland, and America. All right. 1812, Crockett volunteered as part of a group of militia against the Creek Indians. So it seems like a habit of these Huguenots coming to war with the Indians and helping the settlers and settle down and taking it and making it their own. Right? His duties included reconnaissance and fighting both the Creek Nation and the Redcoats, the British. Following the war with the Creek Nation, Crockett became one of the principal commissioners of peace in Lawrence County, Tennessee, and was chosen by his contemporaries to be the lieutenant colonel of the 57th Regiment of Militia. He ran for Congress in 1826 and was victorious. All right, so you know the history. And then we're talking about Alexander Hamilton. All right, just so you can know, it says Hamilton was born about 1755. That's disputed with 1757. We got to show that in the video. Apparently on the island of Nevis, British West Indies. All right, St. Croix. He was the illegitimate son of Scottish merchant James Hamilton, and that's disputed. We'll see why. And Rachel Fawcett, an English French Huguenot. All right, so his mom was the Huguenot. Now it says here the Huguenots in America. Huguenot settlers immigrated to American colonies directly from France and indirectly from the Protestant countries of Europe, including the Netherlands, England, Germany, and Switzerland. Again, as you see a recurring theme here, a lot of these so-called Germans and French and Dutch people, we always thought they were just separate people, but a lot of them were just Huguenots. They were the same people. All right. Although the Huguenots settled along almost the entire eastern coast of North America, they showed a preference for what are now the states of Massachusetts, New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, and South Carolina. Just as France suffered a notable loss
though the immigration of those intelligent, capable people, so the American colonies gained, the colonists became farmers, laborers, ministers, soldiers, sailors, people who engaged in government. The Huguenots supplied the colonies with excellent physicians and expert artisans and craftsmen. For example, Irene Dupont brought his expertise for making gunpowder. Oh, thank you, Mr. Irene Dupont, for bringing gunpowder over here to kill the Aboriginals. And they're still killing the Aboriginals. This gunpowder you brought over here, Huguenot. Learned from the eminent Lavoisier and Apollo Rivori. Remember Apollo Rivori? He was a goldsmith. Oh, he was helping him make the bullets. You see, who was helping him make bullets? Paul
Mm.
Revere's Paul Revere's dad, another Huguenot. These Huguenots creating weapons of mass destruction.
Sound like the Bush family.
Hmm. Well, where we gonna? Well, what are we leading to? Eh, Ding, ding, ding. You already know. All right, it says Paul Revere, master, silversmith, and renowned patriot. George Washington himself was the grandson of a Huguenot on his mother's side. The Huguenots adapted themselves readily to the New World. Of course, they've been adapting everywhere they went. Their descendants increased
Yeah.
rapidly. They're chameleons, yo, and spread quickly. They're like bunnies. They spread quickly. They increase rapidly and spread quickly. Today, people of Huguenot origin are found in all parts of our country. In our country, all parts of our country. Who are these Huguenots? Oh, hi.
Millionaire.
You already know. All right, so we're in the University of Central Florida. All right. The Evolution of French Identity, a study of the Huguenots in colonial South Carolina, 1680 to 1740. Nancy Moore, University of Central Florida. And it says here, the Carolina Huguenots left France and settled in England because of the religious tolerance offered by King the Church of England. Then they resettled in Carolina because of the economic opportunities advertised through numerous pamphlets. Again, they were passing out pamphlets like, hey, you want to go to the promised land and get all this land? All you got to do is move the Indians out the way and just have them work for you for 7 to 8 years. And you can be very successful. All right, so they were passing around these pamphlets. All right, several of which were printed in French. The dream of many Calvinists who immigrated to Carolina was to make a life for themselves and their posterity in a land that offered both economic prosperity and religious tolerance. In their pursuit of prosperity and toleration, these French immigrants encountered and overcame multiple political, religious, and economic challenges. All right, their participation in these struggles reveals the changes in their identity as an immigrant group as they adapted from Huguenot immigrants to merchants and planters to white British colonists. All right, what do you mean they became white British colonists, these Huguenots? They were immigrants, then they became merchants, then planters. You mean plantation masters? Oh. Several other colonial historians have examined the French in Carolina. Author H. Hirsch's book, The Huguenots of Colonial South Carolina, is seminal in the study of Huguenots in Carolina. Writing in 1928, Hirsch interpreted the historical data at his disposal and concluded that while the Carolina Huguenots were unsuccessful in their religious ventures, they were quite successful economically. Hey, they didn't do so good with their religious part, but yo, hey man, they made a lot of money.
Unlike, somebody on the streets.
Yeah, yeah, hustlers, right?
Hustlers.
Hustler mentality. They were hustlers, right? They were all
Yeah,
about
use the
commerce.
religion as the front.
Remember,
Wash that money.
they were funding banks in Europe, so
Yeah,
you know,
yup.
they came here and did the same thing, you know. All right. Now it says he praised the Huguenots for their rapid absorption into British society by stating that they were practically forced into allegiance with Anglicanism in rapidity and completeness while overcoming their British neighbors economically. Hirsch's work was useful as resource, and while he reached the same conclusions concerning absorption into British society as Godfrey, he examined Huguenot behavior from a British point of view. John Butler, a social historian whose book The Huguenots in America, a Refugee People in New World Society, was written in 1983. All right, this book served as a valuable tool in the further examination of the overall behavior of French refugees in colonial America, because Butler looks at Huguenots in New York City, Boston, and Charleston. His argument, however, is quite similar to Goodfriend's and Hirsch's. In this analytical work, Butler states that while the French were fairly prosperous politically and economically, they did not sustain their Huguenot religion. Again, they didn't care about sustaining their whole identity. Why? A strong identifying factor for the French. In this conclusion, amply entitled Everywhere They Fled, Everywhere, Bertrand van Rumpmek, in his most recent published work, From New Babylon to Eden, where's the Eden? America, right? The Huguenots and their migration to colonial South Carolina. That's where their Eden was.
Mm.
It says here, presents the most complete look at the Carolina Huguenots to date. He examines the issues around the unraveling of Huguenot identity and concludes that the Huguenots attempted to acquire the economic and legal means to put down roots and prosper after arriving in Carolina. Their goal was not so much to preserve their Huguenot identity. Their goal is not to really preserve or tell people or let people know that they were Huguenots. As to live fully and to participate in the formation of a new world society, new world society. A new world. It's a brand new world.
Societies. Huh. Wonder what kind of society.
Yeah, wonder what kind of society they're talking about in this new world. Right? Remember what Reformation was, to bring back the order of things, right? However, Van Ruijbenke's works is limited to the first generation only and fails to provide a long-term look at the Huguenots' descendants as they continue to put down roots and prosper. They continue to put their roots everywhere. All of the above works have made similar arguments concerning the rapidity with which the Huguenots lost their unique French identity in colonial America. Their reasons vary from an aggressive push on the part of the Anglo-Americans to conform, the crumbling organization of the Huguenot Church as a whole, to the lack of any unifying social structure in the New World. However, there are still several questions that remain unasked and unanswered. Why did the Carolina Huguenots so readily surrender their religious identity? Hakiowa? Were they coerced, as Goodfriend argued, or were there other factors? Were there other factors?
I think the biggest factor was money.
Okay, well, they did really care about them identifying as Huguenots. Was that very... It wasn't important, obviously.
Yeah, just like, what's that? The one Rockefeller guy who said, I care for no man's laws, and give me control of his money and I control his laws.
Yep. Much love and respect to everybody in the chat. I hope you enjoying this. We're about to get to the real juicy part. I know this sounds good, but we're not even at the good part yet. I'm telling you. All right. So yeah, thank you for your input again, Kiowa, and much love and respect to everybody out there showing the love, the support, and the donations. I appreciate it.
Everybody.
All right. Yeah, Cab, you already know. You already know. So we're about to get to all that. It says, where were we here? All right, so it says there were 154 Huguenots who, as adults residing in Carolina, signed a request on 697 to become naturalized English subjects. These individuals comprised the first generation of French immigrants in Carolina. They arrived in the colony as a diverse group of individuals. They were already diverse when they got there, but they were united in their aspirations for economic opportunities, they say here, but I would say power. They were united. Remember what it means to be a Huguenot. You're a Confederate, right?
Confederale.
Upon fleeing the various regions in France, many of the Carolina Huguenots, like Gittin and Thibault, headed first for England. A few fled first to Holland or Switzerland before settling in Carolina. Still others arrived in Carolina by way of the northern British colony of New York. All right, and we're in chapter 3 of this article, from legitimate Anglican subjects to merchants and planters. It says here, Judith Gittin had immigrated to Carolina in 1685 after escaping the religious persecutions of France. She had been accompanied by her mother and 2 brothers. Shortly after arriving in the colony, her mother and her brothers died. All right, they died on the way, leaving her alone to pursue a new life. Her pursuit was unsuccessful. Was successful, as she became the wife of one of the Charleston's most successful Huguenot immigrants, Pierre Manigault. There you go again with that guy. Their son Gabriel
Yeah.
followed in his father's footsteps, becoming one of the most prosperous Huguenot descendants of his generation. As a merchant, what is this merchant? What are they selling? What's biggest one of the biggest business in that time? One of the biggest business, apart from tobacco and products, also is indentured servitude, so-called slavery.
Oh yeah. A bunch of Indians.
Yes. So the younger Manigault had connections with markets in London, right? So they had this network in London, La Rochelle in France, Barbados, and northern British colonies. At the time of his death, his estate included lands, slaves, storehouses, residences, lots, notes, bonds, and mortgages. Was valued at 845,000 back in those times. Yo, that's millions. That's millions today, possibly trillions or billions. I mean. So Judith's struggle had not been in vain, for the Gritons and Manigaults, for the second generation, had achieved the dreams that their mothers and fathers sought when they came to Carolina. Right, they got their promised land and their dreams. Right, they're also
Hmm.
hmm by the second and third generations. They're letting you know here. So it says there are also records of a limited number of Huguenots who owned Indian slaves. Oh, really? While this practice was,
Interesting.
yep, while this practice was not prevalent, it did not seem to hinder an individual's reputation within the community. Hannah Gerard was the widow of Peter Jacob. Gerard, when she penned her will in 1735, her husband had been the son of Jacob Gerard, a wealthy Huguenot immigrant who had arrived in Carolina in 1680 with 6 slaves and enough capital to buy 4,000 acres. This
Woo.
wealthy Huguenot. All right. Hannah's husband died in 1711, leaving his young wife with 2 children and a large estate. In her will, Gerard left 8 of her slaves, 6 black men, 1 Indian woman, and 1 Indian man. Dodge all the hijacks here. You gotta see who all these people are and who these so-called black men are. What are they talking about? Are they talking about indentured servants? If so, black Europeans? Something we gotta look into. We just can't think it's just aboriginals or people from the islands or anything. They could even mean black Europeans. We know they were coming here by the hundreds of thousands as indentured servants too. All right. And 1 Indian man is all right. So they had slaves, right? Other Huguenots also owned Indian slaves. Monsieur Pierre de Saint Julien was called before the Commission of Indian Affairs in 1713 due to a report that he held 2 Indian women as slaves. When he appeared before the Commission of Saint de Julien, justified his position by advising the members that he held the women to justify a grievance and was subsequently allowed to continue. They were like, oh, okay, that's it? All right, yeah, you can keep her then. An item appeared in the South Carolina Gazette in 1744 of yet another Frenchman, René Perrier, who owned 50-year-old Indian woman. Perrier was the son of a Huguenot immigrants, David and Judith Perrier, who owned a large plantation along the Santee River in Craven County and 108 slaves. 108 slaves. Again, don't just think black. All right, there was also pale-skinned white indentured servants being sold around and working in the same plantations. So that's your own hijack. Also in 1744, perhaps in response to the above-mentioned news item, Pierre remarried his first wife, Floride Bonneuil, the daughter of French immigrants Antoine Bonneuil and Jean Elizabeth Vidu. Ownership of an Indian woman did not tarnish Pierre's standing in the community, however, because he, Carolina's third-generation Huguenots, many of whom were planters and merchants, were regularly involved in the business of slavery. Oh, really? They were regularly involved in the business of slavery.
That's interesting. I wonder
So when
why.
you say merchants, right? Merchants, that's what I'm trying to tell you, right? So either as planters who owned slaves or merchants who bought and sold them.
So one just beaver furs they was supposedly selling.
It wasn't just fur coats, no. It wasn't just chinchillas and beaver coats,
What about
nah.
spices and stuff?
Before they got here, yes, because that's what they had, the spices, right? The spice routes and all that, right? But not when they got here, because over here was a whole different game. Get what I'm
Uh,
saying? All right, they had to assimilate to be economically compatible,
it changed the
competitive.
color, like the
Yeah.
white.
Oh, and then become white British, I guess, as they were saying. The third generation of French descendants born between 1715 and 1745 was a group comprised of the grandchildren of Huguenot immigrants. Its members were not as occupationally diverse as their grandparents had been. The historical records contain information on only a few Huguenots who were neither planters nor merchants. A good number of these third generation cohorts were experiencing a lifestyle that their grandparents had yearned for but had not accomplished. Many were successful planters, owning as much as 12,000 to 24,000 acres of land and 250 to 369 slaves. Hearing this? So why don't they tell you about the history of the Huguenots? Look. So far, we got founding fathers, slave masters, all these famous bankers, founders. All right, we got a deep history here, right?
Yo, it's funny. It's like they keep the Huguenots like in a cryptic manner.
Mm-hmm. The hidden Huguenots, right? So let's see how long this video lasts on YouTube. All right, we'll see. But anyway, again, they had many of them. What had 24,000 acres? Just one person? Like, you serious? That's greedy.
Yeah.
Who owns land like that? Like, we do. That's not in our nature to own land. Definitely not.
Facts. And the other thing that shows is like if they're willing to give that much land away to like one person, imagine how much land that they really think is here. I imagine how much land is really here that we just don't actually know.
Yeah. Exactly. Shout out to my boy Carlos Barboza. He's my boy from Boston. He knows what I'm talking about when I was talking about Bowdoin Street. Hey Carlos, if you missed it, Bowdoin Street, that's a Huguenot street. All right, he was a Huguenot. All right, so most merchants again were okay. Well, it says others were prosperous merchants with economic ties to England and West Indies and northern colonies. So they had this network of business going on. But remember in history who you thought it was. Well, it's still the same people. We're gonna get to that, all right? So who had all this network? Who all these merchants? Who was selling slaves, right? You already know who I'm talking about, right? Who I'm about to get to, right? Most merchants were also engaged in agricultural business as well. Sometimes owning their own plantations, sometimes lending money to others to become established as planters. Still, others were actively participating in the colony assembly or council members, treasurers or speakers of the house. The majority worshipped in Anglican churches, but a few were still supporting the remnants of their forefathers, French churches, through their attendance with their donations. That was their meeting place.
I wonder how much the interest was.
Yep.
On those loans.
Oh,
how much the interest was.
Well, we're gonna read later on what they were doing. I think it's actually coming soon. They were to actually help. Actually, before this, they were already doing this in Europe, and you're gonna see the interest rates they were putting on these people. Man, they didn't care. I mean, they know they had the other people that have no choice. And you know, when they know that they got people by the rope, right? They're like, oh, okay, we can charge whatever interest we want. And you know who does that to us today? You know what I mean? Who's greedy like that? Who owns banks? Who owns all this stuff today? Yeah. All right, we'll get to that. But I know you're thinking just one group. I know everybody's just thinking one group. All right. Now, one character that is unique to the third generation is that they more frequently married outside of the Huguenot families, especially those who resided in Charleston. One common thread that ran through this generational group was that nearly all owned slaves. Some owned only a few. Some owned a great many. Whether colonists worked as craftsmen, merchants, or planters, nearly everyone in Carolina, male and female, had at least one slave, with the exception of the very poor. All right. This is verified in the wills of many of the French colonists. All right, they all had slaves. The Huguenots and their descendants aspired to be slave owners. I can't wait to be a slave owner or own indentured servants, the real slavery that became chattel. Some even brought slaves with them upon their arrival in the colony. Craven County was a stronghold for French settlers, many of whom owned slaves as witnessed from their wills in 1741. John June, alias Jean June, a resident of Craven County, willed his wife, a Negro woman. He left the balance of his estate, so his wife was a so-called Negro woman. All right, this Huguenot.
And so she was a so-called Negro woman, but many of the French settlers brought their own slaves.
Yeah, yeah, but they brought their own slaves. Who was these slaves? They weren't coming from Africa. They weren't coming from Africa. We know that, right? That's a fact. They're coming from Europe, right? These Huguenots.
Well, they might be Afrikaners.
Mm. He left the balance of his estate, which consisted of slaves, a horse, and cattle, to his eldest son John. Another Huguenot descendant who resided in Craven County was Abraham Mikau. In 1765, Mikau, that sounds almost Hebrew to me, willed his four sons land, while his wife received furniture, livestock, and three slaves, a Negro called Charles, a young wench called Lisette, and a girl called Julata. She's not a mulata, she's a Julata. Julata, all right? His
Yo, that's where
daughter,
gelato come from.
Gelato, yeah, I'm not even, we're trying to keep live, we're trying to stay live. His daughter Hester also received a ranch called Elsie. His house wench, Phoebe, was to go to whichever of his sons she so chose. All right. So that was that article. All right, we're gonna keep it going. All right. The French Huguenots of colonial South Carolina. Assimilation or Acculturation by Brenda Faye Roth, BA, University of Arizona, 1984, and University of South Carolina, 1987. All right, that's her degrees. Says here, the question of assimilation versus acculturation is one that should be tested. The Huguenots of colonial South Carolina provide a forum to look at the experience of a minority group in colonial society and how they dealt with the process. This paper advocates that the French Protestants in Carolina did not disappear as a separate cultural group, but rather they adopted certain behaviors that brought them economic and political success in the colony. All right?
Adopted. That's
Chameleon.
almost a chameleon.
Yep. That's like another a nice way of saying chameleon, right? These behaviors included acquiring large pieces of land. That was one behavior, as amassing fortunes, right? And moving into elite South Carolina society. As a result, they threatened those who thought of them as aliens, caused conflict in the colony between political factions. These conflicts refute the notion that the Huguenots disappeared as a separate identity by 1750. Cultural groups that vanish do not threaten or create conflicts because the dominant group absorbs them. All right, they're like they didn't disappear. The story of Huguenot acculturation in South Carolina shows them. The story of Huguenot acculturation in South Carolina shows how immigrant groups can change the host society. Again, the story of Huguenot acculturation in South Carolina shows how an immigrant group can change the host society and how the dominant group is also altered as a result of the intermingling of cultures. All right? They're letting you know sign right there. Assimilation in American life. Says sub-process or condition. Says change of cultural patterns to those of host society. It says stage, cultural behavior simulation term, acculturation. It says two, large-scale entrance into cliques, clubs, and institutions of host society on primary group level. Stage, structural assimilation. Number three, a large-scale intermarriage. And that's called what? Part of the stage, a marital assimilation, amalgamation. All right. Number four, development of sense of peoplehood based on exclusively on host society. And that stage is the identificational assimilation. Number five, absence of prejudice. And that stage is attitude receptional assimilation. Absence of prejudice. Oh, yeah. Absence of discrimination. Behavior receptional assimilation. So acting like the people there. Oh, you hate so-called blacks? Yeah, well, I hate them too then. You know? Absence of value, power conflict. This stage is called civic assimilation. All right, so they were assimilating into everything. And this is from Milton M. Gordon, Assimilation in American Life, the Role of Race, Religion, and National Origins, New York, 1964. Several historians have characterized the Huguenot experience in Carolina as assimilation. It was, however, more correctly an acculturation process, in which Huguenots did not simply become English Anglican. Minority groups in any society that acculturate do not disappear as a subculture, but they do adapt to their new environments by making behavioral and cultural changes. The acculturation process began almost immediately as the Huguenots moved into the dominant culture with ease. They arrived in Carolina soon after it was established, and the primitive conditions they found there supplied the backdrop for them to use their skills and talents to effect changes in a dynamic Charleston society and to take advantage of economic opportunities found in Carolina. French Protestants understood the importance of blending of their culture. They understood how important that was. Why? We're gonna read, all right? We're almost on the third slide. With that of the whole society, they know it was very important. We gotta, we gotta assimilate into the whole society while maintaining the continuity of their distinct traditions of communal and religious life, while maintaining their secret, the crypto lifestyle,
Crypto.
the
Crypto.
crypto.
Uh-oh.
They adapted. Hey. They adapted old world practices to new world demands. But as they did so, the dominant society did not completely engulf them. All right. Author H. Hurst depicts the assimilation of the French in Carolina in religious and familial terms. The rapid assimilation of the French in Carolina, he begins, into the established church and their intermarriage with other nationalities. What nationalities are remarkable features of their early history? This includes Indian nations.
Uh-oh.
Okay. He
Uh-oh.
states that the assimilation, John Butler agrees with both Hirsch and Wallace. He refers to the Huguenot assimilation in South Carolina as a swift disappearance of a cohesive refugee group involving the pace and extent of their movement into a non-Huguenot religious group. Unlike Hirsch, however, Butler associates the Huguenot assimilation with agriculture. He states that the South Carolina Huguenot refugees began assimilating when they no longer cultivated the products traditionally associated with them, which is what? Wine and what? Silk. Silk.
Who was making silk?
Who was
Somebody was making silk for somebody, weren't they?
Yep. Land represented wealth and status in Carolina, and we find that the Huguenots purchased large amounts to ensure their stations in society. Like, hey, if we want to be successful, we got to get land, guys. And they was like, hey, let's do it. The documents reveal that the Lord's proprietors initially set aside specific regions for the French Protestants. Yet, as land in other areas became available, Huguenots quickly took advantage of these sales. They did not abandon their old settlements, though, in favor of the new ones. The combination of separate communities and purchase of additional land in other parts of the Low Country shows that both community and wealth accumulation were important. They were very important. All right. And that is slide number 3. And that brings us to slide number 3. All right. Are you guys ready? Now, again, this is not personal. This is just history. All right. We already know Europe was Swarthy, so let's not forget that.
So
So
swarthy.
now we know these Huguenots were all over Europe, right? And look what they were doing in the Americas, right? Now they're gonna see who we're talking about, all right? But first of all, I want to start out with this term, Morisco. What is a Morisco, right? It says here, Spanish little Moors or Moriscos, Portuguese, were Spanish Muslims who converted to Catholicism during the Reconquista of Spain. The term later became a pejorative applied to those who had outwardly converted but secretly continued to practice Islam. So they were
Secretly.
so these people, these Moriscos, were really Moors, right, or Muslims, right? Moors, and we're talking about melanated, dark-skinned people, right? Dark-skinned Europeans with a Muslim heritage, right, and culture, even religion, history, and they were basically Catholics by name, but they were really still practicing Islam, right? So just like the Huguenots assimilated, these Moriscos were assimilating into Catholicism, right? Now,
Uh,
all right. So now we're at this website. It's called Advancing Rational Faith Academy. All right. I thought this brother had a good article here, or these people. That's RFAG or I'm sorry, ARFAglobal.com. And then there's a Huguenot. So you could just Google that. Now it says Huguenots were descendants of Muslims in Europe. What?
Uh-oh.
Hey, wait a minute. Whoa, hold up. We were just talking about slave owners. Hold up, man. What do you mean, man? Nah, man. Yo,
Nah. Now,
Why?
the only Muslim slave trade that ever happened is still going on in Africa today. So I don't
Nah,
know.
yeah, nah. This dude gotta be wrong, man. But you know what? I'm gonna read it just cause I'm a historian and I'm a researcher. I'm gonna read to see what it says so we can verify this historically, right? All right. So Huguenots were descendants of Muslims in Europe. Huguenot history descriptions fade in Europe, and their occupations and skills, etc., are so integrally related to Muslims that it is not far-fetched to investigate their being Muslims. Remember, it is well known that well before the fall of Muslim Imarat and Wilayats of Sicily and Spain, Muslims had to use two names, where one is to hide their Muslim origins when passing through doing business with people in enemy areas, such as investigation becomes more of a possibility when we know that Muslims in Spain and other parts of Europe are known in many denominations: Moors, Moriscos, Relais, Genaries, Mudijars, Crypto Muslims, Conversos, and may also be Huguenots as well.
Crypto,
Crypto Muslims, secret
crypto hug
Muslims.
nuts. Oh, that
Mhm.
explains why they're chameleons.
Yeah.
Ah, got you.
Says in 1534, a member of the persecuted French Huguenots, James Cartier of Saint Malo, began the exploration of New France. It is claimed that Cartier was Catholic, though he came from a Huguenot family, and his expedition was financed by Philippe de Cabot, a Huguenot. The
Oh,
first,
hold on. Pause real quick.
yes,
All right. All right. So two things, right? First, Cabot. John
yeah,
Cabot came here to America
yeah,
probably either before Columbus or right after Columbus. One of the two is really not sure.
yeah,
And two, that Cartier name. You know how everybody's trying to over here ban Aunt Jemima and all that? How about we ban Cartier watches? Cartier, all that. How about we go after that instead of Aunt Jemima?
yeah. Well, I got signed on Aunt Jemima. All right. And you're right, man. You're right. I hope people are paying attention. So again, I said Cabot, but I guess it's supposed to be said pronounced Shabbat in the French way. But that's the same
Chabot.
family. It's the same family. Cabot, exactly. That's John Cabot. It was probably a Huguenot too from England. They had anglicized their Chabot name. All right, a Huguenot. Now what? Now that we know, so they're saying they're Muslims, right? So who was the navigators and the map makers? Right? So it makes sense that these people would be navigating and coming, right? If they are Muslims, well, we're going to keep reading, right? So Philip de Chabot, a Huguenot, the first Huguenot colony was established in 1540 at Cap Rouge near present-day Quebec City, Canada by Jean-Francois de la Roque. Sur de Rovernal, a Huguenot. All right, a Huguenot, another Huguenot important in history. This settlement was abandoned in 1543. All right, world famous silk textile technology at Andalus reached Britain through Huguenots. What? The silk? What? Remember the Huguenots? That was their trade before they went to the Americas and became merchants of humans. It says
Mhm.
Al Andalus became a center of silk production, including both import of silk thread and cultivation of silkwork. Styles and technologies from Eastern Muslim lands kept pace with Andalusian fashions of the court and among the wealthy. Silk textiles became important articles of the export trade. Andalusian silks at first had similar designs, motifs like those of Persian, Byzantine, and Mesopotamian origin. Andalusian weavers also copied styles popular in Baghdad. All right, so I got a couple links there. It says the Huguenot influence on English silk weaving. Huguenot logo pendant is a sign of for source of light and enlightenment earlier used by pre-Islamic Hanif people who were earliest Muslim converts. All right, the Huguenot logo. An inscription with Quranic verse Bismillah and Huguenot logo found in Arabia town of Kilwa in Arabia. All right, you see that
So
cross?
they were Muslim converts, so that would make them Moriscos.
Yes, Moriscos, Conversos, or crypto Muslims. Exactly.
Ah,
Yes.
hold on, but isn't there a difference between a converso and a Morisco?
Converso just means convert.
I thought that applied to somebody else. I'm
That
sorry. Hold
that applied to Jews as well because they also
on.
converted.
Oh,
That's what they were
okay.
called conversos. You know, so European and Ottoman literature of the 18th century provides details of close relationship of Huguenots with the Ottomans, page 8 of the Ottoman state, and its place in world history, introduction, Camel Age Carpet, 1974. Hundreds of fugitive religionaries, Huguenots, carried off to the Ottoman regencies after the revocation of the Edict of Nantes. All right, Huguenot history, description, fate in Europe, and their occupations and skills, etc., are so integrally related to Muslim that it is not far. Okay, so this is what we read in the beginning. All right, it says Huguenots and Commissars as aliens in France. All right, let's see. The Huguenot saga in the 17th century France continued an event tragically similar to the expulsion of the Spanish Moriscos. For it was in 1685 that Louis XIV, after some preliminary persecutions, revoked the Edict of Nantes. The king's Protestant subjects were thereby compelled to become Catholics or leave their country between 2 and 300,000 Huguenots. It has been estimated emigrated in consequences. This act of tyrannous injustice, like the Morisco expulsion, was perpetrated in the name of unity, as understood by an absolute sovereign. So the Huguenots
Mm,
experienced the same thing the Moriscos experienced, really, right?
yep.
All right,
Hey,
so
are you
why?
able to click on that picture
No, like what? What do you mean?
of the sign after you read that next
Oh
paragraph out?
no, this is because this is not an internet. This is a screenshot.
Ah, okay.
So I found this in that article. It says, why ignore the fact that Turks frequently have surnames Haji and Huguenots with surnames Turk?
Turk.
Yep.
Uh
The Turk
oh.
House. See that sign? The sign says built in 1767 by John de Turk, son of Isaac de Turk, a Huguenot, who settled here in 1712 and was one of the number of French Protestants who were pioneers in this part of Berks County. All right, that's what it says. It says French settlers Isaac de Turk and his family, who settled on the Pennsylvania frontier in the mid 1700s. Several of Johan's sons served in the Continental Army during the American Revolutionary War. Johann de Turk became a member of the Moravian faith. More,
Avian.
we already know there was Swarty Moravians or Slavics, aka
The
Slavics.
Slavs.
Yep.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
Slavs.
Slavs are Moravians, and a part of them were Swarty Europeans, as we got in the last video.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Moravian faith was originally formed by John Hus or Hus. John Hus is one of the forefathers of anti-Trinitarian original Unitarian monotheistic movement which rose due to Spanish king's allowance to Arab Trinitarian Malkite Nasara to confront Islamic and Cluniac church concepts of strict monotheism. All right. French Huguenots were in contact with the Moriscos in plans against the House of Austria, Habsburg. They were against the Habsburg. Who's the Habsburgs again? Charles V is from a Habsburg line. Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. All right, so they were against the Huguenots or these Moriscos, which ruled Spain in the 1570s. Around 1575, plans were made for a combined attack of Aragonese Moriscos and Huguenots from Bern under Henry de Navarre against Spanish Aragon, and an agreement with the King of Algiers in the Ottoman Empire. But these projects foundered with the arrival of John of Austria in Aragon and the disarmament of the Moriscos. All right, so right here, as Kondrop always says, this is just a more on more war. All right, we're talking about melanated people here beefing. So you want to call it more versus more, all right? Or you want to call them by their names, what they were, their tribes, and study who these people were individually as a people and where they originate. Or you just want to talk about their complexion, like people talk about your complexion or your life, all right? So we keep going here. It says in 1492, Granada, the last Moorish stronghold in Spain, was taken by the soldiers of King Ferdinand and Queen Isabella, and the Moors were expelled from Spain in 1496. All right, so 1492, what also happened? Columbus landed in America, right? The same
Who
year
was
that
Columbus again? He was.
Columbus. Oh, we're
He
gonna
was.
get to that. Yeah, yeah.
Was he? I don't know. I can't remember.
Oh, we're gonna get to that. Who's Columbus? Well, I mean, all people starting to, put two and two together. 1492, who got expelled? Moors and Jews. They're leaving out the Jew part right here. So Jews and Moors were expelled from Spain in 1492. A lot of them ended up where? In America. All right, so it says in 1496, to appease Isabella, King Manuel of Portugal announced a royal decree banishing the Moors from the portion of that peninsula. The Spanish King Philip III expelled the remaining Moors by a special decree issued in 1609. Fully 3,500,000 Moors, or Moriscos, as their descendants were called, left Spain between 1492 and 1610. All right, where
Three
did they
million.
go? Where did they go? Where did they go? And who did they become? Who did
Whew.
they assimilate to as? Over
Who
1
did they
million.
slave? Who did they slave? And yeah, my fault.
Yeah,
Continue.
no, don't worry. Over 1 million Moriscos made their way to where? France. France, where the vast majority of them became Huguenots. The vast majority of Moors became what? Huguenots. Let's get all the tags out the way. These swarthy Moors, right? Muslims, Spanish Muslims became what? Huguenots, aka Huguenots. So why were they so quick to not carry their Huguenot identity in America? Because they had other identities, more ancient. We're gonna see we're missing a group. We're still gonna get to that group. It is in France where many of the last descendants of the Almoravids as well as other Berber groups settled. It was along with these that our Moorish ancestors made their trek into the southern France and were eventually titled by the native Franks as the Saulnier, also spelled Saunier or Sunny, Saunier, Sunier or Sunny. All right? From El Murabetun to supposedly dwellers in the Willow. Our Moroccan name and history and our Moorish identity soon forgotten through time after becoming Huguenots. The family later legitimately made immigrations to the Americas. And what did they do in the Americas, right? We just read, right? 53 years after the last Moors left Spain, Louis Saulnier was born in Vitre, Betragne, France. Louis later became the first Saulnier to set foot on American soil, arriving in Acadia, Nova Scotia in Canada 1685. Louis was also on the 1693 census taken at Beaubassin. He and his American soil arriving in he and his wife Louis Batinox, also known as Pelletier, had 13 children. Louis died on the 10th of March 1709. The family eventually spread all throughout the United States in areas such as Louisiana, all right, Massachusetts, South Carolina, and California. We're talking about Moors, right? We're not talking about pale-skinned French people, Huguenots, right? Settling where? In Louisiana, right? Massachusetts,
Oh,
South Carolina, California.
that's after some of them, Louisiana, that's after they got kicked out of Acadia.
All right. Yeah, so Dawn for real, you're gonna have to like when the video's over, just rewatch the whole 2-3 hours before you got here, because it's a lot of info that just got come. So this one is not like you could just explain like that. Everybody in the chat can agree. All right, so they weren't expecting where we are right now. They weren't expecting this, so you might be a little lost or confused right now. All right, but just hang in there. Just hang in there. The family. All right, let's go. All right. All right, well, we see their history. It says Huguenot skills in seafaring. All right, naval wars and activities termed as piracy point to the same activities of many Muslims of Northwest African lands. Huguenots are also credited with killing Ignatius de Acevedo, a Jesuit missionary who is considered a martyr by Catholics. It is reported that about 50 Huguenot privateers or pirates, all right, operated in the English Channel in 1568, with Plymouth serving as their base. La Popelini, a book first printed in 1571, mentions Huguenot pirates in their attack on Santiago, and the author of A History of the Buccaneers of America. All right, the Buccaneers, Huguenots, Huguenot pirates. Who's the pirates? Well, of course,
Tom
they're
Brady.
Tom Brady, right? He's the pirate now. History of the Buccaneers of America was himself a Huguenot Buccaneer. Huguenot Buccaneers, all right? Now, this is the book we call A History of the Conquest of Spain by the Arab Moors, with a sketch of the civilization which they achieved and imparted to Europe by Henry Copy in 2 volumes. Volume 2, this is the one, 1892. This was written in 1892, all right? Now it says here, Christopher Columbus found in his name the claim of his first great duty. Loyal to his sovereigns, he was the Christ bearer. All right, listen to this. If you don't know what Christopher means, Christopher means the Christ bearer, or he who bears the Christ, or he who brought Christ, or the Christ.
So that was the title that he assumed on
Yeah,
his
that
way.
is his title. Exactly. That's not his name. You're right. All right. Loyal to his sovereigns, he was the Christ bearer and the dove, right? The dove, the carrier dove of Christianity to the uttermost parts of the earth. But from Christian Spain, he brought without intending it only evil to the Aborigines. He brought what? Only evil to the Aborigines of America. He brought only evil. It was the acquisition of a fierce propaganda. It was grinding labor. It was cruelty, which could only end an extermination of the natives. Yeah, that's what they tell us, right? You still here. What he dispensed of, Moorish civilization, was only good. Columbus said, what? He said only Moorish civilization was good. The inventions and discoveries they had introduced. His vessel was fitted out in the little port of Palos, which had lately been a Moorish port. All right. So if you haven't seen my video, Columbus and his Negro friends, right after this, you can go watch that or tomorrow, and you can see that the crew he had was a lot of Moorish Jews and all that. He was considered a more, you know, there's a
You
long
talking
history here.
about
It's a
his
long
best
history.
friend? Wasn't one of his good friends Estebanico?
Well, I don't know if he knew Estevanico, but Estevanico was definitely one of the.
Yeah, he was another Morisco.
Yeah. So again, his sailors, all right. So he left this port, which was a Moorish port, Palos in Spain. That city was a Moorish town still. His sailors were many of them men with Moorish blood in their veins. All right. Many of them had what? Many of them had Moorish blood in their veins. So when you're telling me people like to call me European, and it's the same Moorish people a lot of the time call me European because I'm supposedly Spaniard, right? So that's not my only ancestry, but if you want to call it, well, yeah, they were actually Moorish, the Spaniards that got to Costa Rica. Your ancestors, if you're a Moor. So your Moor ancestors came and enslaved what? They brought only evil to my other ancestors, the Aborigine who was here, Chief Garabito and his people, and the Queen Chorotega and her people.
Oh, who are they?
These tribes from these are the chief of a tribe in Costa Rica and a queen from another tribe in Costa Rica. These are my descendants from my
Ah,
genealogy. I don't just have Spaniard or Moorish in me. Ish. All right. So just like a lot of people's about to do when if they really start doing their genealogies, they're about to find out a lot about themselves. All right. They're about to let and so they like to point fingers, but they're gonna start having to point a finger at themselves and talking to the mirror soon. All right. So it has been asserted that when the Moors were driven out, thousands took refuge in the south of France. Thousands who afterwards, abhorring the Roman Catholic persecutions, they became what? They became Huguenots. We
uh-oh.
just been talking about Moors, Huguenots, and that of these many emigrated at a later date to where? South Carolina. And what did they do in South Carolina, Kiowa?
Oh, you talking about that slave trade, that indigo trade, that
Oh,
rice
that
trade?
that's that merchant business. They talk it. They talk.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
you know what? I gotta give them props though. Like to be able to go through war, get kicked out of your land that you took over for 800 years, and then bounce to another land, many other lands, and continue to do the same thing that you was doing that got you kicked out. Gotta give them
Yes.
props, man.
Yeah. So, a lot of people might be taking this personal stuff and they still come and want to try to attack me, but it's all right. It's still all right. As long as there's 500 people now listening and it's too late. All right. Again, they went to south of France and became what? Huguenots. And that these many immigrated to South Carolina. Be that as it may, the Spaniards had found for the world a virgin land in which to introduce Spanish errors and especially Spanish bigotry, and the great tide rushed in from Protestant Europe to occupy it. All right, the isolated valleys of Castile and Aragon are still swayed by the Hispano-Roman and yet vital Celtiberian. In the south, in spite of Spanish disclaimers, the Moorish blood still shows itself beneath a what? A swarthy complexion and under crisp curling black hair. I'm talking about swarthy people here coming and being slave plantation masters. and bringing evil into the Aborigines, and you think it's a white man, you think it's about the white man, and you think, oh, you saying black power right now, you uniting based on complexion right now. It's okay. That's cool. Unite. I think uniting is awesome. I think uniting anybody uniting in peace and love is awesome. But what are you really uniting for? Under what history? What pretense? All right. A lot of people's gonna fight this info. It's okay. The expulsion of the Moriscos from Spain in 1609, 1614, the destruction of an Islamic periphery. The expulsion of the last Muslims of Spain, the nominally Christian Moriscos, in the years 1609 and 1640 was a massive event of great interest for the history of humanity. It may not seem to amount to much compared to the overwhelming magnitude of today's forced migrations as a global phenomenon. With more than 20 million people living displaced because of armed conflict and persecution, it does not come close numerically to the state-enforced relocation of Germans, Poles, Ukrainians, and others after the Second World War. All right, so now they adding some other stuff here, but it says here, although neither carefully planned nor well prepared, it was forcefully executed. In the first year alone, from September 1609 to August 1610, a quarter of a million human beings, a quarter of a million human beings were driven from their homes, the majority to North Africa. Most of them were transported directly by ship, but many first walked into southern France. Many what? They just went to France. Many of who? They talk about Moriscos, right? Little Moors.
Oh,
By
did that
early,
say walked in?
yeah, it's all right. We're gonna get to why they can walk into France if you know the geography. By early 1614, 50,000 more had been deported, and hardly any Moriscos remained in Spain. Hardly. It says the mild reactions of Ottoman Sultan to the expulsion can be seen as corollary to this successful adaptation. The Sultan wrote to the King of France on 5th October 1610, concerned with the fate of those Moriscos who passed through southern France and on their way to Muslim country. They went through where? France. For years later, he wrote to the Doge of Venice concerning a group of Moriscos who had not been allowed to continue their journey. He had by then permitted some Moriscos to settle in southern Turkey, and in July 9, 1615, he admonished the Beylerbe in Tunis for not treating Moriscos well, whereas they deserved peace and opportunity to remake their lives because of the injustice they had suffered for so long among the infidels in Spain. He accepted the expulsion and only tried assuage the damage done. All right. Mm, yeah. Spain under the Habsburgs. Well, Bodega, maybe he should show some more love and stop talking about people. Spain
Right.
under the Habsburgs by John Lynch. Reader in Hispanic and Latin American History, University College, London. Again, Spain under the Habsburgs by John Lynch. Reader in Hispanic and Latin American History, University by College, London. Volume 2, Spain and America, 1598 to 1700. The expulsion of the Moriscos. The Truce of Antwerp was signed on 9 April 1609. On the same day, Philip III took another decision to expel the Moriscos from Spain. The two events were not coincidence. Spanish statesmen of the time measured out their policy by calculation, not by accident, and Spanish policy was never more calculated than it was in 1609. The international situation was at last propitious for measure which was regarded as one of the national security. The detente achieved by peace with England in 1604 and with United Provinces in 1609 enabled Spain to concentrate her land and sea forces in the Mediterranean in order to ensure the security of the operation against the Moriscos. All right. The operation was equally efficient in Aragon, where it was conducted in the course of 1610. Once the security of Valencia was assured, here too the aristocracy protested, and here too their protests were in vain. By mid-September, some 41,952 Moriscos, including a few from Catalonia, had been expelled to North Africa via the port of Alfaquis. The rest of the Aragonese Moriscos, some 13,470, were sent over to the Pyrenees into France, and I wonder what they became there, to be shepherded by expedited French authorities to the port of Agde for shipment across the Mediterranean and forced to pay transit dues as well as seafares from Andalusia, whereas the Moriscos were more difficult to identify because of their relative affluence. 36,000 were expelled by mid-1610 in the rest of Castile. The operation was not a problem in point of numbers, but was complicated by the existence of two groups of Moriscos, the ancient Mudejares and the more recent emigres from Granada. First, by decree of 28 December 1609, they were given the opportunity of emigrating voluntarily via France to Tunis. Many took advantage of this, and the remainder were expelled by decree by 10 of June 1610. All right, so this is a
Hmm.
map of France and Spain, the Mediterranean, Europe, right? So basically, you can see Portugal all the way to the left here and Spain. They're right next to each other. Portugal is basically a little piece of Spain, all right? And France is the very first country right next to Spain. You can cross the border and walk right into France. So it makes sense that after the expulsion of Moriscos and Sephardic Jews, we're not leaving them out. Remember, there's a group being left out. We're gonna get to that. They
Ah,
actually they actually, ended up in France.
so that's
By
like their
themselves.
Trail of Tears.
That was like their trail of tears, exactly. So they had to do it to other people when they got here. Get what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Visions, visions of deliverance. Moriscos and the politics of prophecy in the early modern Mediterranean. This chapter first traces the communication between the Moriscos of Aragon and the French Huguenots of the region of Béarn during the period that followed the Alpujarras revolt. At the time, the inquisitors of Aragon and the Supreme Council of the Inquisition were investigating all movements across the northern border, and these contacts between Moriscos and Huguenots set the stage for the Morisco rebellion plots of the early 17th century that will also be, just bear with me, okay, sorry, I was getting a notification. It says, at the time, the inquisitors of the Aragon and Supreme Council of the Inquisition were investigating all movements across the northern border. Of these contacts between Morisco and the Huguenots set the stage for the Morisco rebellion plot of the early 17th century that will also be discussed in this chapter. The last Morisco voices of resistance found in a number of inquisitorial sources demonstrate that until very moment of the expulsion, Moriscos held hopes fueled by prophecies that someone would come to their aid in staging an uprising against the Spanish monarch. Early,
State.
yep. So their whole thing is prophetic, right? Even like I was saying, even going to America.
Yeah, really
Yeah,
prophet.
yeah. It says here that early contacts with French Protestants, the interactions of Aragonese Moriscos with the French, particularly the French Huguenots, particularly the Huguenots French, were not a new occurrence. This is not a new thing. During the rebellion in the Alpujarras, as the Grenadian Moriscos were attempting to establish contacts with the Ottomans, the Aragonese were communicating with Henry, mother Jean d'Albret, the Queen of Lower Navarre, in alliance with the French Protestants, would surely reap potential military benefits for the Moriscos. Luis Cardalac has examined Morisco views about relations with Protestants, uncovering in their writings a potential religious interest on the part of Moriscos, who saw commonalities between the Protestant Christian understanding of religious doctrine and their own. All right? So remember, the Huguenots are Protestants. So what do they have to do with Moriscos? Now you see, even the Moriscos saying, well, you guys are like us. In this sense, Moriscos saw an alliance with Protestants as a form of religious polemic that would leave the Catholic Church isolated. As Cardillac explains, I was almost saying that Cadillac, right? Cadillac. They own all the cars. You see, so far we've named like 3 or 4 of them. All right? And the same enemy and sharing religious sensibilities. Moriscos and French Protestants were driven to similar postures regarding the Catholic Church and the Spanish monarchy, thus fearful of Morisco alliance with the enemies. The Spanish monarchy, thus fearful of Spanish monarch, and with the wars of religion ranging across the Pyrenees, thus in France, the inquisitors swiftly investigated the rumors. Around December 1574, the Aragonese Inquisition detained a man from Bern called the Francisco Nalias, a resident of the Aragonese town of Carineya, and questioned about his comings and goings in southern France and Aragon. He reported to the inquisitors that he was returning from his homeland to reunite with his wife in Spain when some Huguenots had stopped him and taken him to Pau. He confessed to having been interviewed in Pau by a certain Baron de Aros, who entrusted him with the task of getting in touch with the most prominent Moriscos of the Kingdom of Aragon about their plans to take up arms. The Moriscos had been communicating with the French Huguenots since the rebellion in the Alpujarras, and more recently they had sent an embassy to the Queen of Navarre to request her aid. De Aros told Nalias that the vast documentation produced by the Inquisition tribunals of Aragon and Valencia, as well as in the Council of State, reflects its serious concern over the situation of new Christians of the Crown of Aragon in the period following the Alpujarras revolt. The international situation, particularly regarding the movement of the French Huguenots and the Ottomans, as Fernand Braudel and Jean Regla have meticulously explained and documented, was understood as possible incentive for the Moriscos of Aragon and Valencia to act. All right, so the Huguenots very influenced.
Huguenots,
Right,
I don't know. Huh?
And it
Wonder
says
what
here,
that is.
yep. It says here, studies of medieval and Reformation traditions, Converso and Morisco studies. The Conversos and Moriscos, a late medieval Spain and beyond, Volume 2, The Morisco Issue. Edited by Kelvin Ingram. All right. Kevin Ingram Bureau says the fact that after 1609, among the Morisco exiles in France and Tunis, those from Granada or Aragon were conspicuously present, occupying key posts. All right, they had key positions, just like in America, where they displayed their organizational skills. On the Granada side, for instance, a member of the Chapis family acted as a depository for Morisco capital in Toulouse. Candida Compañero's second husband, the aforementioned Alonso Muley, is reported by Pedro Aznar Cardona to have settled in Marseilles by 1611. Again, it was a Muley who appeared before the French consulate in Tunis, representing the Moriscos who had had their wealth confiscated. Likewise, the famous Morisco Geronimo Enriquez, in direct negotiations with Istanbul and France, controlled the destinies of numerous Moriscos. All right. Geronimo.
Did you say Mooley earlier?
Yeah, Muli. Yep.
Yeah, that's the Italian N word if I remember right.
Oh, the Italian N-word. Oh, okay, I see. Well, it makes sense now. These are Moriscos. All right. So, as a further consequence of modern research into this type of conspiracy rumors is that it allows us to not only to establish their true proportions, but also to discover the range of action of the Moriscos contact networks. All right, these networks, remember these networks, just like the Huguenots had networks, these networks, if I may use what is perhaps a disproportionate term in the global perspective, were not so much created, let me see, to help Moriscos, oh, sorry, I got lost, to destabilize the Spanish monarchy as to help Moriscos in their day-to-day lives, and in particular to assist them at crucial moments, such as when the time came for them to flee from Spain in secret. It must be remembered that as early as 1565, a sophisticated escape system had been dismantled with the help of spies infiltrated in Morisco communities. This network had been helping Moriscos flee to Algiers or Salonika, using the widespread trade networks run by Morisco muleteers that gave Cervantes food for thought. A detailed clandestine itinerary from Aragon to Istanbul through France and Italy, used by Moriscos until their expulsion, still survives today in Al-Jamiado text. In the 1530s, the Manciabo de Arevalo was able to visit every location throughout Spain where he knew he would still find people who could teach Islam in some depth. All right. Now it says here the expulsion of the Moriscos from Spain, a Mediterranean diaspora, edited by Mercedes Garcia Arenal, Gerard Wiegers, translated by Consuelo Lopez Morillas, Martin Beagles, and it says here in table 1-2 is showing a little tables here, expelled Moriscos before 1611. 116,000 went to Valencia as the Valencia Moriscos, 30,000 from Andalusia, the Andalusians, 6,000 the Moorsians or the Martians, I didn't say it. 17,000 Castilians via France. All right, via France. 17,000 of these Moors went to France via the Castilians. So these are the rest of the numbers, as you can see here. And it
So
says the
since they were Castilians, that would mean they were under Castile. Who made that deal with the other queen of was whatever, yeah. Ferdinand, yeah.
Okay, so the Moriscos outside Spain. Moriscos were continued to arrive. To arrive in France, and not only from the kingdom of Valencia, but also from Aragon and those Granadans who are spread out across Castile. So look at all these Moriscos, right? Who were Moriscos? Converted Moors, converted Muslims, swarthy and curly haired, as they, described them. All right. And the Huguenot who settled in Canada, he was so swarthy. And, that's why he was a Huguenot, because he was a swarthy, well-knit man. Right?
Actually, so swarthy.
Yep. So again, not only from those kingdoms, but all over Spain, they were arriving in France. I humbly beseech your majesty to bring an end to this, because the inconvenience grows daily. The same information also reached the Comendador Mayor of Leon and his correspondence of 13 of March with June Vivas, the Spanish ambassador in Venice. The commendators suggest that a reply be sent to Vivas, and that if the Moriscos were to go to Venice, orders should be given to arrest them, saying that it is on account of secret matters in the service of your majesty. They were getting so deep, they were doing it too much, it says. So on March 29, March 1608, the Council of Portugal sent on information from an eyewitness who had seen the disembarkment of Moriscos in North Africa when I was being held captive in Tunis. A French ship arrived whose captain was called Francisco Casacho, and it carried more than 200 men, women, and children. I myself embarked on the same ship for France, and after arriving, I saw the departure of another English ship full with more than 250 or 300 Moriscos destined for Tunis. And I also heard that more than 400 or 500 Moriscos had crossed the border from Aragon to France and were waiting for a ship to take them away. This witness also said that the Moriscos took all their money with them, and that in the ports from which they left for France, they were allowed to pass in exchange for money. He also seems to denounce the fact that a Morisco infrastructure had been set up in Marseilles. The anonymous witness reported that in Marseille, a certain Morisco by the name of Abraham, had reached an arrangement with the French authorities to allow Moriscos to enter the country and leave from there to Barbary in France. Right, so this Morisco set up shop. He wasn't going nowhere. He had a business going in France to help them supposedly get through to France and to the North Africa, right? It can be seen that in the years before the expulsion, there were already a number of Moriscos living in Marseille and the south of France, all right? There was already Moriscos living there. They weren't trying to go anywhere. Relations with the local authorities, and whose aim was to help the recently arrived travel on their final destination. In order to cross the mountain passes of the Pyrenees, a certain infrastructure was needed. The Moriscos also required someone on the other side of the border to show them which way to go. At the very least, the fleeing Moriscos needed direction and a map indicating the route to follow once they had arrived in France. All right, all this is confirmed by two cases of which we have some knowledge. There was network operations to help. Even the Moriscos were already set up in France. They weren't going anywhere, but they were helping other Moriscos get to North Africa through France. The passage of money. A series of general expulsions of Moriscos, which began in 1609, was to test all of the Moriscos' survival strategies in the early 17th century. The expulsions also led to attempts to save whatever they could, since the royal commands, in spite of an initial period of tolerance, eventually forbade Moriscos from taking money, material goods out of Spain. You hear that? These strict prohibitions and the frequently dishonorable actions to which they gave rise lay behind the well-known images of thousands of Moriscos arriving in northern Africa and France. With little more than the clothes they stood up in, and having to depend on the charity of wealthier Moriscos, or the goodwill, the charity of wealthier Moriscos who were already in these countries, or the goodwill of local authorities. However, the complete picture was actually more complex. The Spanish authorities had a certain interest in promoting such images as a way of showing the divine punishments handed out to the Moriscos for their treasonable behavior, and lack of piety. There were numerous cases of Moriscos, all right, who not recent, all right, so it says recent studies have, now this is a very important part because this is what we were talking about earlier about percentages and interest. Now listen to this, as recent studies have highlighted the importance in the flight of Morisco capital and collaboration, all right, with Portuguese, what? Judeo conversos, all right? Moriscos collaborating with who? Portuguese Judeo conversos. What's a Judeo converso? Well, basically the same thing as a Morisco, just Jewish. Basically, crypto Jews who are Catholics, supposedly Catholics. They practice their Judaism in secret, just like, or they had to convert because they had to flee or convert too from Spain. So they had a network and a collaboration with these Portuguese Judeo conversos, these Moriscos, right? Who had settled in Spain and France. According to a number of the king's spies based in the south of France, all right?
Dale Conversos, crypto Jews, crypto Moriscos. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Now
So
we're in the
according,
age of cryptocurrency. Only
yep.
2020.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Cryptocurrency. What does that have to do with it? According to a number of the king's spies based in the south of France, the Judeo conversos collected their money and jewels from Castilian Moriscos. Listen to this, who were persuaded that it would otherwise be confiscated from them by the authorities at mountain passes or stopping places such as the Burgos. Once they had the capital, the Portuguese would take it to Irun, from where agents would transport it to France and hand it on to other Judeo conversos, who in turn delivered it to the original Morisco owners. All right, now listen to this. In exchange for a substantial commission, which ranged from 20% to 40%. The Portuguese were able to safeguard Morisco money through use of their extensive network of commercial relations.
Oh, what was those percentages again?
20 to 40%, almost half. They were keeping
Hey,
half.
yeah,
Right?
that sounds like about the standard rate for washing your money.
Yeah. Exactly. This sort of collaboration generally worked on the satisfaction of both sides. Although on occasion of the agent entrusted with the task of taking the capital to France did not keep his word and succumbed to the temptation of keeping. All right, so it says one of the most striking structural aspects of this team of the Morisco who left for France and other places with their wealth is that in the south of France, they associated with figures of very high social and economic standings in the years immediately before and after the expulsion. Again, assimilated into high positions, right? Becoming wealthy, right? Becoming the local people, the local government, just like they did in America, politically and economically, socially, right? By linking their own interests to those of the Judeo conversos who had been settled in the country for some time, some Moriscos were able to set up an infrastructure of social and economic support for Moriscos, which acted as a safety net for certain Moriscos of high standing. All right. So this is what they were doing. All right. The Moriscos in France after the expulsion, Notes for the History of a Minority by Joseph L. Alawi, I don't know how to pronounce it. The expulsion of the Moriscos from Spain did not pass unnoticed among those living at the time, not only in Muslim countries, but also in Christian ones like France, French, right? French, which would come to play very unwillingly a secondary role in the tragedy. Networks created by the expulsion. It would be worthwhile to explore more fully the following topics. Listen to this. Conversos of Jewish origin who helped Moriscos to take their property in secret out of the country and into where? France, becoming what? Huguenots, right? Moriscos networks in France, both before and after the expulsion, before and after, not because of the expulsion. They were already there doing networks or business, these Moriscos. Collaboration between Moriscos and Conversos, meaning Jews, and between Moriscos and Protestants, by winding in the past first traced by Cardillac and remarkable individuals, Moriscos. These are the lines of inquiry that will be most fruitful for the history of the Moriscos and France. All right?
And that just shows like it's not really so much what you know or who you know. It's a matter of what and who you know.
Yeah, exactly. It says the author and his co-author George Gil Herrera expand his observations and their contributions to the present volume, a piece which explores the existence of supportive networks of both Morisco and Conversos in southern France. Before the expulsion, these aided the exiles' transit to their ultimate destinations at, in the Maghreb. It is one of the most interesting chapters of the Moriscos' history in France, between their respective expulsions from Spain beginning in 1609 and from France beginning in 1610. In the history of Moriscos and Conversos in exile, we find a few individuals who move continually across the frontier between two groups. One famous case is that of Alfonso Lopez, a Morisco born in Aragon in 1572, who settled in France, perhaps before the expulsion, in order to receive his exiled coreligionists. In the spring of 1611, he presented himself in Marseilles as the representative of the Aragonese Moriscos. All right, so this is the same guy who was helping, who established himself in France, and he lived there to help these migrating Moriscos, settled in France eventually sometime, and even if they wanted to head over to North Africa. All right. That says, by profession both a silversmith and a money lender, he was closely allied with the Cosinis, a Jewish doctor, and eventually became the agent or creature, or whatever that means, of Richelieu, the creature. He gained vast wealth. He gained so much wealth, but he was a creature and rose to a position of counselor of state in 1638, but he was still a creature. And an interesting fact about this surprising figure is that he was believed in his own time and sometimes by later historians to be of Judeo-Converso origin. Oh, really? Richelieu called him, ironically, a Hebrew gentleman. So he's supposed to be a Morisco, right? But he was actually Judeo-Converso. Or is it the same thing?
Well, you know how they say Indians, niggas, same thing.
So they say,
Converso, Morisco, same thing.
okay. In a letter of Mazarin in 1642, Lopez himself was constantly playing a double game, assuming one or the other of his two identities. All right. Why would he doing that? Well, it seems to be a Huguenot thing to do. Assimilate, right? Chameleon. He kept going from Morisco to Jew wherever it was benefit to him, right? He tells in the Memoir sur le Havre of having welcomed converso Portuguese businessmen to France. All right, and this is Perez Sagorin, Rebels and Rulers, 1500 to 1660, Volume 2, Provincial Rebellion, Revolutionary Civil Wars, by the Cambridge University Press, Provisional Rebellion, Moriscos and Huguenots. The two provincial rebellions just examined were each elicited by the pressures of fiscality. In other cases, those of both an internal and external aspect. Religion was the catalyst to resistance. This is hardly surprising. Religion forming one of the strongest communal ties, embracing beliefs, cultures, the practices of worship, the different institutions. When the ruler and central authority impose religious innovation or persecution upon a provincial society, they risk exciting all its accumulated resentments into violent self-defense. All right. We have previously seen Spain's Moorish Christians. They're what? They're Moorish Christians were a separate people, ethnic community, or nation, a term contemporaries used of them, forever divided from the old Christians among whom they lived. What set them apart was their Islamic heritage and common origin. Settled mainly in Valencia and Granada, they constituted in the latter province a compact minority, all of whom can say about colonism, no matter in what country and which period. All right, Braudel has observed was true in the reconquered kingdom of Granada, as their Christian faith was always suspect. As their Christian faith was always suspect, the Moriscos were subject to unremitting oppression by the old Christian population and the Spanish monarchy. All right, so they're talking about the same thing here as we just read. The Morisco rebellion was only one of a number of revolts in which a provincial society defiance of sovereign authority was refracted through religion. We may see another example in the Huguenot revolts of the 1620s. In the case, a confrontation between a Protestant body and its Catholic ruler. The Huguenot saga in the 17th century France contained an event tragically similar to the expulsion of the Spanish Moriscos. Very similar, but now we know why, right? So they kept trying to get these Moors and Sephardic Jews out of their countries because these were Catholic countries. Eventually they were winning power, these Catholics in these same countries where they were settling. So these people kept having to move. So that's why there's a similar expulsion with the Huguenots and the Moriscos, for it was in 1685 that Louis XIV, after some preliminary persecutions, revoked the Edict of Nantes, which granted toleration to the Reformed Church. The king's Protestant subjects were thereby compelled to become Catholics or leave their country, just like the Moors had to become Catholics or leave Spain, right? Between 2 and 300,000 Huguenots, it has been estimated, emigrated in consequence. This act of tyrannous injustice, like the Morisco expulsion, was perpetrated in the name of unity and understood by an absolute sovereign. All right. And then we get to the final slide of the night. I know it's late, very late for a lot of you, and we're almost done. And if you made it this far, then you made it to the water. All right. We're going to take a look at this book now. This whole slide is about this book. All right. It's going to basically correlate everything we just read in the last 2 or 3 hours. All right. And I hope you guys are ready for this. All right. Now it says a genealogical history, Jews and Muslims in British colonial America. All right. A genealogical history. And now
Before
you see,
read anything, let's have the people see if they can break down this image right here.
all right, I want somebody who's wise, right, to see if they know what this symbol represents, something we've read. Can you guys break down this symbol right here on the cover of this book? What does it mean? All right. All right. I don't think people are gonna guess this. So,
All right. Well,
all
let's walk them through it.
well, this is, some people would say a theory, right? But
Yeah.
for those who have the knowledge to discern things, right? What we just read, right? These people simulating, taking over, handling banks, money, commerce, selling slaves. They happen to be Moors, Jews, Conversos, some of them. All right. You know, all right. Tree of Life, Fan Tree, St. Cloud. All right. So now we see two symbols, right? What are these two symbols on the top? We see the Star of David and the crescent moon, right? Wouldn't that be like a so-called Hebrew or Jewish symbol and a so-called Muslim Islamic symbol together?
Yes, sir.
Well, aren't they at war today all the time, supposedly?
That's what they tell us.
All right. So now I want people to notice something. Now, what I noticed, what Mikio and what a new breed pointed out to me, Mikio, while we were first encountering this book.
Yes, sir. Big ups
Right.
to Brother Anu.
Yeah, big ups to Anu, because he likes to take it biblical a lot of the time. And so now, what we saw was, we see 7 branches, right? 7 main branches, right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then we got 10 like crest or family arms or like heads, right? Or the other way around, right? But now what does that remind you of? We're talking about 7 and 10. Now remember what the Huguenot means. Remember what a Huguenot means. Remember a confederacy, conspirators, a camaraderie, an oath, camaraderie. All right, so in Revelation, in the book of Revelation, we read the beast. What is the beast? How is the beast described in Revelation?
Oh, well, what's that? 7 heads? And what was that? How many crowns did he have?
Has something to do with 10 and 7, right? 7 heads, 10 horns. Look at that.
Oh, that's it.
All right. 7 branches, 10 coat of arms. You see 10 stars, right? You count 8 stars in the flag, and then you count the 2 on the top. That's 10.
And those 2 on the top represent what? Control of everything of those branches, right?
The control of all these branches, the head. What is the origin, right?
Exactly.
Okay. All right, so we're going to continue now. Now this book, I found this in Google Books, and I also found it in archive.org. Surprisingly, I was very surprised to find this in archive.org. It's like they want us to know right now. And if you're here right now listening, and you're still holding on, and you're taking this personal, well, you gotta let that go right now. All right, I'm about to read something right here, and this is for the wise. This is for you to discern. All right, wake up. All right, this is an archive.org, so they want you to know this is public. They want you to know the seals are open. All right, Jews and Muslims in British colonial America: A Genealogical History by Elizabeth Hirschman, Donald Yates. All right, despite the small nucleus and founder effect, both the Normans and the American colonists were extremely diversified in their rank and file. The former includes Danes, Vikings, Norwegians, Flemings, Picards, Bretons, Frenchmen, many from Toulouse and Aquitaine in the south and region called Languedoc. All right, so even in my French Swarty videos, we already know that a lot of those people are Swarty that they just named there, especially the Danes, the Black Danes they were calling, or even the branch of the Black Vikings, as we learned, right? Or the Six Kings. Is it Vikings or Six Kings? VI, six, the Six Kings. Are we talking about Danites, the sea people, the tribe of the Tuat de Danann, mixing with these other nations, Sumerians and Sephardics, all right, and Jutland, and Denmark, all right. That was from my other videos. Again, so let me continue reading. It says, a number of a Spanish or French Jews and Muslims. All right, the last mentioned typically operated the armories, the mints, and construction industries. All right, the last two, which were the Jews and the Muslims, these were the ones in charge of what? The armories, minting the money, the coins, the construction industries, while supplying most mercantile professions with a strong component, as well as all banking personnel and civil servants because of their literacy and fluency in accounting. They were all the bankers. All right. The Norman capital of Rouen possessed one of the largest Jewish communities in Europe. All right. Ranking alongside Toulouse and Rome. So now remember, so they're telling us that the Norman capital, right? So why would these people welcoming these Sephardi's and these Moors, right? Well, they were also Jews. A lot of these people were already Jews in these places. Constantinople and such Spanish cities as Toledo and Cadiz, the institutions of exchequer, originally a chessboard or abacus, star chamber, based on the concept of star, Arabic for node. All right, you hear that? Now, I know you guys seen the checkered floor on these Masonic symbolism. This is what it means. They're telling you straight up here what it means. The note, the money, the note, a star, the banknote, right? The star chamber, the money, the control, the checkboard, the pieces. Star chamber based on the star Arabic for note. Sheriff marshals and other civil titles came from Mozarabic Spain and or the south of France. So all these cops, sheriffs. All right, now we got cops and sheriffs, and where did that come from? From Mozarabic, Arabic Spain, or the south of France, and were not outgrowths of the originally machinery of Norse, Norman, Anglo-Saxon, or Frankish states. In identical fashion, the immigrants who trickled and then streamed into the colonies comprehended Scotchmen, Irishmen, Welsh, Channel Islanders, Border Scots, French, Dutch, Flemish, Germans, Poles, Swedes, and Cornishmen, as well as people from London and the English Heptarchy, Kent Essex, the West Country, and the Midland Sussex, Northumbria, Yorkshire. Both movements had a traditional character, although the Normans, though of themselves as they thought of themselves as Frenchmen, they had not resided long enough in Normandy to become amalgamated with the local population and were still pagan Norsemen at heart. The largest emigration of all occurred with the so-called Huguenots, who, as we shall see, were in many cases second or third generation Spanish and Portuguese Jews who traded their French colors for English, Flemish, or some other nationality as they fled religious persecution. Again, what are they doing again, Kiowa?
Read that one more time, because I don't think I caught that. Did everybody catch that?
Yeah, well, they're letting you straight up know that these Huguenots, basically, they were third generation Spanish and Portuguese Jews who traded that even the Huguenot identity for English, Flemish, and other nationalities as they fled religious persecution. So they became Russians, Irish, Protestants, Quakers, uh, you know, Presbyterians,
So they
French,
gave up everything for the chasing that dollar. Huh.
chasing the note, the checkerboard. Remember the checkerboard?
Yeah. So much
All
for in
right,
God we trust.
all right. Both academic studies and informal family histories attest many of the Spanish and Portuguese colonists in Central and South America, Mexico, and the Caribbean were Conversos and Moriscos. Although they might appear to be good Catholic Christians on the surface, they were in reality crypto Jews and crypto Muslims, secret Jews and secret Muslims. They practiced the traditions of Judaism and Islam in the privacy of their own homes, sometimes in small de facto communities or intermarried family groups. Both Judaic and Islamic law excused this behavior on grounds that such temporizers were constrained to submit to political pressures to save life and property. The earliest martyrs to the commandment of the Torah requiring Jews to declare themselves as separate and set apart from the other people were called anusism, forced ones. The Inquisition rolled out a dragnet complete with tip sheets, rewards, and public spectacles that feared auto-da-fe Judaizers as well. All right. Although the bulk of the refugees fled to North Africa and Ottoman or Turkish lands and the Levant, thousands of others sought safety in France and the Low Countries. As Protestantism swept across Western Europe, many of these Jewish conversos and Moriscos became often only outwardly Protestant. They became what? Protestant. They're the Protestants in history that were coming in the colonial times. These are the Protestants. We're talking about Jewish conversos and Moriscos people. All right, Huguenots, Hussites too, Anabaptists, Calvinists, same thing, German Reformed Walloons, same thing, Mennonites, same thing, Dunkers, Quakers, Puritans, and Presbyterians, all same thing. These are all conversos from Jewish and Morisco people that were expelled through even since the 1300s. They were being expelled from Spain and Portugal and the Iberian colonies. When the British, Dutch, and French began establishing colonies on the Atlantic seaboard, they sent as colonists, listen to this, not subjects of high political and social rank from their respective countries, but for the most part recently arrived patently anti-Catholic, newly minted Protestants. Many were debtors, prisoners, or servants. Again, many were what? Indentured servants. Right? These Protestants, these so-called Irish Protestants, Scottish Protestants, these Quakers, these German, no, these were Huguenots, aka Jewish conversos, Moriscos, who were what?
Hold on. Trying to tell me that William Penn, the Quaker, is a Huguenot.
Most likely, he is a Huguenot. That's what we're basically what we're saying. These Quakers, a lot of them became Quakers because they were against the Catholic religion, because they were actually Jewish or Morisco Muslims. And that's why they had all these titles and they were against the Catholic Church. All right. So yeah, that's something we can dig on, and I bet you if we dig on it, we're gonna find out he is, you know, eventually maybe a Huguenot family that settled in England before coming to America, right, or wherever he was coming from, Dutch, right, or whatever he was coming from. So many were debtors, prisoners, right? We know of the convicts, right, or servants, indentured servants, slaves, cast-offs of society who were struggling to get onto their own feet in the new country. All right. In May 1572, Drake set sail from Plymouth in a ship named the Swan and the Pasha, English royal emblem and Ottoman title. Arriving in Panama, he formed an alliance with a group of French Huguenots. So he was in Panama and there was already Huguenots in Panama. All right. AKA what? Moriscos, Sephardic Jews, right? Jews. Right? So dodge the hijack, right? Forget about that Huguenot thing. We're talking about Jews and Moors. He got to Panama and they were already there, setting up shop there. Among refugees of the Spanish Inquisition can be believed. They succeeded in capturing a Spanish treasure caravan totaling 300 tons of silver. Drake returned to England not only a stupendously wealthy man, but also a national hero catapulted to the highest fame. So he robbed the Huguenots in Panama. right? And everywhere else they were. Among Drake's other exploits was the first English circumnavigation of the world sailing in the Golden Hind. Kabbalistic title. That's a Kabbalistic title following Sephardic Morisco maps drawn by Mercator, Abraham, Ortelius,
Capitalists.
mhm, Ortello, and Italian. A Vernal. So all these people, Sephardi Jews and Moors, of course, again, they're the map makers, navigators, right? They were the ones mooring the ships,
Hey,
right?
is it just me or does his picture look a little swarthy?
Yeah, they whitewashed it because he's a Huguenot. He's and he's a Moor, right? Sephardi Jew. The Sephardi Jews were swarthy too. Check out Genesis 49ers. He's got a good video on it, and just put two and two together. Here, these are all swarthy people. And yeah, we already know. Look at the Masonic sign or his hand. It looks funny, you know.
Uh,
So we proposed that not only Drake was Drake aware that he had Sephardic Jewish antecedents, but the Spanish were as well. His surname Drake is Spanish for dragon. All right. DNA samples from Drake's brother's descendants, Francis, had no children, show their Y chromosome to be type R1A1, a common Ashkenazi Levite lineage.
Levite.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Yep. The Levites didn't have a place really. They didn't get a land. They were one of the tribes that didn't get an inheritance because they were the priests, right? They were going around. So did they mix? Well, we read a little bit of that in my Sumerian Safari videos, all right? Of Levites possibly mixing, doing the wrong thing with the Sephardi's, right? The tribe of Dan, right? Forcing the Levite priest, and the biblical people know what I'm talking about. The tribe of Dan forcing the Levite priests that they brought with them uh, to worship pagan things. All right. So, all right. So that's
Having
what
a
I'm leaving
party
it.
with a Sephardi.
Mm-hmm. So by 1548, the Hawkins family and its associates were trading in Morocco, a haven for both Sephardim and Moriscos. A haven for what? Sephardi Jews too. Sephardim. Remember Sephardim, Sephardi, Sepharda. Are you guys connecting everything now? The French ports with which the family traded, Dieppe, Rouen, and La Rochelle, were also heavily populated by Protestant Huguenots, many of the whose origins were Sephardic and Morisco. The French Protestants by 1560 had undertaken attacks on Spanish interests in Cartagena, Santa Marta, Havana, and Santiago. One may speculate that when Rouen, a center of English Jewry, exempt from many of the regulations concerning Jews since the time of William the Conqueror or before, passed to the French under Queen Mary in 1553, many Rouenites Jews threw in their lot with the Huguenots to escape the growing anti-Jewish climate. All right, Rouen and Le Havre became popular stopping off points for Spanish Jews in exile. All right, so even Jews, what became Huguenots? At any rate, it was the Sephardic and Morisco populations of Spain fleeing after 1492 to France, the Dutch Republic, and England that was most committed psychologically and militarily to her destruction as a world power. By 1569, the Huguenots and English merchants in the port of Plymouth were working in concert to assail Spanish shipping and the imperial treasure fleet. The French Cardinal Chatillon, a Huguenot, likely Sephardic, despite his Catholic office, the name perhaps originally Castillon, was in London on a campaign urging an attack on all the enemies of God, otherwise called Papists. Drake's kinsmen and the Chapernones were deeply involved in this effort, as was Cornish man named Philip Boduocidide. All right, Robert Robin Sidney, Earl of Leicester. The list of family names likely Sephardic or crypto-Jewish ancestry in Elizabethan England will not be complete without two much more prominent players in the trade and diplomacy of the day. The first is the Sidneys, also spelled Sidone, as in Sidon, Palestine. One of the leading figures in this line was Robin Sidney, Earl of Leicester, 1563. 1626. Robin is a form of Reuben. Robin is a form of the tribe of Reuben. Again, if you don't know the history of the biblical history, Reuben was one of those tribes that got its inheritance taken away from them. That's where you get the tribes of Ephraim and Manasseh. right? So Reuben was one of those tribes that didn't have their inheritance got taken away. So what did they do? Where did they go after their inheritance got taken away? Why are these Sephardi's who are also mixing with Turkish people, Japhite tribes? How are they Jewish and Hebrew? Well, we got a lot of Reubenites, a lot of Judites, a lot of Danites, a lot of these Hebrew tribes mixing in with these people. That's where they're getting the whole Hebrew from, the Jewish from. All right. And I know I'm just saying that off the top of my head, but I'm going to show you guys this stuff in future videos. The name favored by crypto Jews. Robert Sidney's father, Henry, was a radical Protestant, according to biographer. I got lost my place.
Right there.
Okay, yes, a radical Protestant. According to biographer Hay, in 1569, Robert was placed under the tutelage of Hubert Lagwit, a scholarly Huguenot emigre, on a tour through the Low Countries, France. Oh, he was apprenticed to him, I guess. So then it says here, there are also French traders, Christophe and Jean Bresson and Bernard Fartout, Arabic Fartout. Several Huguenot businessmen based in La Rochelle had interest in the Azores, including the Marano Labat family, the Maranos, converted Catholic Jews, all right, and Moors as well, who helped settle French Canada. Louis de La Ronde, Armigo Nolet, and Antoine Sauvre, one Abram Bogellier, seller of birds, Ashkenazi, served as combined Swedish, Danish, Dutch, Hamburg, and Spanish council. The Azores have been documented as having a significant Converso population, although the first phase of Jewish influence is usually glossed over. All but one of the surnames included in the Azores project examined here were judged to be probably Sephardic. Some of the names we can point to with certainly as Sephardic are Borges, Betancourt, Pereira, Pires, De Melli, De Souza, Fernandez, Oliveira, Magellan, Jacome, Rosa, Silveira, De Rosa, Pereira de Rosa, Machado, Braz de Costa, Loureiro, De Freitas, and Tavares. As for DNA, R1b is the primary male haplogroup, as in the Canaries. All right, so they're letting you know all the Sephardic ties there in the Azores and all these last names. In 1620, the Virginia colony had another new governor, Francis Wyatt, Arabic surname, Wyatt. All right, so the Wyatt, which is Arabic, became Wyatt. All right.
That's because you got the Wyandotte Indians.
There you go. Who put a premium on obtaining female settlers. Economic efforts included timber production, wineries and ironworks, and glass manufacture. Mulberry trees were planted to foster silkworms and silk making. Again, silk, right? Silk, a Huguenot trade, right? Silk. Why? Well, we know why now. All these industries were ones in which Sephardic Jews, Moriscos, and Ottoman Turks excelled. Sericulture in particular was a secret art, jealously guarded and known only to them. All right, before I continue, I just want to say that this book, if you actually go read it on your own, you're going to see how many sources it has in the back. Now, you see there's numerous footnotes throughout this book. All right, so everything, you can verify all the sources, very scholarly. This ain't people making up then. This ain't the white man writing anything. This is your own history being told from your own records, from your own scholars, your own contemporary and primary sources. All right. So, continue, says, the flight of the Huguenots from Catholic France beginning about 1575 brought silk manufacturing to England, so that by the end of the 17th century, Huguenots numbered as high as 80,000 in London. Many of them were silk weavers or skilled craftsmen in the ordered textile arts in Shoreditch and Spitalfields, only 2 or 3 generations removed from being Spanish or Italian Jews. The Constitution of the Virginia Company was rewritten in 1621, named now as proprietors were Sir Francis Wyatt, Governor Francis West. All right, so they names all these people. A lot of them most likely what? Huguenots or what? AKA what?
John Rolfe.
And Moors.
Mr. John Rolfe is right there.
John Wolfe. All right. Who was he again? Tell the people.
Oh, that's the man who knocked up Pocahontas.
That's the guy who married Pocahontas. You see that? What was he? A Sephardic Jew or more?
And the proprietor of the Virginia Company.
a proprietor of the Virginia Company. All right. Like I said, they were marrying into or assimilating into with the indigenous people and assimilating with them, like literally. Market
Chameleon.
series. Chameleon type stuff. It says, with its three large volumes, Jacob R. Marcus, the colonial American Jew, 1492-1776, 1970, is the most substantial work on the Sephardic presence in British North America. Marcus traces roots of American Jews to the important French crypto-Jewish Sephardic community beginning about 1550. He emphasizes that many of the Iberian refugees publicly belonged to Huguenot, Walloon, or other Protestant denominations. All right, other Protestant denominations. He also acknowledges the crypto-Jewish and openly Jewish Sephardic communities in the Netherlands, which served as the seed bed for the large-scale return of the Jews to England beginning about 1650, as well as the foundation of the New York colony. As does Cat's late start, Marcus focuses attention on the underground Jewish community that flourished in England from the reign of Henry VIII. He suggests we note in chapter 1 that Christopher Cologne, all right, pay attention now, this is a bomb right here. He suggests, as we noted in chapter 1, that Christopher Cologne, or Cologne, right? Not Columbus, Cologne, Cristobal, or the Christ bearer, was a converso Jew whose family resettled in Italy, and that not only Columbus, navigator, but also 5 additional crew members were Jewish: Alonso de la Calle, Marco, a physician, who bore the surname of Marcus himself; Mastre Bernal, a physician; Rodrigo Sanchez de Segovia, the controller; and Luis de Torres, the interpreter, the famous interpreter. We got him a lot in our past videos, right? They brought him to who? To what? To speak with the Indians. Because why? Because he spoke Chaldean, Hebrew, Arabic, and I believe Greek, another language. And he was communicating with the Indians, this Luis de Torres, as soon as he got here. All right? Sephardim in the New World had a wide variety of occupations and lived at all levels of this socio-economic spectrum. According to Marcus, they were shoemakers, tailors, blacksmiths, tavern keepers, peddlers, mariners, masons, ship captains, factors, and I'm going to add pirates, barkers, gold, silversmiths, butchers, tanners, physicians, notaries, mine and mill owners, merchant, candy manufacturers, candy land, slave dealers, city mayors, priests, bishops, bankers, tax collectors, and provincial governors. Judaic religious traditions were usually observed in private. They were secret. Worship services were held in the homes of anyone where a group would gather on Shabbat. Because no copies of the Torah were available, the secret Sephardim would use the biblical Old Testament and the Psalms, sometimes also books like Josephus' Ancient History of the Jews, their boy Josephus. All
You know
right?
what's funny too? That whole list that you just read off of all their positions,
Yeah.
it don't seem like they ever left them. They're still there to this day.
Oh, yeah. They're the ones controlling all those professions. Yep. Immigration patterns in Virginia after 1624 suggest an even stronger picture of the Sephardic Morisco presence. The aptly named Abraham, leaving London in 1635, had on board Walter Pickett, Henry Dobell, Alexander Simmons, and Simon Farrell. See Appendix C. The David that same year carried Robert Alsop, Robert Barron, Baron Baroon, and Gautret, Levi, right? Leviticus, Levi. The Bonaventure, 1635, listed as passengers, among other, Basil, Greek Basil, sounds like Brazil, right? Book, Hebrew anagram, Robert Perry, James Messier, and Thomas Hyatt, Arabic Hebrew for tailor, each bearing a Sephardic surname. More and more persons of likely Sephardic and Morisco descent continued to arrive. The Elizabeth 1635 of London carried John Bagby, George Trevis, example from Treves and Alsace, and Ellen Shore, Hebrew Shore, bull, related to the name Joseph. The Globe also in 1635 brought Robert Copen, diminutive of Jacob, William Savoy, Michelle Hames, and Anne Levians, which seem obvious enough not to call for comment, and the Alice had on board Robert Hagara and Sophia Roderick, Rodriguez, all right, Rodriguez in 1700, several boatloads of Huguenots, several boatloads of Huguenot refugees arrived in Virginia from England. Many of these persons were likely Sephardic or Morisco or Moors ancestry. And you thought they were pale skinned this whole time. You thought it was just a bunch of French people, bunch of nobodies. There are other strong cues regarding Byrd's ancestry and religious leanings. Hatch states that Byrd regarded Catholics as but one degree above the devils from hell. In 1699, when the Huguenots were under attack once again by Catholic monarchs, it was William Byrd of Virginia who championed their cause. About 300 of them were brought to safety in Virginia, and another 200 in the following year, largely as a result of the arguments presented by William Byrd to the boards of trade. Between 700 and 800 Huguenots settled in Virginia. Such activities are in complete conformity with the efforts begun in the late 1500s by Raleigh and Drake to settle their Sephardic and Morisco kinsmen. Like I said, all kinfolk ain't kinfolk, right? That's Drake's kinsman. Is that your kinsman too? Because that's Francis Drake's kinsman in the New World. Both Raleigh and Drake had assisted the Huguenots in France before and after the infamous St. Bartholomew Day massacre in 1572. In the 1705 edition of his history, Robert Beverly wrote of the goodness and generosity of Colonel Byrd toward these distressed Huguenots. Beverly goes on to say, Laborie knows that it was the Huguenots who brought the Jewish Moorish craft of silver working to Massachusetts in 1685. Again, who brought that over here? The Jewish Moorish craft? The Huguenots, right? AKA Jewish Moors. Among these best known, okay, among these best known were Jeremiah Doomer. Again, Jeremiah, Hebrew name. Dumas, John Connie, and who? Paul Revere. We already got that. Paul Revere, the Huguenot. All three of these bear French Sephardic surnames. Another culturally prominent settler was Nathaniel Ames, medieval English Jewish surname from Amos, who simultaneously practiced medicine, ran a tavern, and published an almanac. Even the man with whom Paul Revere rode. Listen to this, even the man with whom Paul Revere rode. Now remember, this is supposed to be a so-called black man that Paul Revere rode with in history, that they just recently letting us know. So even his boy that he rode with, his Jewish Sephardic or Moorish boy, who was a Huguenot, rode to warn the British arrival for, in 1775, bore a Sephardic surname, Dawes, as already pointed out, a derivative of David Dawes. All right, the names of some physicians practicing in Boston in 1760, 1775 are also informative. They include Abijah Shavir, probably Shiver or Cipher, John Homans, probably Homan, Naya Dowd, Dowd David, Nahuda Fry, Ashkenazic, Sylvester Gardinis, Joseph Gardner, Thomas Matcher or Matthew, Joshua Levitt or Levite, John Sprague, Dutch speaker of foreign tongue, Samuel Adams, Charles Jarvis, Gervais, John Jeffries, Arabic for Jafar, Jean Ferron, Iron, Thomas Cass, Arabic, Isaac Rand, Joseph Caliph, John Krosenschaft, Ashkenazic, Edmund Dana, Spanish, George Emery, Amir, William Gagger, German Jagger, Hunter, Joshua Gee, Hebrew letter, Giles Hill, discussed in Chapter 1, James Gerald, Ebenezer Roby, diminutive for Reuben, and Levi Sephard. All right, in agreement with crypto-Jewish practice, endogamy among the Massachusetts Quaker settlers was carried to extremes. In one case, Pestana reports 6 intermarried families accounted for fully 2/3 of the more than 500 people known to have been members of the Salem monthly meeting. Among these congregants were Benjamin Bagnall, Sarah Flood, Bassett, and the Estes family. All bear Sephardic surnames. A list of the early settlers in Salem and given an Appendix X of these several would appear to be French Huguenot or Sephardic. For example, John Abbey, Abbey equals Aramaic fathers. John Barrow, Baruch, or to be blessed. Edward Beauchamp, Robert Cognan, Jeffrey Etsy, Thomas Gardner, Jardine, Edward Gills, Thomas Goldswear, Robert Godell, Henry Herrick, John Horn, after the Jewish shofar, Alice Ingerson, George Jacobs, Elisha Kibi. All right, and it goes on. You can see all the list. It says non-Christians have been acknowledged even in traditional history, so have been present in Massachusetts from a very early date. Historian T.H.H. Breen, for example, quotes a colonist named Robert Clapp, who hoped that Massachusetts would knit together the hearts of all who feared God, whether rich or poor, English or Indian. Portugal, example, Sephardic, Jewish, or Negro. Again, what's a Portuguese? And this time, a Portuguese is a Sephardic, Jewish, or Negro.
A negro.
All right? Remember what Abraham Lincoln told us in 1751, that the Portuguese were all swarthy, melanated people. All right?
True.
So again, when I'm saying that these are not just white or pale-skinned people coming over here, when you think you see Europeans or French or anything in your genealogy, and you're like, oh, you totally dismiss it or anything like that, or you're assuming it's a white person, you got to rethink that. And I'm just saying, study that, analyze that, and see if they really were white. I mean, you can't prove it a lot of the times, but knowing the history will kind of tell you if they were kind of, melanated people, or if they were of the other of the kind of people, right? So
if y'all comprehending that, let's get a hashtag so swarthy.
yeah, I hope they comprehending that. Others alluded to social distinctions between Christians and Turks. Example, Muslims and Sephards, heathens, barbarians, and infidels, confirming that such groups were socially recognized in the ranks of the colonists. All right, it says here, marriage patterns among early Dutch colonists. Marie Taine, Toyne. Let us take a closer look at some of these non-Dutch Huguenot and Walloons settlers. Marie Taine married Jean Leroy in 1671. Her brother Isaac had immigrated to New Amsterdam some years before her own voyage in 1660. Isaac was made a burgher of a New Amsterdam on 24th of July, 1666. He obtained a grant of land at Newcastle, Delaware, and married Sarah Reason, a name that is Persian for prince, as previously noted. Marie and her husband Philippe Cashier sailed directly for Manhattan from the Texel in the Netherlands on April 27, 1660, on board the Gilded Otter, and settled at Harlem on 23rd of July 1664. 17 Harlem residents had their names transferred to the register of the church at Fort Amsterdam, to which several of them had previously belonged. All right, list of the names here, as you can see. In 1624, the West Indies Company made the decision to plant colonies in North America. Not surprisingly, given what we have already seen of the English strategy, the company used Sephardim as antagonists in the first onslaught. The early settlers were Walloons. Remember, these are just Huguenots that were in Netherlands or Deutschland. Protestants refugees from the southern Netherlands, who displayed willingness to risk wives and children towards emigration. They didn't care about losing their wives or children because there was big money in it. As we have witnessed happening repeatedly from Roanoke to Jamestown, from Plymouth Rock and Boston to the shores of South Carolina and Maryland, former Sephardim and Moors now surfacing in various hues of Protestantism. Various what? Hues. What's hues? Colors, right? Hues, various colors. That's subliminal there, letting you know. Were placed aboard ships. They were placed on ships, right, and transported from Western Europe to North America. All right, you talking about a middle passage still in Africa? No, it was happening with Europeans and swarthy Europeans too. All right. In addition to the Walloons came French Huguenots, recruited by one Jesse de Forest, Jesse Silva. All these incoming ostensibly Dutch settlers receiving free passage and an allotment of land to cultivate their own usage. Conscripts were permitted freedom of conscience in religious matters so long as the public aspect of religious worship adhered to the Reformed Protestant practice of the Netherlands. This, of course, left the way clear for continuation of Judaic and Islamic practices in the privacy of their homes. So there we go, finally. This was what they really meant when they're talking about they can still continue to practice their religions. Because there wasn't no Reformed, Protestant, or Calvinist, whatever that is. That doesn't mean nothing. We read the definitions earlier. That don't really mean anything. Right? This is what they were really doing in secret. And also in 1624, the West Indies Company revised its charter to launch the patroon system. Under such auspices, entrepreneur the patroon collected 20 families as settlers, provided them with all needed equipment and passage to North America, and received 1,000 acres of land. All right, John de Moore. All right, John de Moore played an important part in gathering colonists for these ventures in South America to go get some land from some other Indians, the
Was
Caribbean
that
and
part
North
of that?
America. Huh?
Was that part of that headright system?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the land grants of the headright system, a form given to the Huguenots. Yep.
Ah, interesting.
AKA Jews, Moors, right? Given
Same
to
thing.
them. Other prominent patroon colonizers were David de Vries, Samuel Godin, Johannes de Laet, Samuel Blomert, Flores, Kilian van Resselner, and Albert Conriads, Cornelius Bicker, Gomer Spranger, and Hendrik Hamel. Spranger, Jerry. Hebrew letter shaped like a camel. Philippe Casier. Philippe Casier of the Calais in France is first mentioned in the Huguenot settlement of the French West Indies. Philippe and Marie Taine, Cassier's first two children, Jean and Marie, were born on Martinique. In 1645, he and others left the island and returned to Europe. He went first to Calais, then to Sluis in Flanders, the Flemish, right, the Flanders region, where his daughter Hester was born. Many French and Walloon exiles from England and the Dutch seaboard fled to Mannheim in Germany, drawn there by assurance of freedom and protection under the government of the Protestant elector Karl Ludwig. Sometimes after 1652, he moved to the Lower Palatine along with a number of professed Protestants. By 1652, David Damaris, Greek, and other Huguenot refugees arrived to join in forming a French church. In it were Philippe Cassier and his family, Simon Cornier, Maynard, Journet Diaz from Mardic, Flanders, Jules van Oblinus, also from Walloon Flanders, and Pierre Parmentier from Wansland, equally Walloon country. Philippe Cassier, David Usil, and their family settled in Harlem on Manhattan Island. Remember what ODB said? You
You
guys
mean
remember what
what?
ODB?
My grandfather.
Yeah, they gave it to the Dutch, right? These Dutch were Huguenots, actually.
Yep.
They sold it to the Jewish
What's
Moorish
his name?
Huguenots. They sold their land for trinkets, right? ODB's Shinnecock ancestors, the island of Manhattan. By the end of 1661, there were over 30 adult males settled in the same place. These were Michael Cyprgus from Cyprus, Jan Sneeden, Jan Le Montague Jr., Michael Jansen were Michael Cyprgus from Cyprus, Jan Sneeden, Jan Le Montague, oh, I ran this already, right? Maiden, Daniel Turner, Jean Leroy, Pierre Carrison, Jacques Cresson, Philippe Cassier, and all these names. It keeps going, and they say all these names, right? The common denominator was again Jewish roots. The list provides three additional Hebrew or Arabic surnames, Usil, Lucas, and Meir. Two others appear to be Turkish, Boys, Bey, King, Lord, and Carson, Bey, Huguenot,
Hey, baby.
Bey. Around 400 Huguenots immigrated to New York around 1680. Numbering among them were Francois Bouquet, Joshua David Elie Boudinot, whose grandson would be elected the president of the First Continental Congress. This was the presidents before George Washington. That's a future video I'm going to show you guys. There were so many presidents before Washington. Now we know that one of these was a what? A Huguenot, a swarthy Huguenot. All right? That's who Boudinot is. And whose mother was Marie Souris, or Suero of Marans, Anuis, France, Susani Papin, Papo, hey Papo, Andrew Lauren, Marie Luca, John Magnan, Jacob Radier, Joel Arnold, and the Tangi from Tangier. Lafon and Gracilier families. Augustus J. was a very successful merchant from that crypto-Jewish stronghold, La Rochelle, France, which lent its name to New Rochelle, north of New York. Like K, Bea, Gimbel, Hamel, and V, the letter J was probably adopted as an expedient Kinui, or circular name. The original Shem HaKodesh, or sacred name, could have been Judah or Jacob. Delancey. New York's third great mercantile family was founded by Stephen de Lancey. He fled Caen in France as a Huguenot refugee in 1681, going first to the Netherlands and then on to London. In March 1686, when he was 23 years old, he set sail for New York, arriving on June 1686 with a nest egg of £300 from the sale of family jewels. He rose rapidly in New York City society, partly, no doubt, because of his marriage to Anne Van Cortlandt, daughter of Stephan Van Cortlandt. In 1699, Governor Bellamonte accused Delancey, along with other leading New York City merchants, including both Frederick and Adolphe Phillips, of trading in pirated goods smuggled from Madagascar. You see what they were doing? The African pirates of this period were almost exclusively what? Conversos and Moriscos. What again? Again, the African pirates of this period were almost exclusively Conversos, what? Jews, and Moriscos,
Two peas,
Moors.
same pod.
All right, same people. By 1711, Delancey was prosperous enough to speculate in cocoa to extent of some 3,000 pounds. He also purchased wheat and flour and was active in the Indian trade from the beginning of the 18th century. Indian trade? What do you mean by that? His name appears frequently in shipping records showing that he received wine from Madeira, rum, and European goods from the West Indies and European goods from England. So he had a whole network of connections making money. All right. He was the richest man in Provence or Providence, right? One of the principal earmarks of crypto Judaism is intricate and overlapping commercial relationships across families and countries. This is very interesting what they do, right? Across nations and generations, even past years. With regard to several of the families of interest, Matson observes that these New Yorkers maintain close liaisons with four prominent partnerships in Amsterdam. Listen to this. The few colonists knew the bankers, John de Neuf or Newhouse and son from London introductions, and John Hudson had moved to Amsterdam after years of doing business in England. Daniel Chameleon and Son had been founded about 1735 after the first major partner, a Huguenot refugee from France, had lived in both the West Indies and New York. Crommelin had facilitated and backed shipments between Amsterdam and New York since about 1720. All right, so they're doing business. You see? Continuing, it says Gabriel's brother bought over 25% of his imports from agents of the Crommelin family. In 1757, he exported over 5 times more to Crommelin than to any English settlement. It says Levinus' Dutch Jewish surname, Clarkson, the fourth Dutch liaison, had the double good fortune to have been raised the son of a well-to-do New York City merchant, Matthew Clarkson. Remember, merchant, they're selling humans here, not just fur. And to be related to Charles Ludwig, a successful New York trader who returned to London after 1710. Levinus visited the Ludwig household and met many of the metropolis commercial elite. By 1736, he was prepared to join his uncle in Amsterdam, where they launched a vigorous export trade to New York that also involved an elaborate service in converting bills of exchange and extending credit. All right. Occasionally, Clarkson imported New York goods and bills in Daniel Crommelin's name. Through his connections with the Ludwig in London, Clarkson also secured goods and credit for Francis Goulet, Huguenot, Anthony Rogers, and the Rosenfeld brothers in New York. Until the end of his career, he also held onto his portions of a 5,000-acre colonial estate that had been granted to his relative. They had been granted. Whose land did they take? Note the recurrence of London and Amsterdam firms and combination again of Huguenot, English, and Dutch commercial partners. Clearly, despite language and geographic differences, there was an overreaching ethnic bond that permitted these relationships to be established and maintained. All right, these are family, ethnic bond, same people. Similarly, Rodrigo Pacheco, a Spanish crypto Jew, and James Alexander, a Scottish crypto Jew, formed a joint venture and worked together. During the 1730s, they were friendly rivals, aiming to capture a prominent dry goods position in the New York market. They regularly discussed their cargoes. According to Matson's research, rice last year did very well at London, but prices had been declining, and it would sell better at Lisbon. Pacheco predicted in 1732, in order to get the rice, not a commodity, of that New Yorkers grew to his destination, Alexander outfitted the ship Albany to sail with flour, bread, pork, peas, tar, staves, and other goods to Jamaica, buy sugar, rum, limestone, Negroes, and cash to the value of about 800. So who's these Negroes, so-called Negroes?
Yeah, exactly. Negroes. Hold on.
Yeah,
You mean went there and bought Negroes from Jamaica?
brought Negroes from Jamaica, not Africa, from Jamaica.
1832. Well, hold on. No, they would say they brought them Africans from Africa to Jamaica first.
They would say that, but there's no history of that. But there is a history of anybody coming in foreignly. If they're not enslaving the local population, it would have been indentured servants that were arriving in Jamaica.
Oh, sound like a Huguenot diaspora.
It sounds like another diaspora, yep. It says then to sell them to New York for goods and proceed to South Carolina to acquire a full load of rice for Lisbon. So that was the whole trade. You see how they were getting rice to Lisbon. You had to sell humans at some point. Trade in humans at some point. According also to Matson, the firm of Perry and Ludlow, and the business of John Harris Kruger. Alright, the Krugers. Henry Livingston also depended on family connection. It was a network of embracing the Curacao merchants, Telemon Kruger, Philip Livingston, John Cooler, Mitre, Lansing, Nicholas and Isaac Governor, the members of the Dupres, Dunick, Bowen, Lewis, and Remsen families. Cornelius Courtwright and Nicholas Kruger had courting houses in St. Croix. Who's from St. Croix? Alexander Hamilton. David Beckham, whose older brother Gerald lived in New York, became a sugar planter there. William Livingston and Peter Van Brull went to the West Indies as young men to learn the business before they started out on their own account in New York. Alexander Hamilton, clerk for the West Indian firm of David Beekman and John Harris Kruger. So Alexander Hamilton, this is a preview of my next video, he actually worked for a while handling money, and then he actually became the treasury of the state's treasury for the president or something like that, secretary of treasury, right?
I wonder
Or,
why.
yeah, I wonder why, because who was good at handling money? These Sephardic Jews and Moors. They were already doing it for a lot of years. So,
Yeah, need somebody who knows how to handle that on
exactly.
offshore accounts.
Yep. And keeping with our thesis, the Livingston genealogy in America shows a pattern of marriage to crypto-Jewish Dutch families in the first generation, including the Vetch, Van Bruch, Beekman, the Van Horn families, the Vetch descendants marry into the Bayard family, and the subsequent generations show an increased crypto-Jewish marital pattern, including Moffat Arabic, Arnold Jewish, Coronel, Van Horn, and Simon. In one, we see a descent of Philip Livingston marrying his close cousin Gertrude Van Rensselaer Schuler. In others, we encounter two Alexanders, the Peisters, ten Broek, crypto-Jewish Dutch, two Huguenots, French and Lawrence and Hoffman, Dutch Jewish, a larger stage Robert Livingston of Claremont and wife Mary Beckham have sons who married two sisters, Eliza and Mary McEvers, and we see also a sheaf, likely Huguenot, and Mary Louise Valentine Diocesa Castra Moreau. The later were likely openly Jewish. Later, the descendants of Gilbert Livingston and Cornelia Beekman married two close cousins, a Van Cortlandt and a Van Rensselaer, the Huguenot Joy Darrow, and a Dutchman who seems also Jewish, Jacob Rutson. Still later, we see the descendants of Robert Livingston Jr. marrying two close cousins, Livingston a Schuler, and two likely Huguenot Jews, Valentine Gardiner and Marianne Leroy. All right, so all these people marrying with each other, right? Keeping the power going. Let us look beyond appearances now at these German settlers. Keith Dole compiled a list of the early German settlers of York County, Pennsylvania. It is given in Appendix H among the names already discussed. Example, Acre, we find some new entries suggestive of Jewish or Islamic ancestry. All right, and these Germans, all right? Amma and Ammon are both Arabic, as are Bar and Bentzel. Bless is likely the anglicized form of Baruch, blessing. Bone and Boner, or boon, are forms of the Spanish and French words of good. A common Sephardic surname. Buat is Arabic. Turkish. Campbell is Ashkenazic. Example as in television reporter Ted Koppel. We find also several French Huguenot names. Example, de Bus, de Graf, among the German entries. Dus, Dot, Doodle are various forms of David. Duinkle means dark, and is the German equivalent for Moreno. So why are these people being called black and Moreno then if they're German? Huh? Example, dark-skinned. Elazar is Hebrew, Arabic meaning from Alsace, Lorraine. Isaac is a form of Isaac. Faisal is Arabic, example Faisal. Florentina denotes one from Florence, Italy, which had a large post-expulsion population of Jews. Says
Oh,
in,
hold on, one real quick. You said
yeah,
Florentine. You
yeah.
know who a famous Florentine man is?
Well, yeah, I know this
Medico
famous Florentine.
Vespucci.
Oh, Vespucci. Oh, he's most likely a Huguenot,
Yeah,
aka.
that's why he assimilated and changed his name to Amerigo.
Oh yeah, he assimilated to Amerigo so he can try to fit into the name America so he can try to say he made up the name. Oh, I get it. Yeah, because his name was actually Alberigo, Albert. It was nothing to do with America, nothing to do with Amerigo. So yeah, it makes sense. He's a Florentinian. There's a lot of Arabic, Hebrew Arabic people there. All right, we know he was a Jew. Sephardi and more navigating. He had the maps. He made it to Americas. In 1496, 4 years after the Inquisition began and Jews were banned from Spain, a man named Menno Simon was born in Holland. As both his given and surnames indicate Hebrew affiliation, we believe it is very likely that Menno Simon was a Sephardic descent. By 1525, he had founded the Mennonites. All right, the Mennonites, a sect that plays a prominent role in German, Dutch, and Hungarian Protestantism. All right, these are all the same people. In 1901, book by Kunz, the German and Swiss settlement of colonial Pennsylvania, estimates that over 100,000 immigrants from the two countries arrived in colonial Pennsylvania. And these are the German Palatines and all these Protestants. Again,
100,000.
yep, again. Well, we already know who was included in that. That was Linkhorn's ancestors, right? Who's Linkhorn? Linkhorn.
Oh, Abraham Schwarzenegger Lincoln.
Abraham Swarty Lincoln, who called himself dark complexion tall man. So half of his family is basically Huguenot.
Yeah, and then you toss that Melungeon in there too. So
Yeah, so he's basically a Huguenot. A lot.
yeah,
A lot of Huguenot in him. And this Abraham, and he's very what? Swarty, so Swarty. Right? So again, all these immigrants, remember, a lot of these were indentured servants. A lot of these got land. So remember, when we're reading history, we're talking about, oh, the Germans settled in Pennsylvania, the French Huguenots in South Carolina. No, they separate them by these titles. They're the same people, Sephardic Jews and Moors. Listen to what I'm telling you. All right? Several Protestant sects were represented, among them Swiss Mennonites, the Walloons, and the Huguenots. Quakerism, Huguenots, had been introduced to Germany by William Ames, Sephardic, in 1655, and another Quaker, William Canton, Hebrew Arabic word meaning small, little, has visited the German Palatinate at a later date. Another, Johann Jacob Zimmermann, and one of the founders of the Germantown colony in Pennsylvania, was an esteemed astrologer, magician, and Kabbalist. And still another early minister, Johann Kelpius, believed he was to be taken up into heaven alive like Elijah. All right?
now I'm curious about that name Zimmerman, and maybe that's why George is still walking around freely.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It says Morris Blum Flower is an Ashkenazi surname. Folks or Fuchs are the German equivalent of Fox, commonly Ashkenazic, and alluding to Phoebus or Phoebus. French described the bearer of being from France or Frankish lands in the Levant. The Franks family was one of the most prominent colonial Jewish families in Pennsylvania. And he says, concluding comments. The philosopher Alfred North Whitehead once remarked that without purpose, human history was a barren exchange of names. Without purpose, what's the purpose? Listen to what he's saying. In the case of Maryland, we have gone beneath the surface of the names to document marriage patterns, business partnerships, inheritance provisions, and other family matters. More than in any other colony, Greeks, Ottoman, and Turkish roots are exposed once we rub off the English, Dutch, or Huguenot veneer. Again, what?
The
What's
English, Dutch,
exposed?
or Huguenot veneer.
Yep.
Mm.
Once you remove all those tags, is what they're saying. What you get at the roots is Greek, Ottoman, and Turkish roots. All right.
Turkish, Ottoman. How's that related to the Greeks?
Oh, the Greeks come from all those areas. You know, if that my Sumerian
Oh,
video, you know, the Greeks, you know, they're mixing in with all these people and the
oh,
Sephardi's in Turkish, in Asia Minor, where, you know, the Macedonians were and the Lydians and all these people.
all right. So the Greeks are the Christians, the Turks are the Muslims, and the Ottoman would have to be the Jews,
Mm,
or switch the Turks and the Ottomans.
you know,
Just
there's even in that history, like Kondrop and people, you know, everybody in Drop Nation follows. You know, we had that section over there. There was a large Hebrew section over there. It was still connected to over here. There was kingdoms, our kingdoms extended all the way over there to Asia Minor, and so it wasn't always a hijack place. You know, there is. That's why these people can boost their whole Jewish part because they're mixed into these. You know, is what I was saying. So at the base of it all, we encounter Spanish, Portuguese, Hebrew, Arabic, and Berber. So at the base of the Huguenots, that's what you get. Just those elements that imbued the Sephardic world that came to abrupt end in 1492, right? When the Moors and Jews got expelled from Spain and Portugal. We have seen an ingrained pattern of cousin marriage, one that starts even before arrival in the New World, and one that is no respect of nationalities. Business arrangements were often cemented by these intermarriages. You see why they were marrying people? A lot of the time, you're like, now when we get the Alexander Hamilton video, it makes a lot of sense now. One of the things in there is how her mom was forced to marry this Jewish guy before she got with the
yep.
Hamilton guy. All right. So now we see why. All right. It's a thing of family matters.
And they didn't care about nationalities,
They
apparently.
didn't care. Nope. It was business arrangements were often cemented by these intermarriages with the effects of keeping money and credit within the extended family. All right. Finally, we have drawn back the curtain of Quakerism to reveal the true motives that dictated where the family settled and where the family moved on to. None of their traits we suggest was random or accidental. It's not no accident that
Facts.
they came here or they settled in a specific place. No, it was all planned. That's what they're letting you know in this book.
And
All
it's
right?
funny too how it says how they want to make sure they keep it in the family, right?
Yeah.
You look at the Constitution. Is it the Constitution or the Declaration? One of them. But in there it states that they want to keep the basically for their posterity. So
Yep.
now that gives me a little more clarity on exactly who their posterity is. Why
Exactly.
all these presidents are related.
Exactly. Exactly. Chapter 8, the Huguenots in South Carolina. The crypto-Jewish element in the Carolinas' large French population goes back to the first pogroms against Spanish and French Jews in the 1380s and 1390s. All right? Even before this, however, events had the effect of throwing the two groups together. The union of the two was particularly strong in the Spanish Marches of southwest of France. Here, the Babylonian exilarch Makir, William of Toulouse, had founded a Jewish principate under the Charlemagne around year 770 CE. All right, they're going way back there. Evidently, many other Jewish institutions and practices gradually went underground. At the same time, in southern France, crypto-Jewish expert Abraham Lavender proposes that many Huguenots began as Jews, while Cecil Rhodes, the chronicler of the Spanish Inquisition, writes that a large number started out as Muslim Moors. All right? Muslim Moors, Huguenots.
Hold on, so they went from Muslim Moors to crypto Jews?
Well, no, they were both people before that.
Uh,
The crypto Jews, the Sephardi's and the Moors, if you're not, you know, like what we're trying to see is they weren't so separated and they weren't so like, you know, they were kind of like related ethnically. Remember? All right. Now remember, so if we're talking about Muslim and you're talking about Abrahamic religions, right? They come from the same branch.
Yes, sir.
Their
He's at the same
fortunes,
time.
yep, their fortunes were variable. Jews had temporarily returned to France beginning in 1361 at the invitation of Charles V, although they were expelled by his Catholic lenient successor in 1394. The tiny island of Red near the Huguenot stronghold of La Rochelle was an important place of refuge from 1681 to 1686. Although it was only 16 miles long, Ray was almost wholly Protestant and had several Huguenot temples on it. Temples, in parentheses, right? So we already know they're talking about either synagogues or, right, the Muslim temples.
Yeah, or the mosque.
The mosque, yeah. The names of those from Ray who settled in America strongly hint at their Judaic background and Iberian origins. We can easily trace in the transformation of Spanish or Occitan surnames as well as the persistence of favored Jewish given names. The former can often be recognized by the addition of il, old, or like sounding suffixes of Hebrew or Arabic names. All right. So it says all in Norman names such as Riddle, Cantrell, and Tunnel. Lavender draws special attention to the naming of children with Old Testament names instead of New Testament or medieval saints names. All right, so there says this pattern of Huguenot naming continued, although weakening with time in the United States as late as the 1700s. Period. For example, Esther and Judith remain among the 9 most frequent female Huguenot names in Charlestown, South Carolina, while Abraham, Daniel, Isaac, and Jacob were frequent male names. Even as late as 1790 in the United States, Huguenots, despite rapidly assimilating and generally following non-traditional Christianity, were more likely than most other Protestant groups to have Old Testament names. The exceptions were in the Puritan areas of New England, areas which were the most traditional in the following of Christianity. Among the 16 most frequent Huguenot male names in 1790, 7 Benjamin, Samuel, Jacob, Daniel, Abraham, Isaac, David were Old Testament names. There are clearly a connection between naming patterns and ethnic religious identity. All right. Right here it gets into an interesting part. We got the history of this person before. Most of you probably not going to remember, but some of you will. It says, we have already made mention of South Carolina's, and we're almost done. All right, just in case it's late for you guys. So we've already mentioned South Carolina's very early Sephardic and Moorish history. All right, very early Sephardic and Moorish history. In 1526, Lucas Vasquez de Leon. All right, so if you guys don't remember, this guy was the one who came up first with Carib so-called Negro slaves to the Americas, not in 1619. This happened in 1526. If any foreign so-called Negro was brought up, that they record brought up by Europeans, because you were already here. So that whole thing is just a myth. But they talk about 1619, but this guy Leon already had Carib slaves coming up, or Taino slaves coming up in 1526 to South Carolina. All right, and they made a little settlement there. So it says a prominent settler and sugar grower on Hispaniola sent an expedition to North Atlantic coast. The colony of 500 settlers, including Leon, landed somewhere on the South Carolina coast. This is in 1526. Did you know there was a Spanish colony or Huguenot Sephardic Jew Moorish colony in South Carolina? The colony, they were met with several disasters. It says a year later, 150 of the colonists managed to straggle back to Hispaniola. The fate of the remaining ones is unknown. So what does that say? Like 350? They don't know what happened to 350 of these Huguenots, Moorish, Sephardic Jews. What happened to them? Did they stay there and mix with the local Indians? We would argue that these settlers were very likely Sephardim and Moors, as there is little else to justify their being willing to leave the settled prosperity of Spanish Hispaniola to venture to the mosquito-ridden unknown coast of North America, unless the recently arrived Inquisition had caused them to recalculate their odds in a Catholic colony. In 1563, the Frenchmen were aided by Sir John Hawkins, an English privateer, a pirate. Leon is a Sephardic surname. The settlers named the place where they first made landfall River Jordan. If you guys know the history, they did name it the River Jordan, right there in South Carolina. We would now you know why, because these are Sephardic Jews and Moors. We would advance the same reasoning for Hernando de Soto's Sephardic surname, de Soto. And we got a clear picture of De Soto, or a depiction, a very early depiction. And I'm telling you, you guys probably laugh, but he looks like basically like Kaepernick, the quarterback. That's how they draw him. He look a little bit like Kaepernick. All right. 600-person expedition in 1540 through the southwest region of North America. All right, so this expedition in South Carolina, the very first attempts at planting French colonies in the New World were inspired by Huguenots who landed in the area of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil in 1555. It came to naught in the same Huguenot faction planted a short-lived colony named Charlesford on the South Carolina coast. Charlesford was organized by Admiral Gaspard Coligny and Jean Rebonnaud. In 1564, Coligny attempted a second French Huguenot colony at Fort Caroline on the St. Johns River, but the settlers were massacred by the Spanish. Finally, in 1566, the Spanish succeeded in establishing the Santa Elena colony near the present-day border of South Carolina and Georgia at Beaufort. The settlers numbered 1,500 men and 14 women. From Santa Elena, Captain Juan Pardo, Sephardic surname Brown, set off 2 expeditions establishing forts as far west as Knoxville, Tennessee. Santa Elena was a thriving seaport colony with craftspeople, families, and a Morisco pottery making facility. We're talking about 1500s. Santa Elena, is that Florida or in South Carolina?
Hmm.
All right, so Santa Elena craftsmen and merchants traded with Mexico. Listen to this. They traded with Mexico, Italy, and Spain. Some even owned Chinese porcelain. Soldiers stationed in the town were drawn from a cross-section of Spain, Marchena, Gibraltar, Cadiz, Sevilla, Bilbao, Leon, Salamanca, Toledo, Valencia, notably all areas with substantial Sephardic and Morisco populations. A list of names of settlers is given in Appendix J, as it readily appears almost certainly Sephardic Jewish or Converso families. In 1587, after Sir Francis Drake had attacked and destroyed St. Augustine in Florida, Philip II of Spain ordered the Santa Elena residents to abandon their colony and resettle to the south in St. Augustine. The records are unclear on how many actually did so. The position of several Malungian researchers is that the Santa Elenans did not move en masse to Florida, but rather migrated inland toward the Appalachians. If many were indeed of Jewish and Islamic descent, this would have been the wisest course of action, as La Florida was becoming increasingly pressured by the Inquisition. Simultaneously, as he has been suggested, the colonization of Roanoke was joined by British Sephardim and Moriscos who feared the upcoming Spanish invasion of England. All right. It says Barbados also sent forth an exploratory expedition the area of the former Santa Elena colony under Robert Sanford, Sephardic surname. Dr. Henry Woodward, a physician who spoke Spanish, after some shaky efforts at establishing the colony of Cape Fear in 1666, Sir Anthony Ashley Cooper, a crypto-Jew, English peer, and Freemason, Freemason, exercised his rights as a Lord Proprietor of Carolina, and sent 3 ships and 100 English men and women to settle in Carolina from Barbados, Huguenots. Ashley Cooper and his secretary, philosopher John Locke, Hebrew Locke Tarif, who had spent many years in Holland among Sephardic Jews, then drafted the fundamental constitution of Carolina used to govern the colony, making Carolina the most religiously and socially liberal in North America. It expressly mentioned Jews, heathens, and dissenters, as Edgar writes. All right, and he writes that. It says here, religious toleration meant more than freedom to establish congregation. No person whatsoever shall disturb, molest, or persecute another for his persecution, opinions, and religion, or his way of worship and legal matters. An affirmation in lieu of an oath was the invitation of 2 Quakers. Not only could Huguenots worship as they wished, but upon subscribing to fundamental constitutions, they could become naturalized citizens. We're talking about Moors, right? Citizens, nationality. All right, and stipulation of a belief in God, not Christ, meant that Jews and Muslims were welcome. The only religious profession not tolerant was Roman Catholicism, a view quite in keeping with politics and Restoration England, with the exception of Rhode Island. This was the most tolerant religious policy in English America. The right to vote in South Carolina, however, was dependent upon possessing land. All right. The lords proprietors and their ancestors controlled most of that. Roughly 40% of the each country, while the remaining 60% was divided among freemen. Freedmen, right? Freedmen. They were freed. Both the both the proprietors and sellers originated largely in British-held Barbados and other Caribbean islands. South Carolina historian Edgar lists prominent settler names as Beaton, collection Daniel Drayton, Fenwick, Gibbs, Godfrey, Layson, Milton, Moore, Shakenham, and Germans of all Barbados, Army, Paris, and Pinckney, and Wally of Jamaica, Lucas, Muddy, and Perry of Antigua, Lordes and Rollins of St. Christopher, Lemont of Grenada, and Woodward of Nevis. Notably, about half of these names are identifiable as Sephardic or Moorish. Besides recruiting their fellow British Caribbeans, the Lords Proprietor also sought out Huguenots as settlers due to one main surmise to their Sephardic Morisco affinity and enmity towards Spain, the colonial power to the south. Pamphlets were distributed in French to Huguenot refugee communities in Ireland. All right, again, the pamphlets going around. Hey, you want to go to the promised land? It says, for a listing of Huguenots refugees in Ireland, when Louis XIV repeated the Edict of Nantes in 1685, which had provided religious freedom to non-Catholics in France, thousands of Huguenots fled France. 1,500 of them made their way to South Carolina. Edgar reports that prominent surnames among these colonists were Bonneau, the Davidic good names, Cordes de Saussure, de Vaux, de Bois, Foret, de Silva, Gillard, Grandin, Gourart, Maury, Moroccan. All right, Hurry is Moroccan, Huger, Lawrence, Laguerre, Manigault, Marion, Pyrie, Porcher, Pricolu, Ravenel, Simmons, and Timothy. Again, several identify as Sephardic Moriscos. 1764, an additional 300 Huguenot settlers arrived in hopes of developing the silk and wine industry. The same two Sephardic Moorish-dominated industries attempted in the Virginia colony. Most of the incoming settlers were drawn from La Rochelle and Bordeaux, two French cities with large Sephardic Morisco populations early in the 1720s. Perrysburg on the left bank of Savannah River had been settled by around 800 French Swiss settlers, which we have argued elsewhere were primarily of Jewish and crypto-Jewish ancestry. The 1740s and 1750s saw an influx of 1,500 German Protestants from the Palatine region. In Chapter 6 on Pennsylvania, we developed a detailed proposal that the majority of the incoming German Palatine Protestants were of Sephardic, Ashkenazic, and Morisco origin. All right. The surnames among these which Edgar lists are prominent in the South Carolina community are Amaker, Boozer, Geiger, Violinist, Harmon, Dutch, Hutto, Inabinet, Kalsteinstein, Lever, Levor, Levat, Lorick, Ras, Sheely, Schuler, Thies, Wanamaker, and Ziegler. Again, we are seeing a preponderance of Jewish names. Yet despite their crypto status, Jews, Moors, and their descendants made important contributions to South Carolina's culture and economy throughout the colonial period. One of South Carolina's major agricultural crops during this time was indigo. The dye plant was introduced by Elizabeth Lucas and its processing was developed by Andrew DeVoe, both of whom have likely Sephardic ancestry. Moses Lindo, an openly Jewish settler, was the colony's indigo export inspector in 1762, and key producers included John B., James Stobo, Robert Sams, George Mitchell, Isaac Hine, Richard Pinkley, and John Hudson, most of whom bear Sephardic Morisco surnames. It is largely the same story with Carolina's silk industry. Many French Huguenots and newly minted English colonists entered South Carolina and North Carolina via Ireland. They came from Ireland. Thus, they swelled the ranks of the so-called Scots-Irish settlers. So-called Scot-Irish settlers. They were what? They were really what? Huguenots. And they were what? AKA Sephardic Moriscos. These so-called Scot-Irish settlers. All right, when we're talking about Black Irish, now you know some of them were what? Sephardis and Moriscos. Thus, they swelled the ranks. All right, so who are estimated to account for about 1/3 to half of the whole population of the South. All right?
1/3 to half the population
of the South.
That's a lot of migration.
All right. The largest migration of Irish and Scottish people occurred after the Battle of the Culloden in 1745 when Prince Charles Edward Stuart was defeated and the Jacobite rebellion against England was lost for good. But the roots of Irish immigration to Americas were much deeper. The process can be said to have been jump-started when William III, son of William II, Prince of Orange, Stadtholder of the United Provinces of the Netherlands, began his campaigns against Irish Catholics. Spoils of war went to Presbyterian Ulster Scots and French Huguenots. This Celtic French, however, as it has become known in the nostalgia inherited from the Victorian era, was not altogether Celtic or even British in ethnicity or uniformly Christian in faith. The tolerant Carolinas acted as a magnet for all sorts of nationalities. Those who were better off sailed straightway to Charleston. The many of these Irishmen were of recent French Huguenot provenance, and before that of Spanish Jewish origin, can be seen in a compilation of genealogies covering some of the South Carolina's famous colonial surnames. In fact, a historian librarian repeatedly points out that Scotsmen changed their way of identifying themselves and as it suited them, alternating between Irish, Ulster, Scottish, English, British, and other designations such as Presbyterian or Quaker. There you go. You see? These are just titles they were using. They're really just what? Huguenots, aka Sephardi, Jews, or Moors. Alright? And it says here, Bailey. This Huguenot name is derived from Philippe de Balux, a French refugee who settled in the neighborhood of Torney Abbey circa 1656. Since then, the name has assumed the following forms: Bailey, Bailey, or Bay, right? Bailey or Bailey. All right, Burgess. All right, if you're listening, Mr. Burgess from high school, listen to this, Mr. Burgess, you Huguenot. It says a member of this family, Valerie or Valerian de Bourges, came to England with one of the earliest bodies of immigrants and settled at Canterbury. Most of the earlier Huguenot refugees in England landed in Kent. From successive intermarriages, the names became almost unrecognizable as Huguenot origin, and so was then changed to Burgess. But the pedigree of the family can be clearly traced back to the Bourgeois family of the Picardy, who were seniors of Gamache of Oil and of the Fosse, a la Fosse. A Burgess was soon found as an Indian trader in the Carolinas. Calimot, the Calimot, younger son of Marquis de Rouvigny, commanded a Huguenot regiment at the Battle of Boigny, where he was killed. Cabin, all right, that's another Huguenot name. Gosset, then you got Gauss, Gis, Guess. You see Guess clothing, you see Huguenot, Guess, Gossi, Costa, a Huguenot family originally from Normandy, which first settled in Jersey, from where some of the younger branches passed over into England. All right. Perrin, Count Perrin was a Huguenot refugee from Noiri. All right. Victoria says Queen Victoria is descended from Huguenot ancestress Eleanor de Esmeris, Marquise de Aubert, who was her great-great-grandmother. A great-grandparent was also a Sixas, hence the name of her duchy and dynasty Saxe-Coburg, which the royal family said to have hated. La Revere, this refugee who settled in Ireland escaped from France with his wife by pretending to be sellers of oranges, a traditional Jewish occupation, and going about with a donkey and panniers. When they reached the Netherlands, the Prince of Orange gave him a commission, and La Rive found bravely in the Irish campaigns. By some of the family, this name has been changed into Reeves, a Melungeon name. Reeves, La Rive. Huguenots often escape by distinguishing themselves as servants, gypsies, travelers from foreign countries, and the like. All right, now pay attention to this part. It says Guali. All right, pay attention. Guale. We're going to investigate this because you think you're mixed with African. Yeah, because you think you're mixed with African. So Peter Guali, son of the Sieur of La Gineste of Rourg, fled to England at the revocation, so he was a Huguenot, with his wife and 3 children. This became the name of a remote tribe of mixed African and Indian people on adjacent islands. What?
Hey, people in the chat, what tribe is that? What tribe could they be talking about?
Guale. All right, so remember that the Gula or Guale people, everywhere they're at, in Honduras, in the North America, everywhere, you know, the history is that they are indigenous and what? Supposedly African, mixed with Africans, but not. It's not Africans, it's Huguenots. is Sephardic Jews and Moors, Europeans. This is what I've been trying to tell everybody. All right? Huguenots set the tone of the Carolina colony with their wealth, professional backgrounds, and gentility. It is sometimes hard to distinguish them from Sephardic Jews. Charleston became the fourth oldest Jewish community in the American colonies after New York, Philadelphia, and Savannah, and the establishment of Beth Elohim in 1749. The old DaCosta family plot served as the location of the Cumming Street Cemetery, founded in the 1764. Charleston, Charlestown Overlea, Jewish population of 500, constituted the largest, wealthiest, and most cultured Jewish community in the colonies. Until about 1830, it had the largest Jewish communities, with the notable exception of Savannah. It never experienced the slightest repugnance from its host city. Part of that goodwill undoubtedly came from the Jewish fellow travelers, the Huguenots. Was it surprising then that Charleston became the birthplace of the Reform Judaism movement, the Reform movement in the 1840s, or that South Carolina voted the first Jew to public office, Francis Salvador, a newly arrived immigrant, and 1774 elected to the first provincial Congress? As we have seen, South Carolina's Jewish roots are very deep indeed. Its Muslim element in the colonial period, moreover, are not insignificant either. And it says here, plot thickens, and we're almost done. A connection between Jews on the Mississippi and Georgia emerges from a stray reference in the Board of Governors. Records of 1750, the Frenchman Isaac Le Bon, Hebrew for white or blonde, Leonard, Bowley, Budel, Bodel, Anthony Pages, and Anthony Lesage, wise, ways, sage, wise men, Uzman or Uzman, that's what it really, Wiseman, Uzman, are recorded as arriving in Savannah on the ship the Charming Martha from London, all right? From London, not from Africa. The Board of Governors had appropriated a choice piece of land fitting for their purposes, and had also decided Mr. Jean Sack, Hebrew anagram, Serach Kodesh, Holy Seed, an old inhabitant of this colony, a countryman of theirs, to assist them. One might ask why Frenchmen were granted lands in Georgia at a time when Britain was engaged in a bitter struggle with France, one that would only end with that country's surrender and complete withdrawal from North America. So look, they're making a good point. So why, if they got beef, would they be selling land to French people? And that's what I was saying earlier. If they're telling these people to leave their country, why are they helping them settle over here? Remember, these are Jews and Moors. That had nothing to do with Huguenots or Frenchmen. That's why it's in parentheses. All right. Although these Frenchmen may have been outwardly Huguenots, it is apparent from their names that they were Sephardic Jews underneath the Protestant veneer. The subsequent history of one of them will illustrate this. Isaac Le Bon was a half-breed and believed to be the son of a French or English trader, Jean or John Lebo, and the daughter of a Choctaw chief. All right, his sister Malaya, Hebrew name meaning full ripe, buxom, married William Cooper, the Jewish scout and guide for Daniel Boone. William and Malaya are common ancestors of both authors. Isaac later moved to Philadelphia and went then to Watauga County, where he signed a petition from the North of Holston men to the president in 1777. There, the LeBons changed the family name to White. Isaac White, Isaac LeBon's son, born 1752, settled in Jonesboro in Washington County. All right, so these people changing their last names, assimilating, right? When the Chickasaw lands were returned to Spain in 1781, the Coopers, Americanized but still able to speak Spanish, received grants and operated profitable tobacco plantations in what is now the tri-state area of Mississippi. Alabama, Tennessee, both.
Hold on 1 second. That
Yeah,
just said when the Chickasaw lands were returned to Spain.
yeah, returned.
Who returned these Chickasaw lands to Spain?
Though I would have to basically look into that,
Yeah, and what Chickasaw people approved this?
because time frame 1781. I got to see what was going on in that time and who they beef and who they talking about.
Yeah.
But there's some intermarriage, as they were saying, one of the stages with the Choctaws and Chickasaws, right? And it says that they became profitable tobacco plantations. These Coopers, who were Sephardic Jews, really Moors, All right. Both the Coopers and the Labans provided good examples of crypto Jews' chameleon-like ability to adopt different persona to suit the occasion. Again, Kiowa, you weren't kidding all this whole time when you kept calling them chameleon. You weren't
Slick.
kidding, man. So they had the ability, right, to imitate, to adopt any persona to suit the occasion. They didn't care. All right. The Coopers alternated between claiming to be British, Portuguese, French, Spanish, and American and gave their origin variously as Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, and Kentucky. They explained that Indian admixture in the family as Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, Black Dutch, and Black Irish. So the Indian admixture was from what? From Black Dutch and Black Irish? Whoa.
Hold on. Well, let me see something here. We got the Choctaw, Chickasaw, Cherokee, but then all of a sudden the Black Dutch and Black Irish. I
Yeah,
see
so
five, so those Black Dutch and Black Irish got to be the other two of the five civilized, right?
what is the other two?
That would be what the Creek and I can't pull it. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Okay. The Jamacy or the Seminoles?
Yeah, there we go.
All right. So, hey, all right, but see what they're saying here, right? Black Dutch and Black Irish Cooper is considered a Melungeon surname as is white. All right. It seems some of the Jews who identified with the Salzburgers went beyond good wishes and actually joined the swelling exodus, whose numbers may have included crypto Jews and Huguenots from the start. The chronicler George F. Jones lists 15 transports to Ebenezer between 1734 and 1752, only 4 of which are specifically labeled Salzburgers. The remaining 11 carried Moravians, Palatines, Swiss, Swabians, although even these designations were very rough. So these are just tags, he's saying, and there were a number of Ashkenazim or German Jews. The Sanctoland party came over en masse from Silesia and Poland in 1739. Table 3 in Appendix K lists the names of some of the Ebenezer colonists we have reason to believe were of Jewish extraction and perhaps still of Jewish faith and practices, although secretive about it. One of the first things we notice from the list of intermarriage between certain families, we suggest families like Bradner, Fleur, Halfenstein, Unsen, Trulin, Sorn, Heisling, Fislin, or it tells us. So this must certainly be the case with the large Gunter, actually Gundre family said to be Palatines, that they are the French Huguenots who originated as Spanish Portuguese Jews is suggested by marriage partners of one Gunter and Anna Montfort. All right, so a little history on that family. All right, where we at? All right. It sees that some of the Jews who identified with the Salzburg went, oh, okay, wait. Now it says silk, right? The Huguenot trade and the Moorish trade and Sephardic trade, right? In Europe, silk was to be Georgia's mainstay. As early as 1732, the trustees approached the London silk manufacturer Thomas Lombard for advice. After some difficulty, they,
Lumbee.
yeah, sorry, I lost my place here. I was looking somewhere else. After some difficulty, they secured the services of Paul Amatis, Italian silkman, gardener and silk care. Amatis introduced silkworms to the colony and taught others the proprietary art of silk manufacture. But did they realize that the Amatis family had not such much Italian, although domiciled in Livorno, Rome, Florence and Gonzazo, but Sephardic Jews? Another silk expert brought the colonies was Joseph Solomon Ortelanghi. He began life as a kosher butcher in Italy, and although he was converted to Christianity in Georgia, the rest of his family and descendants remained Jewish. whether we whether we look, silk formed part of the triad along with wine and olive oil, which was supposed to be a salvation for the southern colonies. All these occupations were developed and dominated by Spanish Jews. Silk manufacture was established by medieval Jews who learned the art of the famous Silk Road to China. The secrets were passed after 1492 to the Huguenots. Secrets were passed to the Huguenots in parentheses, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Got that ancient Chinese secret.
Yep, ancient Chinese secret, right? A denomination superficially opposed by Paul Amatis in southern Carolina, a number of families, including the Hugers, the Garis, Legendries, Manigals, and Masiques. All right, it says Indian traders active in Georgia also include John and Daniel Ross, Christian Russell, Sicilian, a Silesian Ashkenazi, Nicholas White, a native of Marsalis, but resident in the nation of Creek Confederacy, 30 years, Abraham N. Mordecai, a Jew of bad character, according to Indian agent Benjamin Hawkins, but an intelligent Jew, according to Albert James Pickett, author of the History of Alabama. Mrs. Duran, a female trader, Obedia Lowe, Cornelius Daughtery, a Jacobite, said to be the first trader or one of the first among the Cherokee. John Van Van, later an important Cherokee mixed blood family. James Leslie, James Lewis, Aaron Harrod, Sakira Cox, a land developer, Richard Sparks, a captain of Helico blockhouse in Cherokee upcountry. Cox is considered a Melungeon name. Davis is a blacksmith. John Marino, a Spaniard. John Beamer, a Huguenot, whose original Sephardic name was probably Benamor and Benamor, and with Cherokee son was known as Musty or mixed breed. All right. So a Huguenot with a Cherokee was called a what? A Musty. The offspring of a Huguenot and a Cherokee was called a Musty or mixed breed. Thomas Naird, Arabic, James McQueen, corruption of McQueen, son of Cohen, John McKee. I remember this John McKee. Hey, we got a John McKee here, man.
John McKee.
Huguenot.
What's he doing
Irish.
around these parts?
Well, he's an Irish Huguenot.
Oh, you don't say.
We're going to learn about the McKees in later videos. All right. Alexander Long, Robert Bunnan, Bondurant, Greenwood, Lefleur Flores, Benjamin Perryman, Mixed Blood, Artie Perry, introduced cattle among the Choctaw, William Dixon Moniac, originally Jacob Monaki from Munich, Germany, and John Shepherd, also considered Melungeon name. Now listen to this. All right, we're basically almost at the end or the end. Now the Kennedys. All right. Hey, I'm getting a lot of background noise, Kiowa.
No, hold on.
Yeah. Now it says here Kennedy. We propose the original name of famous Kennedys of Hyannisport, Massachusetts, may have been Italian Candiani, filtered through the French form Canada or Candiani, Candyland, from Candy, Candyland, the old name for the Turkish capital of Crete. All right, Candiani, these are really Turks. Listen to what they're telling you. Genealogies of the Irish branch of the Kennedys do not go further back than Patrick Kennedy, a prosperous farmer of Dugganstown, County Wexford, Ireland, who was born about 1785 and whose son immigrated to America. The family was probably of French origin before it became Irish. All right, French. Both Cassel, a sept of Clan Kennedy, pointing to a region in southern France, and Canady appear on a list of refugee French Huguenots to Ireland. All right, the Canadies are really French Huguenots. The Canadies, all right, Sephardic Jude and Moors, Turkish Moors. That's what a Canady is a Turkish Moor. All right.
That's why AFK got put out because he decided to go against the oath of the family creed.
Yep. It says one of the author ancestors from Provence said to have been of extremely dark appearance. Extremely dark appearance, very dark complexion. The surname was probably originally a Spanish compound of one Bon Durante, a form of the good name. Durant were a prominent Sephardic family of rabbis, physicians, and scholars who settled mostly in Provence, Marseilles, Majorca, and Morocco after the expulsion of the 1492, where the Boudurans originated. Jean-Pierre, the immigrant, was an apothecary and Whitner by profession. His mother was Gabrielle Barjon. A Barjon relative was one of the organizers of the mass escapes from France, which led the Huguenots through Switzerland, Germany, and finally London to the New World. Jean-Pierre's wife Rhoda, anglicized as Ford, all right, Faur or Ford, Walad Ford, Wally Ford, right, Ford, the Nation of Islam, right, Wally Ford, Huguenot, he was a Huguenot, also bore a Sephardic surname, Faugi-Boum. The Bouduran family can be traced back to Genolhac, Department of Guard, France, to the early 16th century, but not before. As we have seen, often a clue in invoking the date 1492, They were probably relatively new arrivals from Inquisitional Spain. All right. In Virginia, the Boudurants intermarried again and again with Aggie, Maxie, Bradford, and Ford cousins, a common crypto-Jewish trait. Ancestor of co-author spouse Teresa Panther Jace, the family intermarried with Tuscarora and Cherokee Indians and was later known as Black Dutch. All right.
Boom.
All right, so you're gonna get a lot of. Now we got this in my last video, right, with Swarthy Europe. I talked about the Black Dutch, and there were so many references of so many Black Dutch, right, in America, right. So now we know that the Black Dutch were basically these swarthy European Sephardic Jews and Moors, these so-called black people that were Moors and Jews that were coming in here and mixing with other Aboriginal, melanated Tuscarora and Cherokee Indians, and they were later known as what? Black Dutch, the Black Dutch. All right.
Black Dutch, Black Irish, they're all mixed with Huguenots.
All
Look
right.
at this right there.
All right. So, and that brings an end to the presentation. I know it's been 5 hours now almost. And if you were here the whole time, man, well, imagine trying to do that while you're reading all this stuff. And I
Yeah,
was like so eager to finish, but I'm so eager to get this information out. And I don't want to be doing mad parts. I just want to get it out. You guys have it here now. You can go back to it anytime, play the video anytime, share it with everybody. This is a big one right here. All right, what you're looking at right now on the screen. All right, this is a big one. So I hope you guys enjoyed this and understand what this video means, what this information means. Nothing's gonna be the same after this. I hope people ain't talking about, oh, we all Moors now still,
oh,
because that's such a general term. I don't like to generalize. You see, these people have different stories. There's different stories in everybody.
and now we can actually, everybody who wants to claim Moore's lineage, you can actually figure it out.
Yep.
So there's no more just broadsides and I'm a Moor. Which Moor are you?
All right, and a lot of people don't want to accept this in their genealogy or whatever, and a lot of people say, "Oh, those ain't my people. You're talking about Africans. I ain't talking about Africans." Just because I was talking about Moriscos and all that. I mean, not all these Moriscos or Moors were from Africa, what you would call a Moor in England. A lot of these Black Danes, as we saw in the past videos about Swarthy Europe, they weren't even from Africa at all. So we're not trying to relate you to no African. We're talking about history here. We're talking about genealogy. We're talking about real history that they kept from you. And you see this family, right? This tree right here. They kept this from you. They want us to know now because now they got it in archive.org. So they must want us to know now. All right. And we were able to get the whole video done, completed with no interruptions. All right. So, it was a lot of info. I know it's a lot of info, but it's all in there. You got a whole thesis on the Huguenots now. You can pass your college term and write about the Huguenots. All right, there you go. Don't even say I didn't help you with your school studies in history. All right.
Kurimeo,
So,
I got props, bro. You definitely pulled it out, explained it real well. Should be clear cut for everybody to understand it. Kudos to you, bro.
all right, man. I appreciate that, and you joining me, and you also helping me with this research. And I mean, you saw the whole development, and how long we've been talking about Huguenots. It's been like 2 months already,
Yeah,
and how deep it got, right? The history, and how did we know we were gonna end up with this image right here, right now that we're looking at,
exactly.
you know?
That's
But
what makes the journey fun.
if people stick on to what they only know and what they want to only research and leave out a whole other history, hey, then you either doing it on purpose or you're just very ignorant. You have an agenda and you're just pushing a certain or you're part of this branch. You're either part of this branch or these 10 crests that have been doing that, assimilating the rest of us into your doctrine, right? But again, I don't generalize. You do you, and if this is your history, good for you. If this is your history, but even if it isn't part of my history or anybody else's history in their genealogy, I have a lot more other history in my genealogy too, and it's more prominent than this. You know, so that's what
Sure.
I'm telling you too. I'm not telling you you're European either. You know, don't take it like that. Just, you know, embrace all your lines, all your history, all your genealogy,
Because
and
once
under
again, you ain't have no choice in the matter.
we didn't have no choice in the matter. Exactly. You know, we're just here. All right. So don't, you know, don't take any of this personal. All right. I hope you guys spread this information, and I hope when you guys hear other people talking about certain subjects that we talked about today, that you remind them. But yo, hey, but we already know who, you know, these are. What more are you talking about? Or what are you talking about? Huguenots? Who are you talking about? Exactly.
And
You
I
know?
bet you start digging into this, you start seeing all these last names. You're like, oh, you're a Huguenot. Oh, you're a
Yeah.
Huguenot.
Yeah, so truth matters, you know, that should be the phrase right there. Truth matters,
Yeah,
you know. Truth matters. People, why use this ain't important. That's in the past, Kurimeo. Yo, Kurimeo, why you trying to expose this? I'm not trying to expose you. Relax, man. You know, why you taking it like that? Why you feeling like you're getting exposed? Were you hiding something? You know? No, so if you don't feel guilty of anything, embrace it and help us understand this part of your history. You know, let's come together now. Stop with all that
exactly.
separating. Stop with calling people European. Stop with the complexion thing, because we got all that backwards. We got all that backwards.
Boy, Dewey's hashtag so swarthy.
Yeah, yeah. So you know, I don't want to stay on too long, because for me it's 2 in the morning. You know, wherever you are in the world, I gotta get up early and go to work on my day job. All right,
Yes,
I
man.
gotta be there at 7 a.m. ready. You know, that's in 5 hours. So I'm gonna go try to get some rest. And you know, truth matters. Appreciate everybody sticking around, and I hope you guys enjoy this and share this a lot. And you know, just share it. Don't have to explain it to people. It's self-explanatory. Let them watch it. If they don't want to watch it, then you already know they're not about truth. They're not about facts. They're about ignorance, and they're about pushing a certain doctrine or agenda, or a specific what you call teaching, right? That was taught unto them. All right. So again, thank you very much for being here. This was a
Thank
long video.
you for
You
being
can,
on. This is great, man.
yeah,
Everybody who enjoyed it, let's get one last time a nice little run of so swarthy.
yeah. So yeah, be you know, feel free to play it back as many times as you want. You know, there's a lot of information in here. All right, before they take it down, or maybe they don't care anymore. Right? Truth matters now. They know. They know we're waking up, and they don't care. They're like, we got the whole power and control. What you guys gonna do about it? We took acres and acres of land. What you guys gonna do about it? Oh, we'll give you a check. That's all you want? Oh, a check? Oh, that's easy. We got plenty of money. We can print that out. We own the printers. We can definitely give you a check.
And don't worry, we'll make sure we take some around this little landmass over here to our buddies on the other side, like we used to do.
Yeah, we'll repair you. We'll repair you. What we did. We'll repair what we did. We won't leave. We won't give it back. We'll just repair it. All right. So yeah, truth matters, right? Again, thank you, pura vida. You know, you know, much love and respect to each and one that was here listening, even if you weren't here in the live. You know, if you enjoyed this presentation, even after, you know, thank you for taking the time to stick this long and watching 5 hours. You know, even if it took you days or weeks, months. Hey man, you did it and you got the info. Now you can go further with it. All right.
Got a lot to digest.
A lot to digest. All right. This symbol right here is deep. And with that, we're gonna probably leave it. Let me see. We're gonna put the song we came in with. All right. So thank you for being here. We're just gonna play the song and bounce. Anything you want to say last, Kyo?
Yeah. Could you Google one name real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I put it. Oh, can you check the back chat? Is the first thing that I dropped in there.
Oh, okay. The
Olivier Le Tardif.
oh backshot. Where is that?
Yeah, in the Zoom chat.
Okay. Here we go. Oh, Oliver Letardif.
Yeah,
Okay, and you want me to share? Like, look it up?
yeah. There was something interesting when I came across this guy.
Okay.
He's definitely connected to
What link
the
should I use?
Now let me see. Hold on 1 second. Actually, you might even be able to, if you could pull up the wiki one, it should
Okay.
run it through a little bit about how. Let me see here. All right, so he came to America when? In Quebec, 1649, something like that. Well, anyway, basically, to make it real short, he ended up linking up with the chief of the Hurons.
Yeah.
And in the long run, him and his wife decided to, he became the godfather of the Huron chief's daughter. And then him and his wife took her in.
Mm.
They have a consistent pattern of doing that with Indian children.
Yeah. Yeah. That's they then they so they, again they assimilate so many ways. One of them was through marriage. They
Yep.
don't just get rid of the local. They become the host.
Yeah. From godfather to the father.
And so this guy is most likely a Huguenot, right?
Yep.
But we'd have to research that. But yeah, that's a good sign to look into. But that's how easy it can be. That's what I'm saying. Now, once you have correct information or what someone used to say, right reason, right knowledge, right reasoning, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So yeah, we're gonna begin this one from the beginning. We're gonna go back to the original. Hold on. Image. Here we go. And this was the Huguenots. All right. Who are the Huguenots? Now you guys know. All right. Let's just keep calling them so-called Huguenots, right? So-called Huguenots. Now we on to you, Huguenots. All right. Hawah. Thank you for being here.